And finally, the dish you've all been waiting for is here. Today, I'm taking on the challenge of eating this giant pudding in just one gulp. Join me and let's dig in together. I'm Elliot, a pretty well-known mukbanger on YouTube, famous for my ability to devour anything with my big mouth. I slowly swallowed the massive pudding down. Honestly, it was a bit too much for me. Feeling the pudding slide down my throat, stuffing me full, and getting stuck halfway made me want to stop right there, but I had to keep going. This is the only job I've got. Finally, I did it. I beamed at the camera, waving to thank my audience as donations and compliments poured in through the screen. After the live stream ended, I rushed to the bathroom before the giant pudding could come back up. Today's meal was a bit too much for me. After throwing up everything I ate, I felt utterly drained. My jaw ached, and my lips and throat were swollen. The sour stench rising from my stomach made me want to vomit again. Sometimes, I feel like this mukbang job is turning my body into a food disposal machine. Eat, then throw up, never keeping anything down. But being a mukbanger has made me famous and earns me a lot of money. I have a comfortable life without needing to take on any kind of desk job. So, I choose to overlook the minor harm this job does to my body because I believe I'm still young, healthy, and nothing too serious will happen. To keep a steady fan base, I post mukbang videos almost every day. I carefully capture every chewing, biting, and sipping sound, creating the perfect ASMR effect that gets everyone excited. But once the camera is off, it's my own ASMR of screams as I spend hours stuck in the bathroom. Yet I keep eating, and eating more, because my job is to make everyone feel like food tastes better. Even though I regularly throw up all the food after each live session, my stomach has been growing abnormally large. It feels a bit bloated, but it's not too uncomfortable. My persistence in uploading videos consistently has paid off. My subscriber count has skyrocketed, and along with it, the money I make keeps growing. I'm ashamed to admit that my weight has spiraled out of control. Getting dressed feels like fighting a battle. Tonight, an influencer invited me to attend a Christmas party. This is the first time I will be interacting with people in the industry, and I feel a bit nervous. I tried to appear relaxed, naturally chatting with the people around me. When the music started playing, I immersed myself in the crowd, enjoying the fun as I had always wished. But at that moment, my heart started beating fast to the rhythm of the music, my belly fat jiggling, and my stomach contracting violently. A severe pain hit me, causing my vision to darken. I collapsed to the floor, unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I was already in the hospital, my whole body limp and weak.
You have a stomach hemorrhage and fatty blood. You need to adjust your diet immediately if you want to continue living.
I nodded perfunctorily, his tone making me uncomfortable. I am a mukbanger. How can I eat normally? If I don't stream for too long, I'll lose fans, lose my income, and lose everything. I happened to see a clip of myself fainting at the party last night. Many fans sent messages asking about my well-being. So how can I rest in the hospital? I smiled and typed a reassuring message to everyone. Hello to all my beloved fans. To show my gratitude for your support, tonight I will be hosting a special live stream that will last until New Year's Eve. A live stream featuring traditional dishes from various countries for the new year. And the 10-hour countdown starts now. After spending one day in the hospital, I immediately found a way to escape and began preparing for this special live stream. 5 hours passed, and I tried to eat and chat leisurely. but the amount of food was truly overwhelming. 9.5 hours passed and my mouth was so sore, it almost lost feeling. My stomach was bloated like a balloon, hard as a rock. But I encouraged myself. There was only one dish left. I was sure I could do it. And here is the most exciting dish of the night, a stuffed pork leg. Without making you wait any longer, let's swallow this together to welcome the explosive moment of New Year's Eve. My wide mouth could encompass the pork leg, but as it went down my narrow throat, it filled my entire throat. I struggled to breathe, tears involuntarily streaming down. Hang in there, Elliot. Just a little more and this challenge will be over. At that moment, the countdown to New Year's Eve outside began. 10, 9, 8, 7. My stomach twisted with each count. Then I heard a loud bang coming from inside my own body. Outside, fireworks were exploding, and I vaguely heard the sound of an ambulance siren. Could it be that a fan called 911 for me? I must look terrible right now, right? My consciousness faded until I couldn't think anymore.
The slipper is still in my hand, cold and delicate, catching the light in glimmers. I look into its glassy surface and barely recognize the creature reflected there. A girl with ragged clothes, matted hair, and twisted features. Only last night, I was beautiful with a little help of dark magic. I wore that slipper, I danced in those arms. And now, I am back here, beneath the soot-streaked bricks, crouching in the dark, hiding from my stepmother and her wretched daughters. Then, I hear a murmur from the streets beyond. The prince. He's announced he will marry the girl who fits this slipper. It's a strange hope in my heart, a strange, desperate longing to be the one he sees again, to have that beauty back and hold it forever. But my stepmother, she'd never let me leave this house. Through the dust, I hear her voice shriek from above. They're already gathering their best gowns, my two stepsisters bickering over which jewels to wear, as if any of it would matter. None of them has ever had the slipper on their foot. None of them knows the lightness, the power it brings. But I do. I can hardly stand as I slip through the door and find Clara, the eldest sister, fitting herself into a pile of silk. "You're trying the slipper," I whisper, not letting her see the disdain curling my lips. "You know you'll need to trim those hideous toes." Clara scoffs, but she eyes her foot nervously. She hates me, loathes me, but she hates her oversized feet even more.
"Fine,"
she hisses.
"but do it for me. Only a little."
She thrusts her foot toward me, and with trembling hands I raise the axe. With each snip her face contorts, but she's greedy as our mother. I slip my fingers under her heel and tighten my grip, watching as her blood trickles, her anger and pain bubbling through a mask of helpless desperation. The first scream dies in her throat when I slit it. It's messy, sticky, and all too thrilling. I feel her warmth sink into my fingers. Her blood seeps over my hands, and, without thinking, I bring it to my mouth. And that taste raw, it feels like the clock winding backward, like youth and beauty are seeping through me again. I lick my hands. I drink from her lifeless palm, and my cheeks flush, the wrinkles smooth. My reflection grows fairer, just as I had been at the ball. Now she's nothing but silence, crumpled on the floor, and yes, I am beautiful once more. But that's not enough. Her younger sister, Helena, comes in next, her brow furrowed as she sees Clara slumped over.
"What did you..."
she starts, but her suspicion quickly turns to arrogance.
Just leave her there. Clean up later. Help me with my shoes.
I smile, my teeth catching the dim candlelight, and say, I think you should cut off the heel.
Whatever, just make it quick.
Helena never thinks twice. She snaps her fingers, turns her nose up, and believes all will obey. I kneel by her side, sliding her foot toward me, my mind already buzzing with the weight of what I'm about to do. I hold the knife close to her skin, pressing just so, watching her face twist in that perfect moment of realization just before I slice. She yelps, but she's too stunned to fight back. I press down harder and harder until her screams grow muffled, then silent. Her blood is as rich as her sister's, and I drink it down, feeling its heat merge with mine. Each swallow makes my skin smoother, my face softer, my reflection sharper, more enchanting. The darkness within me rises, blossoming like some wicked flower, filling my chest with the thrill of revenge, of beauty, of finally being more than the shadow beneath the stairs. When I stand, I am radiant. I am reborn. Then my dearest stepmother came home. As usual, she barked out orders for me to set the dinner table. I complied, carrying out a lavish platter of meat. I looked radiant, but she didn't spare me a glance. She didn't even notice my change. Her eyes were always reserved for her own daughters, never me. She started eating, and between bites she asked,
Where are the girls? Why aren't they joining us for dinner?
I smiled. Oh, I helped them fit into the glass slipper. I had to trim their toes and shave off their heels. Her chewing slowed, her face pale. Then she gagged. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. She spat out her food and clutched her stomach, retching violently. She had been feasting on her daughter's remains. I seized the opportunity. Moving swiftly, I grabbed her from behind and wrapped my hands around her throat. She struggled, clawing at my arms, but I squeezed tighter until her body went limp and collapsed to the floor. But as I stared at my reflection in the silver tray, I saw the beauty fading, the glow, the perfection slipping away. Desperate, I leaned down and drank from her lifeless body. I couldn't stop. The blood coursed through me, intoxicating and powerful, but I had drunk too much. My skin sagged, my frame distorted. My once delicate features twisted into something grotesque. I had consumed more than blood, I had consumed my own humanity. Then I hear a knock at the door. The prince. His voice calls out, strong and clear, asking for the woman who fits the slipper. I pull myself upright, grasping the slipper, limping and shuddering as I make my way toward him, past the bodies of those who once mocked me. I throw open the door, the slipper clutched in my hand, a desperate smile on my cracked, bloodied lips. The prince's eyes go wide. He stumbles back, his mouth agape as he takes in the horror before him. Wait! I scream, my voice more like a howl now. I shove the slipper toward him, but the soldiers have already drawn their swords. They don't see me. They see a monster, and as they lunge, blades flashing, my final scream echoes through the halls, a shriek of beauty corrupted, of vengeance that demanded too much. It might sound crazy, but if you asked me what the most important thing in my life is, I'd say it's bleach. Instead of perfume, I use bleach. It gives me the feeling of being completely clean. Looking at myself in the mirror, my skin glowing and flushed, I smile confidently and step out of the bathroom, starting another boring day at work. Maybe my obsession with bleach began when I started working at this convenience store. Growing up in an orphanage, I didn't have much education. So working as a cleaning staff at the convenience store seemed like the perfect choice. Ignoring the awful attitude of my co-workers here. Since childhood, I've been obsessed with cleanliness, always trying to keep everything around me spotless. Not a speck of dust in sight. Every day I clean the store with bleach, and seeing everything shine gives me happiness. But prolonged exposure to bleach has made my hands dry, swollen, and painfully sore. Beneath the cracked skin, though, I could see the pinkish-white layer of skin I'd always desired. A customer appeared, looking at me with a disgusted expression as if I was some kind of pest. That look again. It makes me want to scream, but I know I have to control myself. I continue wiping the glass, inhaling the bleach fumes to calm down. But trouble finds me anyway. My boss mentioned some customers complaining about the overwhelming bleach smell in the store and a bunch of other unreasonable issues. I sigh, realizing I'm being mistreated again. Though questions fill my mind, I meekly bow my head and apologize. Back home, I comfort myself with a bleach bath. My skin looks smoother and rosier by the day. All thanks to the bleach and its scent. I found that pouring bleach on my wrists makes the smell linger, so I soaked a cloth in bleach to keep with me at all times. Now they've demoted me to cleaning the restrooms. Fine, at least I won't have to deal with people. But why is there no bleach in the restroom? Then, Amy's annoying voice rings out.
Looking for this?
Looking at her smug face, it's clear she's caught on to something and is trying to take my bleach.
The boss asked me to monitor your bleach use to keep this place from smelling awful. So a little bit should be enough, right?
Of course, she's targeting me. What did I do wrong? But a little bleach and a wipe isn't enough. I used up all of it within one morning. When the air was clean without a trace of bleach, I felt suffocated, dizzy. A wave of fear engulfed me. I needed bleach immediately. I sneaked back into the store and went to the cleaning supply aisle. While no one was watching, I grabbed a bottle of bleach and took a deep breath, feeling as though I had come alive again. I realized then that bleach had become an irreplaceable part of my life. But what I hadn't expected was that someone had been recording my every move, and now it's evidence to condemn me. But what am I guilty of? I'm addicted to bleach. So what? I haven't hurt anyone, yet here I am, treated like a scourge of society.
Jesus Christ, you should just quit and stop scaring people here.
Amy must be the one who reported me. The more I endured, the more she pushed me, so I stopped caring and lunged at her like a wild animal. The fight only ended when the police arrived and took me away. I felt like a rat in the sewer, shunned and isolated. Obviously, Amy started the whole thing, but she walks free while I'm locked up with no one to care or vouch for me. I wonder, if I were white, would I be humiliated like this? I doubt it. I decided that I would bleach my skin. After a long day in jail, I paid my fines and the store's compensation, and I was released. I used all my meager savings to order a few barrels of bleach to my home. Each bottle was poured into the bathtub, filling it. The air was thick with bleach wrapping around me. Looking at the shimmering yellow-green liquid in the tub, I cried tears of joy. To me, bleach is a miracle elixir. With it, I can change the skin color I despise. I slowly stepped into the tub, and a burning sensation engulfed my entire body. I told myself that if I endured just a bit of pain, I could have a new life. But the pain grew unbearable. I felt my flesh melting. I screamed in agony, emerging from the water. Before me was a tub filled with red. Horrified, I stood up, trying to step out. As soon as my feet touched the floor, an excruciating pain tore through me. Looking in the mirror, I saw my body dripping with blood and fluid, skin melting away. Tears streamed down as I reached for my phone to call for help. But before the ambulance arrived, I blacked out in pain, swallowed by endless darkness.
911. What's your emergency?
The air above the water was different, sharp, filled with 1,000 new scents I had never known before. I had no voice to scream. I couldn't call out. The witch had taken it in exchange for these legs that made every step feel like fire. The pain was searing, as if a knife was splitting me from tail to toe. I saw him approach, a large, grizzled man with eyes hard as stones. His skin was worn from the salt and wind of the sea, and his lips twisted into a cruel smile when he saw me.
Well, what do we have here?
I wanted to speak, to explain that I needed his help. I only had 3 days to find the prince, to kiss him, and seal my fate as a human forever. But I couldn't make a sound. I reached out, pleading with my eyes. He laughed, a low, wicked sound that sent shivers down my spine.
Can't speak, huh? That's fine. I don't need words from a catch like you.
I tried to scramble away, but my legs, my new cursed legs, were weak and unsteady. Before I could escape, his hands were on me. They were rough, tearing at my skin. I wasn't a princess here. I wasn't even a person. I was just another piece of meat in his catch. When he was done, he dragged me ashore, then the town, straight to a market where people bought and sold lives. He handed me over to the highest bidder. I was trapped in this world, with legs that hurt and a voice that was lost. I once dreamed that the human world was beautiful and admirable, but it seems I was mistaken. They took me, bound my wrists, pushed me into dark corners, forced me to carry heavy stones, to work until my body was covered in bruises and welts. Even my legs burned from the brand they seared into my skin, punishing me. They were once a symbol of my dream, had become a curse. They didn't see me for what I was, a lost soul searching for love. They only saw a thing to exploit. Days passed, or maybe it was only hours. Time had become a blur of pain and exhaustion. And then I saw him, my prince. He was there, walking through the market, his golden hair catching the light. I had found him. My salvation was right in front of me. If I could just get to him, if I could kiss him, this nightmare would be over. I stumbled forward, my legs barely holding me. But before I could reach him, hands grabbed me, yanking me back. I was thrown to the ground, beaten for daring to approach royalty. I cried silently, tears mixing with the dirt on my face. They chained me, binding my feet together, and I couldn't even run. My legs, once my dream, had become my prison. Later, when they released me, I found myself staring out at the ocean. The waves called to me, whispering of home, of the freedom I had once known. I wiped away a tear. I had thought being human would make me happy. But it was not as it seemed. I didn't have much time left. The 3rd day was nearly over. Soon I would return to the sea, tail and voice restored. And then he was there. The prince! He approached me, touched my shoulder. His eyes filled with kindness, confusion.
Are you all right?
This was it. The moment I had waited for. The kiss that would make me human forever. I leaned forward, desperate to kiss him, to end this curse. But before our lips could touch, rough hands grabbed me once more. The guards pulled me away, slamming me to the ground.
How dare a slave touch the prince?
They shouted. The blows came fast and hard, my body racked with pain. And then it happened. Before their eyes, I felt the transformation begin. The legs that had caused me so much torment melted away. The delicate scales returned, shimmering in the dull light of the setting sun. They gasped in horror. I was no longer a woman, no longer a slave. I was a creature from the depths, a monster in their eyes.
A human with a fish tails!
Someone cried.
A beast!
Kill it, and the prize is yours.
I couldn't believe I was hearing those words from the person I had been waiting for all this time. The crowd turned on me, their faces twisted with fear and hatred. They descended like wolves, tearing at me, fighting each other to claim a piece of the prize. "Please," I cried, my voice hoarse. I begged, but they didn't hear me, or they ignored me. My body once again at the mercy of those who saw me as nothing more than an object to be used, a curiosity to be destroyed. They beat me, their hatred pouring out with every blow. I felt bones snap, skin tear, but I didn't fight back. I had no strength left. From afar, I saw the prince standing there. He did nothing. And then he smiled as they tore me to piece. And then the darkness swallowed me whole.
All right, ladies, this one's for you. Spring is here, and we all know what that means, diet season. I know that weight loss can be a touchy subject for many of us, but I've got a story to tell that might surprise you. It's a bit unconventional and, well, a little gross. But trust me, it worked like magic for me. A little background on me. I've always struggled with my weight. From elementary school onward, I was always the chubby girl. Not morbidly obese or anything, just constantly carrying around 5 to 10 extra pounds. That may not sound like a lot, but it was enough to make a difference, especially when it came to dating. I was never ugly, per se. In fact, I could clean up well when I wanted to, but that extra weight always seemed to hold me back socially. I loved to party, be around people and have fun, but my body always seemed like a barrier. No matter what I tried, no-carb diets, all-fruit diets, veganism, even some pretty dangerous things like chewing and spitting food or starving myself, I just couldn't lose the weight. It was so frustrating. Fast forward to college. I'm in a biology course and we're doing a unit on parasitism. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Parasites? Gross! But as we're learning about them, I have this light bulb moment. Could parasites, specifically tapeworms, actually help with weight loss? I mean, if they're feeding off your nutrients, wouldn't that help you shed pounds? I started digging around online, reading forums and doing my own research. And well, I found out it wasn't as dangerous as it might sound. From everything I read, it seemed like there were two main complications people ran into. Either they ate more to compensate for what the parasite was taking out and ended up gaining weight, or they left the tapeworm in too long and it ended up exiting in a very unpleasant way, sometimes leading to a hospital trip. But I was determined to find the sweet spot, the right balance where I could lose weight without serious complications. After weeks of research, I had a plan. The trick was to starve the tapeworm out before it grew too large while still maximizing weight loss. I know this sounds crazy, but bear with me. You can't exactly hop on Amazon and buy a tapeworm, so finding one was my first challenge. It took a couple of weeks, but eventually I posted a Craigslist ad and finally got a lead. I had to meet a sketchy guy at a rundown motel to get the tapeworm eggs. Yes, it was creepy, and yes, the guy was a bit of a perv, but I figured it was worth it. I took the eggs right then and there, which felt super weird. Introducing a parasite into your body on purpose? Gross, right? But at that point, I was determined. The first few times didn't take. My body rejected the tapeworms, and I had to meet up with the guy twice more to get reinfected. It wasn't until the third time that it finally worked. I knew it had taken because I had been obsessively checking with tests I stole from my biolab. By that point, we had finished our unit on parasites, so no one noticed the missing supplies. So where does the magic weight loss come in? Well, it doesn't happen right away. It took a few weeks for the tapeworm to settle in and start siphoning off nutrients. And trust me, you will feel nauseous at first. The morning sickness was so bad that I kept a trash can by my bed to throw up in as soon as I woke up. But after a few weeks, the nausea passed. You'll want to start taking vitamins immediately. I also cut way back on calories, probably more than I should have, because I was paranoid about overcompensating and feeding the parasite too much. I figured as long as I was taking multivitamins, I wouldn't get too malnourished. And honestly, it worked. There was a point where I started to lose some hairs, probably because I wasn't taking enough vitamins, but I added more protein powder to my diet, and it seemed to help. I never ended up with any bald spots, so it wasn't too bad. Here's the thing about using a tapeworm for weight loss. It takes time. You won't see immediate results, but after a few months, the weight really does start to melt off. For me, it happened around the 5 or 6 month mark. By then, I had dropped 20 pounds and I was feeling pretty good, but that's when things started to go wrong. The tapeworm had gotten too big and I could feel it. It wasn't just a minor discomfort anymore. It felt like something alive, moving inside me, growing. I knew it was dying though. And when that thing starts to die, it wants out. I skipped class and locked myself in the bathroom. The nausea returned worse than ever and my entire body was shaking. After what felt like hours of excruciating pain, I felt a sudden pressure, and then a gush of fluid. It was like my body had just broken, and the water was everywhere. That's when it happened. The tapeworm, this pale, twisted thing, started to slip out of me. I was horrified. It was larger than I had ever imagined, and I realized just how close I had come to a serious medical emergency. Once it was over, the relief was almost immediate. After the tapeworm was out, I felt lighter, not just physically, but mentally too. The last of the water weight dropped off within a week, and after a couple more months of healthy eating and vitamins, I was finally able to get back to normal life.
Finally, I got to live in the form that I designed and ordered myself, a soft, flexible and healthy body. Even though this body is artificial and this miraculous product is just an experimental version, I am still willing to take the risk. Take a rest, Louis. Lily will definitely take the role of the Swan Queen for you. And also Thomas. Thomas is the person I have secretly admired for over 10 years. We practically grew up together in the practice room, but Thomas is the best. He was chosen by the director for the lead male role, and now he and the director are looking for the lead female role. Last month I got injured during practice, and I lost the chance to share the stage with Thomas. In my most desperate moment, I found the Mimeticore and created a lily for myself. Now, seeing the surprise in Thomas's eyes, I feel a bit excited. Will he recognize me?
Hello, Lily. Please perform your piece.
I repeated every move from memory, every step, every spin flowed smoothly on Lily's feet, as if I had always been Lily. And I really did it. The director chose me for the lead female role. The performance will take place in 2 months. Thomas and I need to practice together a lot to quickly increase our chemistry. I feel that Thomas always keeps his distance and silently observes me. Finally, he asked about my earrings. These are the earrings Thomas gave me when I was Louis, but I never dared to wear them until I became Lily. But in front of Thomas, I could only explain that I bought these earrings myself. I saw a hint of disappointment in Thomas's eyes as he turned away. A bad feeling arose in my heart.
A week of practice quickly passed, and I returned to being Louis. Looking at the face I meticulously designed lying in front of me, I felt overwhelming happiness. Lily is the life I have always dreamed of. I used the excuse of family matters to ask to practice at home for a week. So, Thomas texted to check on me. I was delighted that Thomas seemed to be getting closer to Lily, and at the same time a bit of jealousy began to grow. I recklessly practiced ballet, using the pain to remind myself that Louis is my true identity, my real life, and ballet is the greatest passion of my life. But the more I did that, the more pathetic I felt. I had to accept the truth that I needed Lily.
I returned to the practice room, confidently striding onto the stage. The moves that Louis couldn't do, Lily could easily perform perfectly. Receiving Thomas's recognition made me even more convinced that using the miraculous substance was absolutely right. I wanted to stay in Lily's body forever, or at least until the performance was over. The first time I broke the 7-day rule was when I had to attend the launch party organised by the director. I comforted myself, thinking I just needed to play the role of Lily for a few more hours.
But when I woke up, I had to pay the price for my greed. Looking at my aged legs, I screamed in pain. My dancing career under the name Louis was officially over. I frantically called the supplier, but only received a cold response.
Remember, you are one, respect the balance, and there will be no more incidents.
I fell into a deep crisis. My dream of standing on stage had vanished. But I still have Lily. As long as I have Lily, I still have a chance to be the proud swan soaring on stage.
I decided to break the rule, to have the perfect moment on stage. I was willing to pay the price, even if it was my life. The side effects of the elixir have begun to appear. Despite having injected enough marrow fluid, Lily's body occasionally undergoes self-destruction reactions. I have contacted the elixir supplier, but only received the response that my clone is not highly compatible with the original body, so the effectiveness of the medicine is also reduced. Finally, the performance day has arrived, but before going on stage, my body encountered a problem. I intended to continue injecting spinal fluid, but the reserve has run out. I am not willing to give up. In just a few hours, I will achieve my dream. I must replenish the spinal fluid immediately. Seeing the festering sores on Louis's back, I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. However, I was determined to seize this performance opportunity. I extracted Louis's marrow fluid, but what came out was an unusually dark red colour. Worried, I called the supplier and was told that I had to perform the transfer immediately. Louis's body needed to regenerate the marrow fluid. I couldn't think too much about it. What I needed was a healthy body to complete the performance. I recklessly injected the dark red fluid into myself. Wearing the white dress I had always dreamed of, I confidently stepped onto the biggest stage of my life. The grand performance was a success. Under the stage lights, I became the white swan I had always longed to be. At this moment, I knew I had achieved the perfection I had always sought. I mustered all my courage to confess my feelings to Thomas. But he only gave a sad smile. He told me that the person he loves is Louis, and that the initial reason he noticed me was because I resembled Louis so much. My heart felt like it was being pierced. In that moment, I felt as if the whole world was mocking me. The self-destruction reaction appeared again, and I had to return, deciding to swap with Louis once more.
When I woke up in Louis's body, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped me. Now my dream of standing on stage had been achieved. I had also heard the confession from the person I had always secretly loved. I thought I had nothing left to regret. I was ready to accept myself, no matter how flawed this body might be. I saw Lily's body begin to disintegrate, pieces of flesh falling away just like my dream of another life gradually fading. I restarted the phone I hadn't dared to use for a long time. As soon as it turned on, a series of messages from Thomas popped up, shocking me. It turned out he missed me just as much. I urgently wanted to hear Thomas's voice. Thomas immediately answered the phone, and I could feel the joy in his voice. Each word of concern made my heart race.
Lewis, I like you, no matter what form you take.
Me too. The words of agreement had not yet been spoken when a disgusting, slimy substance from Lily's body came to attack me. I felt that slime trying to engulf me. In my head, I heard the devils whisper,
"You are one."
Lewis? Lewis? Are you okay? Lewis?
I've always hated the way I looked. My crooked nose, uneven skin, weak jawline. Nothing ever seemed right. No amount of working out or dieting could fix my flaws. It wasn't just me either, the world agreed. Beauty is born, not made, they said, and I began to believe it. I started to resent my body, my face, everything about me that didn't match what was perfect. Then came Bieber, the doll. It was everywhere, plastered on billboards, filling up social media feeds. The perfect figure, smooth skin, the proportions of a goddess. People didn't just admire Bieber, they worshipped it. Even celebrities, already attractive, began going under the knife to look more like it. It became the beauty standard. And me? I wanted it too. I wanted to be admired, desired, perfect. That night, I was just a volunteer at one of those exclusive, high society parties, serving drinks to the rich and beautiful, the people who were already living the perfect life I longed for. Dr. Valois was the guest of honor. Everyone knew who he was, the man behind the Bieber doll and the revolutionary surgeries that promised no pain, only perfection. His speech that evening was mesmerizing. He talked about creating a flawless world, a world where beauty reigned, where everyone could look as perfect as Bieber. Beauty is made, not born. His words sank deep into my bones. I could be perfect too. I could be a part of that world. Then came the raffle. I never gamble. Luck had never been kind to me. But something pushed me to join this time. My heart raced as I dropped my number into the box. I wasn't expecting to win. It was just a small, desperate hope, a dream. And then against all odds, my number was called. I didn't win the grand prize, but third prize was more than enough. I could choose one feature to fix, one part of me to be perfected. Dr. Valois smiled at me.
So tell me, what do you want to change?
Without hesitation, I said, my nose. It was the most obvious flaw, the center of my face. I thought if I fixed that, maybe everything else would look better too. The hospital was like a different world. Everyone there looked like they had stepped out of a dream. Smooth, flawless faces, perfectly proportioned bodies, like real-life versions of the Bieber doll. The surgery was quick, painless, just like they promised. When I removed the bandages and saw my new reflection, I couldn't believe it. My nose was perfect. I looked handsome. I had never felt that before. The compliments came fast. People noticed me. They wanted to talk to me. Photographers, casting agents. They all said I looked like a movie star. They started calling me Human Doll Kang. And for once, I wasn't ashamed of my face. I was one of them, the beautiful people. But it didn't last. The more attention I got, the more I craved. It wasn't enough to just have a nice nose. If I wanted to stay in this world, I had to keep going. I had to become even more perfect. I drained my savings into more procedures. Muscle implants, jaw sculpting, leg lengthening. Why bother working out when a quick injection could give you a body like a Greek god? Every surgery brought me closer to that doll-like perfection. But every surgery also made me want more. My skin wasn't smooth enough. My face wasn't flawless enough. I needed my skin to be tight, shiny, like the porcelain dolls I saw everywhere. So I went back to Dr. Valois. I begged him to do more. At first, he refused.
You were pushing too far. That perfection had its limits.
But I wouldn't listen. I demanded Botox more than ever before. I wanted my skin to be absolutely perfect. And eventually, he gave in. That was my mistake. The moment I woke up from the last surgery, I knew something was wrong. My face felt tight, like it was being stretched over a frame too small for it. The skin was too smooth, too unnatural. I ran to the mirror and nearly vomited at what I saw. My face was swollen beyond recognition. The symmetry that once made me handsome had turned monstrous. My features were bloated, distorted. The skin around my eyes was so tight. I could barely blink. My cheeks were lumpy, my lips grotesquely swollen. I wasn't a doll. I was a freak. I panicked. I begged Dr. Valois to fix it, but he refused. He said there was nothing more he could do, that my body had reached its limit. But I didn't care. I snuck into the clinic one night, stole syringes, Botox, anything I could get my hands on. I injected my face over and over, desperate to smooth out the bumps, to stretch my skin into something beautiful again. And then, it ripped. I kept injecting, kept trying to force my face into something it could never be. The skin on my cheeks split open, blood pouring down in thick streams. My lips burst, swollen flesh tearing apart like overfilled balloons. My eyes, God, my eyes. The pressure made them bulge so much I thought they'd pop out of my skull. I collapsed on the floor, blinded by blood and pain, gasping for breath. That's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Dr. Valois.
You've ruined it,
he whispered, his voice cold, detached.
You were so close, but now look at you.
I tried to speak, but my lips wouldn't move. Blood filled my mouth, choking me.
The world I'm creating is for the perfect. There's no room for the ugly.
And then, with one swift motion, he plunged the syringe into my neck, sending me collapsing to the floor. The last thing I saw before my vision faded was his smile. Perfect. Flawless. Inhuman. I had chased perfection. And in the end, it destroyed me.
It began like any other morning. I laced up my running shoes and took my usual route through the forest. The crisp air, the sound of leaves crunching beneath my feet. This was my sanctuary. Until today, I nearly stepped on it. A toad sitting eerily still in the middle of the path. I stopped just in time, crouching to get a closer look. Its back was studded with strange golden orbs. At first, I thought they were boils, swollen and ready to burst. Injury, perhaps? But no, the orbs seemed too deliberate, too alive. As I leaned in, the orbs began to sink, like marbles disappearing into the toad's flesh. The holes, deep, dark, and unnervingly round, began to expand. And then, from those grotesque pits, something emerged. I watched in horror as the sacks began to split, revealing grotesque limbs that unfurled with unnatural speed. Tadpoles? No, something worse, birthed directly from the toad's flesh. One of the creatures, slimy and malformed, launched itself onto my arm. I screamed, swatting at the tiny monster, but more of them sprang forth, latching onto my face, my neck. Their tiny, clawed limbs clung desperately to my skin. I could feel the cold, wet slime spreading as I tried to shake them off, but their grip was unyielding. My breaths came in panicked gasps as I clawed at my own skin. Finally, I managed to dislodge them, flinging their writhing bodies into the underbrush. Gasping and trembling, I stumbled home, my arms slick with their mucus. Red welts began to bloom across my skin. In the bathroom, I scrubbed myself raw. The hot water only intensified the burning sensation. I poured soap over every inch of my body, determined to erase the feeling of those things crawling on me. But no matter how much I scrubbed, the sensation lingered. My mind wouldn't stop replaying the scene. Those holes, those sacks, the vile creatures emerging from the depths. When I glanced at the bathroom sink, its drain, a simple circular opening, seemed to pulse. The tiles on the floor with their neat round patterns became a maze of voids. Every pore on my body seemed magnified. Even the tiny pores on my own skin seemed to gape at me, like miniature mouths ready to spew more horrors. I couldn't escape the imagery. Exhausted and desperate, I crawled into bed. I needed sleep, a reprieve from the madness clawing at my sanity. I forced myself to close my eyes and let the world fade away. But when I opened them again, it was there. I bolted upright, heart pounding, but the toad remained, unfazed by my panic. The toad stared at me with its unblinking eyes. Its presence was oppressive, its weight suffocating. My hands. It was my hands that made me freeze. They were slick, their skin darker, shinier. The dim light in my room distorted everything, but even in the shadows, I could see the unnatural sheen. "What did you do to me?" I shouted, my voice breaking. The toad spoke. Its voice was guttural, low, reverberating in my skull.
"I kissed you. You are my mate now. You have to give birth for me."
I scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping in my haste. The mirror on the wall caught my eye, and I turned toward it. What I saw brought bile to my throat. My reflection was no longer human. My skin, now a sickly green-brown, was covered in a slick, mucus-like film. My hands were grotesquely webbed, my eyes bulging slightly from my skull. But worst of all was my back. Through the reflection, I saw golden orbs, the same orbs that adorned the toad, sprouting from my flesh. They pulsed, they quivered. Then, with a sickening pop, the orbs burst open, revealing the same deep holes. My body spasmed as tiny creatures, part human, part toad, began to emerge. Their grotesque forms wriggled free, flopping onto the floor. They called me mother. Dozens of them, no, hundreds, crawled out of me, each more hideous than the last. Their voices, a cacophony of screeches and croaks, filled the room. They climbed onto the bed, the walls, and eventually onto me. Their touch burned, their tiny claws sinking into my flesh. I couldn't scream. My throat was raw, my body overwhelmed. They swarmed me, their weight pressing me down. And as they chanted their grotesque refrain, I felt myself sinking, consumed by their slimy, writhing bodies. Darkness swallowed me. I woke to the sterile hum of fluorescent lights. My skin was raw, covered in red, itchy welts. A doctor stood over me, clipboard in hand.
"You've had an allergic reaction,"
he explained, his tone clinical.
Probably from contact with a toad. You're lucky it wasn't worse.
Relief flooded through me. It was just a reaction, a nightmare fueled by fever and paranoia. But as I sat up, something caught my eye. Tiny round holes had begun to form on my arm, and for a moment, I swore I heard a faint croak.
I woke up on a bench, cold and disoriented, the park lights casting eerie shadows around me. My body ached, as if I had been there for days. My clothes were crumpled and dirty. But I couldn't remember how I ended up like this. It felt like I had just fallen out of life. No job, no place to live, no friends left. I wandered aimlessly for what felt like hours before I found it. A small, unassuming building nestled between two larger apartment complexes. A simple sign in the window caught my attention. Room available, cheap rent. With nowhere else to go, I knocked on the door. Clara answered, her face pale under the dim hallway light. Her eyes lingered on me for a second too long before she said,
"You remind me of someone I used to know."
She said, her voice smooth, almost melodic.
"Anyway, come in. I've been looking for a new roommate."
I should have been cautious, but desperation overruled any instincts I had. The apartment was clean, almost unnervingly so. Minimalist. Just a few paintings on the walls, some simple furniture. It felt sterile. Yet, after weeks of feeling like I was spiraling, it was a refuge.
"Rent's cheap,
Clara said, her eyes never leaving mine.
but there are some rules."
I didn't care. I nodded, signed the lease, and moved in the next day. The second day, I found a list of rules taped to the fridge. No guests after 1 a.m. Never go into Clara's room. Do not move or touch any of the paintings. The rules seemed odd, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Clara was quirky. Sure, but she was kind enough. She laughed easily, made dinner for us sometimes, and the place was quiet, peaceful, but there was something off, an undercurrent of tension that I couldn't shake. Strange things started happening. One night I left a dish on the kitchen counter, and the next morning I found it tossed on my bed.
"Must have been the wind,"
Clara joked, but a smile didn't reach her eyes. Then a friend came over for tea. Within hours, he was violently ill, writhing on the floor of his own apartment. Clara shrugged it off, claiming it was just bad luck. But something gnawed at me, a growing suspicion that this wasn't coincidence. I decided to fight back in my own way. I invited a few friends over for a small gathering, ignoring her rule about guests after 1 a.m. Clara didn't say a word, just sat in the corner watching. By the end of the night, all my friends were convinced I was the problem, subtly manipulated by Clara's charm. They left, never speaking to me again. I became more isolated. I bought 2 birds to fill the silence. Julia and Clarice. Clara didn't seem to like them. Her eyes darkened every time she passed their cage. And then one day, I found the cage open. Blood and feathers were splattered on the floor. The birds gone. I snapped. I waited until Clara left the apartment one afternoon before I did the one thing I was explicitly told not to do. I entered her room. The air inside was thick, suffocating, Candles sat half-melted on the floor, surrounding books written in languages I couldn't read. And then I saw them. Drawings, dozens of them, pinned up across the walls. All of me. In each drawing, my eyes were charred black, my mouth filled with writhing insects, my body distorted in grotesque ways. My hands trembled as I stared at the images. What kind of sick game was she playing? The door creaked behind me. I turned to see Clara standing there, a smile slowly creeping across her face.
I told you not to go in,
She said softly, her tone gentle, but her eyes burning with something I couldn't place. We argued. I screamed at her, grabbed a lamp from the table and hurled it towards her head, but she didn't flinch. The lamp shattered against the wall. And I ran to the front door, desperate to escape. But it wouldn't open. No matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't budge. It was like the apartment itself was keeping me trapped. Clara stepped closer.
You still don't remember, do you?
She whispered, her breath hot against my skin.
You've been dead for months, Julius. I killed you, and every day you come back trying to escape this place. But you can't. You're stuck in this loop forever.
Her words hit me like a freight train. Dead? No. I couldn't be. I backed away, my mind racing. Images began to flood my thoughts. The argument, the feeling of something piercing my chest, the cold darkness swallowing me whole. I was dead. Clara sighed, a look of weariness crossing her face.
I don't know why you keep coming back, but you do, every time.
Suddenly, pain exploded in the back of my head. The room spun as I collapsed to the floor, my vision dimming. In the final moments, I saw Clara standing over me, the broken lamp in her hand, blood dripping from it. My blood. She knelt down, her face inches from mine.
You should have stayed out of my room.
I had been searching for her for what felt like a lifetime. Snow White, the princess of the neighboring kingdom. Stories of her beauty spread like wildfire through the lands. But it wasn't until a diplomatic visit to her castle that I saw her for the first time. It was fleeting, just a moment in passing. But in that instant, my heart belonged to her. She was unlike anyone I had ever seen, a vision of purity and grace. I returned to her kingdom soon after, but the Snow White I had seen was no longer at the castle. I heard whispers from the servants, rumors of an evil queen and a terrible curse. They said Snow White had fallen under the spell of the queen's dark magic and had disappeared, her fate uncertain. Dead or alive, no one knew for sure. I had to find her. The thought of her suffering, or worse, gone forever, haunted my every waking moment. It was all I could think about. So I ventured into the deep forest, where I heard she was lying in a strange, enchanted sleep, guarded by the 7 dwarfs who once sheltered her. When I arrived at the clearing, my heart raced. There she was, Inside a glass coffin, her body untouched by time or decay, Snow White lay as if merely sleeping, her beauty preserved, unblemished by death. Her skin was still as pale as snow, her lips red like blood, and her hair black as ebony. She was perfect. My heart swelled with purpose. The dwarfs told me that only the kiss of true love could break the curse. I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on me. I knelt beside her and lowered my lips to hers, pressing them against the cold softness of her mouth. But the kiss felt wrong. Her lips were as cold as ice, like kissing the surface of a frozen lake. Still, I refused to believe anything could be wrong. This was a fairy tale. I was her prince. My kiss would wake her, and we would live happily ever after. The dwarfs watched in silence, and I waited. But nothing happened. No flutter of eyelashes, no breath of life. She remained still. I couldn't accept it. I was meant to save her. So I took her from the glass coffin, carried her fragile body back to my kingdom, and declared her my bride. No one dared object, though many whispered behind closed doors that something was deeply wrong. They didn't understand. They couldn't feel what I felt. I loved her. She was my Snow White, and nothing would change that. At the palace, I dressed her in the finest gowns, sat her by my side at the grand dining table, and arranged her hair each morning. Her lips, which I painted a deep red, stood out against the paleness of her skin. I made sure she looked as beautiful as ever. But she never moved. She never spoke. Her glassy eyes stared at me, unblinking, unseeing. At night, I would hold her cold body close, whispering to her about the life we would build once the curse finally broke. But as the days passed, I began to feel something strange. A weakness in my body, a sickness creeping under my skin. At first, it was just fatigue, but soon sores began to appear, red, festering wounds. And I wasn't the only one. The servants grew sick too, their skin cracking and bleeding. The palace became a house of rot. Whispers spread through the kingdom. People began to say that Snow White was cursed, that her lifeless body was spreading the plague. They wanted her gone. They feared her, called her a harbinger of disease, and demanded that she be destroyed. But I couldn't let them take her from me. She was my princess, my bride, and I loved her more than anything. Yet, as my body weakened and the sores multiplied, I could no longer stand against the growing mob. One night, they stormed the palace, dragging Snow White's lifeless body from her bed. I screamed at them to stop, but my voice was weak, barely more than a rasp. They took her deep into the forest and built a pyre. I couldn't let my Snow White suffer like that. I pushed myself from the bed, ignoring the pain tearing through my limbs, and ran after them, the world spinning around me. By the time I reached the clearing, flames were already licking at the edges of her gown. The heat was unbearable, but I couldn't stop myself. I rushed into the fire, ignoring the screams of the villagers. Snow White lay in the center of the inferno, her face still calm and beautiful despite the flames consuming her. I reached for her, pulling her into my arms, but as I held her, her body began to disintegrate. Her perfect skin crumbled into ash beneath my fingers, her beautiful face turning to dust. The harder I clutched her, the more she fell apart, until all that was left of my Snow White was a pile of grey, lifeless ash. In the end, all I could do was hold on to the ashes of my beloved, even as the flames consumed me.
has been a day since I couldn't contact John. I smirked to myself. After everything I had done, I still couldn't keep him.
Hey, Anna.
Suddenly, John's gentle voice rang out, startling me as I looked over. John appeared before me with a gentle smile. His smile made my heart race. But outwardly, I still calmly looked at John, like neighbors with meaningless small talk. Suddenly, he told me that this time he only came back to pack his things before moving back to his hometown to marry the girl his parents had chosen for him. I couldn't hear anything John said after that, nor did I know when he left. Does this mean I have no chance left?
Hello, dear Anna. It's been a long time.
Which?
That voodoo doll of yours, I can make it stronger for you.
Of course, I will do anything to have John back. Even if it means doing something crazy, like using a voodoo doll. The person who called himself the witch contacted me a few months ago. He gave me a voodoo doll and instructed me on how to use it to attract John's energy. And the doll really worked. John gradually became more proactive with me, but that still wasn't enough to keep him by my side forever. This time, to increase the power of the voodoo doll, the witch suggested that I use my own blood to nourish the voodoo. Make John cancel the engagement immediately. I could feel the doll actively sucking my blood like a real living creature. That made me a bit uneasy. But when John texted me that there was a problem with the wedding arrangements, the joy made me ignore all the warnings in my heart and truly believe in the power of the doll. As such, I became more and more dependent on the voodoo doll. I nurtured the doll more enthusiastically, feeding it more blood. And in return, the doll made John and me closer, to the point where I was ready to confess to John and believe that he couldn't refuse. But sometimes I wonder if my happiness is right, if it can last long. The wounds on my fingertips won't heal. My hair is falling out uncontrollably. My body is emaciated. All signs are warning me that my body is not okay at all. But I am so close to my goal. I can't give up so easily. The power of love will support my body. I believe so. As long as I have John, I am willing to give up everything. And I am determined. Tonight, I will confess to John. John will be mine forever.
I'm sorry, but I only see you as a sister.
This can't be happening. The doll was clearly working so well. No, you can't leave! My mind went blank, with only one voice echoing in my head. Don't let John go. And the doll was the only thing I could think of. I saw John clutch his chest, crying out in pain as if something had really stabbed him. Then John collapsed right in front of me. I snapped back to reality. I never thought the doll could actually affect John's body. Trembling, I slowly reached out to check John's breath.
Don't worry, he's not dead.
The familiar voice suddenly appeared like a lifeline to me. Yes, I didn't do anything wrong. John is still okay. With the witch here, he will help me and John be together forever. The witch placed John and me in position and began the ritual. Up until now, John still hasn't woken up, which makes me a bit worried. But when the witch swung the antique clock in front of my eyes, I felt my body become light, my soul unusually peaceful, as if I had entered another world. Is John proposing to me? Overflowing with happiness, I felt like everything was finally mine. Suddenly, John's face twisted, his body covered in blood, his eyes filled with hatred as if he was seeking revenge. I screamed in fear and the space around me began to collapse. I sighed in relief, realizing it was just a nightmare. The scene before me changed once again. I saw John driving alone in the forest. Suddenly, he screamed in pain and pulled his legs up onto the driver's seat. A sense of danger struck my mind, my eyes glued to John's car as it lost control. Helpless, I closed my eyes in fear. Then a terrible crash sounded. I opened my eyes. I found myself standing next to a crashed car, and inside, John was lying motionless. A horrifying truth flooded my mind. John was dead, and I was the one who killed him. I screamed in agony, but the witch's mocking laughter echoed all around. Well done, Anna. Your weakened body and shattered soul make you the perfect puppet for me. You can rest now. I will continue living your life.
Ivy, are you home yet?
Tonight was supposed to be a great night for Mike and me, until I downloaded Phantom Tag, a photo app that can automatically tag people present in the pictures. That app is trying to destroy my mind by tagging Addie, my friend who died exactly a year ago. Addie was my best friend, and a year ago she was brutally murdered by a killer. The perpetrator was meticulous, and all the evidence at the scene was washed away by the heavy rain that night. My Addie died unjustly like that. I feel deep sympathy for Addie, but having to passively accept her presence in this way terrifies me. I want to delete this damn app right away, but I can't delete it. I should have realized it from the very name and icon of this app, Phantom Tag, that it was strange, like a curse haunting me. But the moment I heard that name from Mike's mouth, I couldn't say no to him. Today is Mike's birthday, and also the 1 year since Addie passed away. We met again, quietly sipped wine, and reminisced about the beautiful memories we shared with Addie. I wanted to take a photo with Mike as a keepsake, but my phone notified me that my iCloud storage was full, which made me feel so embarrassed. Mike, however, teased me playfully and even suggested that I download Phantom Tag to take pictures. Mike gave me an awkward smile, but his eyes seemed to drift off somewhere far away, or maybe toward Addie, whose name has been deeply rooted in his heart. I tried to ignore the uncomfortable feeling inside me. Right at that moment, my phone rang with a notification that the app had finished installing. I quickly raised my phone to take a picture, trying to lift the mood for both of us. And when I opened that cursed app, my nightmare officially began. Addie's name suddenly appeared right in front of me in the very first photo I took with Phantom Tag. Cold sweat poured down my body like a shower as I gripped my phone tightly, fearfully looking around. Only when Mike called my name did I calm down. Judging by his reaction, it seemed like he didn't notice anything strange in the app. Mike took my phone and continued taking pictures. Addie's name didn't appear again. We ended up with a very cute photo together. I reassured myself that it must have been a glitch in the app, or maybe we had mentioned Addie too much today, causing me to become paranoid. I consoled myself, said goodbye to Mike, and went back home. But I made a mistake. This app is truly turning my life upside down. Just then, Mike called, and my heart was soothed by his warm voice and sincere concern. I hung up the phone and calmed down. Addie has been dead for a year, and I've lived peacefully for the entire year. I am the one who has won in the end. After that night, strange events continued to happen. Phantom kept tagging Addie in all of my photos. I tried to ignore the possible presence of Addie, but the places where Addie was tagged became increasingly bizarre. Things got worse when I took a picture in my backyard. In the frame, there was a girl lying on top of my flowers, which made me frown in annoyance. But when I looked at the captured photo, my small soul felt crushed. In the picture, I saw Addie lying under the tree with 17 stab wounds on her body. The wounds were identical to the night she was murdered. I couldn't bear it. Addie's face appeared on the screen. Her pitch-black teeth seemed ready to devour me. I screamed in terror, threw my phone, and ran away. I ran into the bathroom and locked the door tightly. But when I looked down, I saw Addie's feet right in front of the door. Addie pounded on the door, and from her feet, a grotesque black liquid began to ooze, spreading towards mine. Panicked, I backed away from the door and that filthy liquid. Suddenly, the door became quiet. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was all over. But when I raised my hand to wipe the sweat from my face, I was horrified to find my hand covered in the same pitch-black liquid that was leaking from Addie's feet. I quickly turned to look in the mirror. Staring back at me was my haggard, terrified face, and on my body were 17 strange black marks. The black liquid was spreading from those marks, soaking through the shirt I was wearing. Frenzied, I tore off my shirt, and then I realized these scars. They were Addie's wounds. On my body, there were 17 stab wounds identical to what had happened to her. In a panic, I smashed the mirror. Glass shards scattered all over the floor, some cutting across my face. But when I looked down, I saw Addie. She was crawling on the ceiling, her head twisted backward, her black, hollow eyes staring straight at me, and her mouth stretched into a maniacal grin as she lunged at me. I screamed, but it was too late. She pounced, pinning me to the floor, holding me down. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed me, and the blurry memories I had always tried to bury slowly came into sharp focus. I heard Addie's cries, the sound of furniture breaking, the chaotic mix of violent noises. Addie weakly called for help. But strangely, I felt my heart in my chest grow cold, without a shred of sympathy. I stood there indifferently, observing everything around me. Tonight, this alley, this weather, it was the perfect place to commit a crime. Addie was as good as dead. The screams of pain, hatred, then helplessness. Eventually, all that remained were soft hissing sounds escaping through Addie's clenched teeth. She was probably praying for the gods to take her away quickly. The lightning struck at a very unfortunate moment. Addie saw the face of her killer, and it was me. Addie is coming for my life. Addie wants revenge. Addie knows everything about me now. No, I refuse to accept this. I can't lose to a ghost. But my throat has gone numb, unable to make a sound. The endless darkness slowly envelops me. I am Clara, as you may know, and currently I work as a TikTok streamer. I started gaining fame on social media platforms thanks to my cosplay videos wearing furry costumes, also known as fursuits. It may seem a bit strange, but the characters I cosplay have a surprisingly loyal and steady fan base. Thanks to the donations they send me during my live streams, I'm able to maintain a pretty comfortable and stable life. However, to be honest, I don't really enjoy this job that much. The simple reason is that I'm actually allergic to these furry materials. But once the camera is on, I transform into a genuine persona, the idol of the furry-loving community. After an exhausting live stream, I quickly took off my fursuit and rushed into the bathroom. In the mirror, my body was covered in red rashes, a common reaction to my allergy. I scrubbed my skin vigorously to make sure there weren't any stray hairs stuck on me. After an hour of washing up, I finally felt clean, relaxing on my bed. I started reviewing the donations I'd received. Looking at the top fan list, I was surprised to see one account had donated up to 1,800 coins. Curious, I clicked on the profile and saw that it was a new account that only followed me. While I was still processing this, the account sent me a message. I opened it, trying to appear friendly in my response. We chatted for a bit. Then the account sent me a photo that left me horrified. I could clearly see my home address on a package in the photo. How could he know where I live? I was about to ask when he transferred me an additional $1,000. He said he wanted me to accept this special gift as a simple way to show his admiration for me. I convinced myself to believe his explanation and quickly ended the conversation. The next morning, I found the package sitting outside my front door. I cautiously looked around, but there was no one suspicious in sight. I hurriedly brought the package inside. As soon as I opened the box, a sharp smell of leather hit my nose. Inside was an animal costume made from real Arctic fox fur. A chilling feeling washed over me, making me feel nauseous. I wanted to throw this thing out of my house immediately. Right at that moment, my phone rang. It was that strange account again. I had only just brought the package inside for less than 5 minutes. How could he possibly know? I was sure I was being watched. He sent another message, demanding that I wear the fursuit and go lives that very night. The casual tone of his command made me feel even more uneasy, until I could figure out the identity of the mysterious account owner. I was forced to follow every command he gave, watching each velvety hair move gently in unison, a few strands shedding and drifting in the air. I felt like those hairs would somehow find their way into my lungs and suffocate me. Or perhaps they would pierce my skin through the pores. Horrifying images flashed through my mind, but I clenched my teeth and forced myself to put on the costume. The live stream began, and that demonic account appeared first, as if it had been waiting for me for a long time. The overwhelming smell of leather inside the suit made me feel like I was going to pass out. When the live stream ended, I quickly took off the suit to check my body, but the sight before me filled me with horror. The protective layer I wore underneath seemed corroded, torn, with patches of skin exposed and covered in red rashes. I was certain there was something wrong with this fursuit, or maybe it was infested with some bizarre insect like lice. Panicked, I rushed into the bathroom, desperately trying to scrub every last bit of fur off my body. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep, feeling an unbearable itch crawling all over me. The next morning, the red rashes on my skin hadn't subsided. Instead, they had worsened, turning into frightening blisters. I quickly looked for my allergy medicine, only to realize I had already used it all up last night. And then came that damn Love Clara account again. He asked if I had been itching all night. I was sure he knew about my allergy to fur. I was furious and desperate to uncover his identity. Just then, he sent me a video clip, a part of my past I wanted to bury forever. The clip that went viral in the furry community was, in fact, the very same one filmed and uploaded by the bullies from my high school days as a twisted trophy. They mocked my chubby figure and large chest, thrilled to capture my allergic reaction to fur on camera. They took my suffering as their entertainment. It's ironic, but those very clips made me famous. I dropped out trying to escape that school and started streaming to make a living. Now those bullies have come back, trying to ruin my life all over again. The bully demanded that I wear the fox suit and go outside. Fearing he might publicly expose something even more humiliating, I reluctantly obeyed. I walked, keeping an eye on my surroundings, trying to rush to the pharmacy as quickly as possible. After finally buying allergy medication, all I wanted was to get home, wash up, and get rid of the itching all over my body. But just then, a crowd surrounded me. Cameras pointed at me from all directions, scaring me as people's faces lit up with excitement. each one shouting my name, claiming to be a fan, asking me to perform for them. I wanted to run, but I knew this had to be part of the bully's plan, and he was probably hiding somewhere within the crowd. So, I had no choice but to stay and start dancing as they requested. I could feel the blisters on my body bursting one by one. The itchiness faded, replaced by a burning, stinging pain. I stood there dancing endlessly like a soulless puppet, feeling no pain, no exhaustion, because in front of me were my genuine fans. Without their love, I had nothing left. I danced until my body could no longer stand, and the shadows closed in around me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. I tried to take off the fur suit, but I couldn't. The costume had fused with my raw, damaged skin. Each strand of fur seemed to be growing directly from my flesh. I had become a real furry.
I've always known my girlfriend Caitlin wears too much makeup. I'm not talking about a bit of mascara and some lipstick. No, Caitlin layers on foundation, concealer, and God knows what else until her face looks like a porcelain mask. It's not just her face, either. Her neck and chest are also meticulously coated, making her look almost like a painted doll. But here's the thing. I've never seen her without it. We've been dating for almost a year, and I'm crazy about her. She's smart, funny, and beautiful. At least I think she is, under all that makeup. But her obsession with never being seen without it has started to strain our relationship. She avoids any activity that might smudge her makeup, which includes not just swimming or running, but even simple things like getting caught in the rain, touching her face, or kissing for more than a few seconds. It's like she's always hiding something. One night, I decided enough was enough. We were staying at my parents' house, and I had stayed up late to finish some work. After a few beers, I made up my mind. I was going to see Caitlin without her makeup. I had to know what she was hiding. I sneaked into my mum's bathroom and grabbed some cleanser and cotton pads. My heart pounded as I crept back to the bedroom where Caitlin was sleeping. Her makeup had left orange stains on the white sheets. I perched on the edge of the bed and lightly dabbed a cotton pad on her cheek. Nothing happened. I wiped harder. Still nothing. The makeup came off on the pad, but her face looked exactly the same. I took another pad and continued, wiping the same spot over and over. Then I saw it, a patch of redness under the layers. It looked like raw flesh. No skin, just muscle and tissue. Panic surged through me. What the hell was I looking at? Suddenly, Caitlin shifted and her eyes snapped open, wide with panic.
Tom! What are you doing?
She demanded, sitting up and cupping her face. She felt the bare patch I'd uncovered and screamed.
What have you done?
She bolted out of bed and ran to the mirror, staring at the damage in horror. Then she turned to me, eyes wild.
You didn't touch it, did you?
Touch what? I stammered, utterly confused.
That!
She shouted, pointing to the exposed flesh on her cheek. I don't know, I stuttered. Why? But she wasn't listening. She tore out of the room and disappeared down the hallway. I sat there, stunned, until she came back, clutching a kitchen knife. Whoa, whoa, I yelled. What are you doing with that?
Shut up!
She snapped.
Which hand did you use?
I pointed to my right hand, too shocked to do anything else.
How long ago?
Maybe 10 minutes? I squeaked. Her eyes widened in terror.
It's too late! Your whole arm must go!
I scrambled off the bed, backing away. You can't cut off my arm,
I have
she insisted.
to, or the infection will spread!
Jesus Christ! What infection? Caitlin, what are you talking about?
Tom, please! It has to be done now!
I wasn't about to let her amputate my arm. I fled the room, slamming the door behind me and locking it. She pounded on the door, screaming to be let out, but I ignored her. My parents, woken by the commotion, came out of their bedroom, but I told them we'd had an argument and they went back to bed. I spent the night on the couch, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had happened. Why did Caitlin react that way? What was wrong with her skin? In the morning, I cautiously went back upstairs. I unlocked the bedroom door, armed with a knife just in case. But when I opened it, Caitlin was sitting on the edge of the bed, facing the wall. She had reapplied her makeup, and her face was once again a flawless mask. Caitlin, I ventured. She didn't respond at first. Then she turned to me, eyes cold and distant.
I don't think this is going to work out, Tom.
What? Why? I asked, my heart sinking.
You're not trustworthy,
she replied.
You knew I didn't want you to see me without makeup, and you did it anyway.
I just wanted to help you, I protested. I didn't know about whatever this is. She shook her head.
It doesn't matter. It's over.
I was stunned. But Caitlin, I love you. She gave me an eerily smile.
Yeah, well, looks like it's your problem now, too.
She handed me a bottle of foundation.
You'll need this,
she said, and then she was gone. I stared at the bottle in disbelief. What was I supposed to do with it? I tossed it in the trash and went downstairs. My mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. In the kitchen, my mum was making breakfast. As soon as she saw me, she gasped and dropped a plate. Tom, what happened to your face? I ran to the mirror in the hallway. My reflection stared back at me, horrified. A patch of my skin was missing, replaced by raw red flesh, the same as Caitlin's. I touched the spot, my fingers trembling. It was spreading, and at that moment, I understood. Caitlin's secret was now mine to bear. The infection, whatever it was, had passed to me. I was becoming like Caitlin, and there was nothing I could do to stop it.
It all started with a story. I was sitting in the back of the classroom, my legs stretched out under the desk, smirking as the new teacher, Ms. Evelyn, told us about Pinocchio. She had a haunting way of speaking, her voice soft but piercing, as if it could slice through your lies and expose every hidden truth.
Lies,
she said.
Don't just twist the world around you. They twist you. They reshape you into something you don't recognize.
I rolled my eyes. Cool story, miss, but we're not 5 anymore. The class chuckled, and I basked in the attention. I was Beano, the untouchable. My dad's money kept me safe no matter what I did. That afternoon, Jim became my target again. Skinny, quiet, and always an easy pick. Hey, Jimmy boy, I called, snatching the milk carton from his hands. Before he could react, I dumped it over his head.
Stop, please!
Jim's voice cracked as he wiped milk from his face. But mercy wasn't my style. As he tried to escape, I loaded my slingshot with a small stone. But Jim turned at the last second. For a second, I just stood there, the slingshot slack in my hand. Then the fear kicked in. My heart pounded, but I did what I always did. I walked away. Let someone else find him. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of Jim falling replayed in my mind. When I finally drifted off, I woke up to a strange stiffness in my legs. I threw back the covers and gasped. My left leg was straight, rigid, and unnaturally smooth. Running my hand over it, I realized with growing horror it felt like polished wood. "This isn't real," I muttered. Pulling on a pair of jeans, I forced myself to act normal. All the attention that morning was on Jim. Whispers circulated about how he'd been found unconscious, hospitalized with no sign of waking up. My stomach twisted. Surely that couldn't be my fault, could it? Then the police showed up. They questioned everyone going down the line of students. My stomach churned as they got closer.
Bino,
One officer said, his pen poised.
where were you after school yesterday?
I swallowed hard. The truth clawed at my throat, but I couldn't admit it. Not when my dad's reputation, my safety, everything was on the line. I went straight home, I lied. Pain shot up to my shoulder as I looked down. My fingers were locking into place, the skin taking on the same unnatural wooden texture as my leg. I clutched my arm, hiding it behind my back. "That's all I know." The officer nodded and moved on, but the damage was done. I darted behind the school building, my breath ragged. I checked my hand. It was wooden, my fingers stiff, immobile. A voice behind me made me jump.
Bino, are you all right?
I turned to see Miss Evelyn. Her gaze was sharp, too knowing. She asked if I knew anything about Jim's injury. I shook my head, denying it again. But with every word, I felt my body stiffen further, my chest constricting like it was encased in a wooden cage. Miss Evelyn's eyes bore into me, and she said softly,
Bino, lying won't save you. I can't help if you don't tell the truth.
At home, my dad was waiting, his usual stern expression fixed on me.
"Sit down,"
he ordered. I obeyed, my legs creaking like ancient floorboards.
"What happened at school today?"
I hesitated. The room seemed to close in around me. "Nothing, Dad. Just a normal day." The wooden transformation surged. My hands froze mid-air. My face stiffened as my nose began to stretch outward. "Enough!" I blurted, tears spilling. "It's my fault. Jim is hurt because of me. I didn't mean to." But my confession did little to soften my father's gaze.
"Does anyone else know?"
He asked coldly. "Miss Evelyn," I admitted. She suspects everything." For a moment, my father said nothing. The silence was unbearable. I dreaded these moments, the calm before the storm. Maybe I had gone too far this time. Maybe I'd finally done something even he couldn't protect me from. "I'm sorry, Dad. Tomorrow I'll go to the police. I'll tell them everything." I dropped to my knees, pleading for his forgiveness. I regret what I did, and all the lies." He rose slowly, his movements unnervingly stiff. Under the flickering light, his shadow warped and stretched, revealing something monstrous. My heart froze. His true form emerged, a towering wooden puppet, his face rigid and eerily lifeless.
"We don't lie, Bino. We create the truth."
As he spoke, his nose began to extend, the wooden grain cracking as it grew longer. Without a word, he opened a drawer, pulling out a rusty saw. In one swift, he sliced through the wooden length of his nose. "Dad, what are you doing?"
"She'll be handled. You'll learn, just as I did."
As he left, his wooden joints creaking, I sat there, paralyzed. The next day, Miss Evelyn didn't show up. Rumours spread, but no one had answers. I knew, though. Dad had silenced her. More unsettling was the slow realization that other staff members, teachers, the principal, moved with that same stilted stiffness. They were like me, or worse, like my father. At break time, my friends asked,
"Do you know what happened to Miss Evelyn?"
I hesitated. My wooden fingers tapped against the table. No idea. I would never escape. A puppet, bound by strings I couldn't see, forever performing the lies I told.
They say the world was once ruled by fear, not joy. Before Christmas became a time of celebration, it was a season of terror. Winter nights were longer, colder, and filled with the dread of monstrous creatures. Bipedal reindeer, with fur as black as the void, twisted antlers like thorns of hell, and eyes glowing red as embers. These were no ordinary reindeer. They didn't pull sleighs, they rode them, and their sleds weren't loaded with gifts of cheer, but with the tormented souls of the damned, cursed to drag the reindeer through the skies, screaming into the frigid night. Every year, at the end of winter, the air would fill with the haunting sound of bells, signaling the arrival of their terrible gifts, not toys or candy, but death, fear, and despair. The village was gripped by unspeakable dread. Cursed presence appeared everywhere. There was the wooden mask, carved with an eerie precision, which once worn fused to its victim's face, trapping them forever behind its hollow stare. Another was the ominous countdown clock, its hands ticking backward. It would drain the very life from whoever held it, leaving only an empty shell behind. Each year these cursed artifacts would appear on doorsteps, bringing ruin to all who touched them. No one escaped their fate. That fateful night, my mother and I huddled together in our small wooden cabin, every light extinguished. The darkness felt like a blanket of safety, but we knew better. The reindeer didn't need light to find us. They could smell fear. And in our home, fear was thick. The bells came first, their chime low and ominous, cutting through the howling wind. Then, the front door burst open, laughter followed, a high-pitched, maniacal sound that made my skin crawl. A small, tattered box waited on the doorstep, as if it had always been there. Its faded tag bore the words, "The sinner Evelyn," my mother's name. I begged her not to touch it, but her hands shook as she reached for it, as if she were hypnotized. Inside was a threadbare doll. Its eyes, dull at first, flared a hellish red as its stitched mouth curled into a sinister grin. My mother's body seized violently. She fell, writhing on the floor, frothy foam bubbling from her lips as she mumbled in an unearthly tongue. Her only sin was raising me alone. Yet for that, she was condemned to a fate worse than death. Before I could scream, they came. The monstrous reindeer seized her, dragging her to their sleigh. She became another cursed soul bound to their infernal sleigh, leaving me alone with the cold and the fear. Desperate and enraged, I grabbed the nearest thing, pine cones scattered near the hearth, and hurled them at the creatures. To my shock, the reindeer shrieked, their movements becoming erratic. They scratched at their fur as if trying to rid themselves of some unseen torment. One by one, they stumbled and retreated into the night, their howls of pain echoing through the frozen air. It wasn't until later that I realized what had happened. Pine. These monsters were allergic to it. The scent, the texture, it weakened them. And so, I began to prepare. For an entire year, I worked tirelessly. My family had always been woodworkers, and I knew the forest well. I harvested pine, crafting weapons and traps. I forged a plan, waiting for the next winter, the next chance to avenge my mother and end the reign of these beasts. When the time came, I stood at the edge of the pine forest, wooden sword in hand and a sack full of pine cones slung over my shoulder. I called out to them, taunting them, daring them to face me. They came, as I knew they would. The bells tolled, the sky darkened, and the ground shook beneath their heavy steps. The lead reindeer, its antlers larger and more twisted than the rest, bared its jagged teeth and charged. I ran, leading them deep into the forest where the air was thick with the scent of pine. I ducked behind a large tree, holding my breath as the creatures slowed, their heads swinging wildly, unable to find me. From the shadows, I struck. With a single thrust of my wooden sword, I jabbed it straight into the mouth of the lead reindeer. Its body collapsed, its death cry piercing the night. The others hesitated, disoriented and vulnerable. I hurled pine cones at them, watching as they thrashed and stumbled, their strength waning. One by one, they fell. When the dawn broke, I emerged from the forest victorious. I had captured the surviving reindeer, binding them with ropes infused with pine resin. They would no longer bring death and despair to my village. Instead, I repurposed their sleigh. I filled it with gifts, dolls, sweets, and books I had crafted over the year, and rode through the village, delivering them to the homes of those who had lived righteously. I urged the people to embrace kindness and generosity, for these virtues were invisible to the reindeer. And so, Christmas was born, not as a time of fear, but of joy and giving. Each year I return with my sleigh, pulled by the subdued reindeer, their savage instincts kept in check by the scent of pine that lingers on my sleigh's reins. But I remind everyone, the reindeer are still out there, lurking, waiting for the chance to escape. And so we light our homes with warmth and kindness, and we hang pine wreaths on our doors to keep the darkness at bay. This is the tale of how I, once a terrified boy named Nick, became a legend. With over 5 years of experience working at this print shop, this is the first time I've encountered such an issue, and it makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. For a person with severe OCD like me, doing everything meticulously and accurately down to the millimeter is how I minimize risks in both work and life. A stray thread, an extra scrap of paper, or an uneven edge always catches my attention and leaves me feeling deeply unsettled. The torn piece of skin on my hand right now is no exception. I feel compelled to clean it up and make it look neat and tidy. Looking at the perfectly treated wound on my hand, I can finally rest easy and fall asleep. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The itch at my fingertips kept throbbing. The regrowing skin made me restless. I sat up and stared at my finger, seeing it start to scab over, the dry, hard crust and the wrinkled skin around it. So ugly, I calmly concluded. I reached out to peel off the scab, seeing the leftover skin tear a bit more. I kept peeling until the strip of skin extended over 2 knuckles. Looking at the peeled off strip, the pain disappeared, replaced by a feeling of nerve tension, a sense of satisfaction from having done something perfect. I felt my fingertips itching, burning, urging me to act. to make sure my whole hand had matching wounds so the perfect feeling in my eyes could last longer. Perfect. Satisfying. That was my first feeling when I looked at the 2 symmetrical wounds on my hands. The clock showed 3 a.m. My eyes were stinging and my hands were sore. I contentedly lay back down to enjoy a good night's sleep. I hadn't been asleep for long when I felt something crawling on me. The sound of something crunching and rustling disrupted my sleep, pulling me from the edge of unconsciousness. Unable to bear it any longer, I bolted upright. I had to find the intruder and get rid of it. Before my eyes was a large ant trying to bite my finger. I've always maintained a spotless lifestyle, so ants have no place in my home. Furious, I crushed the ant, but the rustling sound persisted. I turned to my bedside table, and what I saw was revolting. A swarm of ants was feasting on the discarded bits of skin I had trimmed earlier. The sight sent chills down my spine. Grabbing a can of insect spray, I went on the offensive. The ants were swiftly defeated, and the maddening rustling finally stopped. Utterly exhausted, I decided to ignore my brain's protests and the chaotic mess on my bedside table. I told myself I'd clean it up in the morning. For now, my body desperately needed rest. But sleep wouldn't come. My whole body felt itchy. Maybe it was the venom from the large ant, or maybe it was just my OCD brain rebelling against my laziness. For the 3rd time that night, I woke up. A fiery rage surged through me, and I swore to annihilate anything that dared disrupt my sleep. Then, I found it. A cursed ant was trying to eat me alive. It had burrowed its entire body into the wound on my left hand, leaving only its tail sticking out. I frantically tried to pull it out with my fingers, but the ant succeeded in wriggling entirely into my finger. An unbearable, agonizing sensation overwhelmed me. I could feel every tiny movement of the ant inside my body, its path causing the skin above it to bulge grotesquely. The horror drove me to my limit. I grabbed the edge of the wound and tore the skin away, desperate to catch it. The ant began crawling up my left arm, and I continued ripping the skin in a long, jagged strip, chasing after it as it moved. I focused all my energy on the battle with the ant. It was tunneling under my skin while I tore the flesh above it, creating a path to finally catch it. The chase felt endless, and the strip of skin I peeled away grew longer and longer. Finally, I cornered the ant. The strip of my skin snapped loose entirely, and there it was, right in front of me. Satisfied, I crushed my enemy with all my might. A wave of triumph and pride surged through me, but at the same time, an excruciating, burning pain coursed through my body. Startled, I looked down at myself. My entire body was now stripped of its outer layer of skin, leaving me raw and exposed. The long strip of skin dangled from my hand, but something was pulling at the other end. I turned to look, and there it was. A massive, grotesque ant, far larger than any I'd ever seen. Worse, it was tugging at my skin strip, trying to devour it. Furious, I fought to reclaim my skin. I couldn't live with a body stripped bare like this. But the ant was faster. It opened its enormous jaws and slurped my skin like a strand of spaghetti. The creature swelled, grotesquely growing to the size of a 10-year-old child. Its abdomen bulged to near bursting, and I could see clearly through its translucent belly the remains of the ants I had killed earlier. Along with my skin, the ant let out a smug belch, as if mocking me. Consumed by rage, I lunged at the monstrous creature, determined to destroy it. Caught off guard, the ant couldn't fight back in time. I pinned it to the ground and unleashed a storm of kicks, venting all my fury. Its swollen abdomen couldn't withstand the pressure and burst open with a sickening pop. My skin strip, crushed ant corpses, and viscous fluids sprayed all over my room. I stood amidst the chaos, seething with frustration. But first, I needed to retrieve my skin. I stood in front of the mirror, satisfied as I admired my new skin coat. Perhaps this was the perfection I had been searching for all along.
Moving into Eric's house was supposed to be the beginning of a fresh chapter for us. But the moment I stepped through the door, an uneasy feeling washed over me. Eric, a talented painter, had hung his latest work in the living room, a portrait of a beautiful woman with long flowing hair and piercing eyes. From the moment I saw it, I felt a deep discomfort. The woman's eyes seemed unnervingly alive, following me around the room as if they were trying to convey something sinister hidden within their gaze. I think it's looking at me, Eric.
It's just a painting, Jamie. You're imagining things.
But I wasn't imagining anything. Every time I entered the room, I felt her gaze on me, like she was trying to communicate something. As the days passed, I began seeing her move, or at least I thought I did. It started small, with her eyes shifting slightly in the frame. And then one night, I had a nightmare. The woman stepped out of the painting, her cold hand gripping my arm as she whispered a single word into my ear. Run! I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. I could still feel her presence in the room, her eyes burning into me even in the dark. I couldn't take it anymore. I confronted Eric the next morning, insisting he move the painting out of the bedroom. After some resistance, he finally agreed, relocating it to his office. But instead of feeling relief, things only got worse. Eric became obsessed with the painting, spending hours in his office talking to himself in low, frantic whispers. When he finally emerged, his arms were covered in scratches, as if he'd been in a fight. I asked him about it, but he shrugged me off, saying it was nothing, just an accident. But I knew better. I knew the painting was doing something to him. One night, after Eric had fallen asleep, I sneaked into his office, determined to find out what was going on. The painting hung on the wall, the woman's eyes now more intense than ever. They seemed to follow me as I crossed the room. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone, snapping a picture of the portrait. I quickly ran an image search, and what I found made my blood run cold. The woman in the painting was real. Her name was Anya, a young woman who had been reported missing years ago. The last person seen with her was her boyfriend, who had also vanished without a trace. There was a coincidence when I looked at Anya's picture. The earrings that Anya was wearing were identical to the pair that Eric gave me last month when we celebrated our 1-month anniversary. My heart pounded as I connected the dots. Could Eric be involved in Anya's missing? My eyes darted around the room, searching for clues. That's when I noticed a blank canvas on an easel, set up as if Eric was preparing to start a new painting. But it wasn't the canvas that caught my attention. It was the knife lying next to his brushes. A sharp, clean blade that had no place in a painter's studio. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine. I turned back to the painting, and this time, Anya's expression had changed. Her mouth moved, forming the word I had heard in my nightmare. Run! I spun around, ready to leave, but Eric was standing in the doorway, his face twisted in a mix of anger and madness.
What are you doing in here, Jamie?
I was just... I stammered, backing away.
You shouldn't have snooped around, babe,
he said, stepping closer.
Now you know too much.
My breath caught in my throat as he revealed the truth. Eric was the one who had killed Anya, driven by some twisted obsession. But now, he needed a new muse, a new canvas to save him from his guilt.
That's going to be you, Jamie.
He whispered, raising the knife. I bolted, running out of the room as fast as I could. My heart pounded in my ears as I sprinted towards the door, fumbling with my phone to dial 911. But Eric was fast, faster than I expected. He grabbed me just as I reached the front door, pulling me back with terrifying strength.
Please, Eric, you don't have to do this.
Stop it. I need a new muse, Jamie.
Just as I thought it was all over, I heard the wail of sirens in the distance. The police stormed the house, guns drawn, quickly subdued him, wresting the knife from his hand. He was cuffed and dragged away, his eyes wild with a mix of rage and despair. They took him away. As the police searched the house, they found more than enough evidence to link Eric to Anya's missing, her belongings hidden in his office, the same place where he had kept the painting. And they also found Anya's decaying body in the basement of Eric's house. I never imagined that the person I had been dating for the past few months was a deranged killer. Before I left, I turned back to the house one last time. The painting was still there, hanging in the office. Anya's eyes met mine, but this time, they weren't filled with fear or sorrow. They were filled with gratitude.
When I matched with Shelby, I thought I'd found someone truly special. We met on a Bumby dating app, just your typical swipe right kind of place. Nothing about her profile screamed bug lover, which was a relief. See, I've always had a deep, gut-level fear of insects. Instant panic. Shelby seemed perfect, and after a week of talking, I was hooked. So, when she suggested we meet in person, I pushed my fear aside and said yes. It was just one irrational phobia after all. What could possibly go wrong? On our first date, Shelby brought along a companion. A Madagascar hissing cockroach that she introduced with a gentle smile. She stroked its shiny black-brown shell as though it were a kitten.
"This is Manny,"
she said, extending the roach towards me. I smiled, swallowing my surprise. A roach as a pet felt a little unconventional, but I couldn't deny her passion. She was different, unique, and I was intrigued.
"I like roaches because when they crawl on my arms, they tickle me,"
she murmured, running her fingers down Manny's back.
"And when I hold them, they make me feel happy."
Her smile widened, and she tilted her head toward me.
"Want to try holding him? You might find it addictive."
I tried not to let my discomfort show. Shelby was special, and if she found joy in these creatures, who was I to judge? Tentatively, I held out my hand. But before I could muster the courage, she retracted Manny with a knowing chuckle.
"Maybe later,"
she teased, her eyes sparkling. The evening flowed, and before I knew it, she was inviting me to her home. She said it was close by and, well, the night was young. I was curious, a little smitten, and before I could talk myself out of it, I agreed. Shelby's house was small and tucked away down a narrow, dark street. I followed her in, and the moment we stepped inside, I noticed something peculiar. At first, I couldn't tell what it was, but then I saw movement. A large shadow shifting near the floor. I blinked, thinking I must have imagined it.
"Don't worry,"
Shelby whispered, her voice soft and calm.
"They're just a little excited. They've been waiting to meet you."
As my eyes adjusted, I saw them, Cockroaches. Massive cockroaches, each nearly 3 feet tall, skittering across the floor. Some even stood on their hind legs, chittering in a way that sounded almost like laughter. Shelby walked forward and petted one of them like it was her pet dog. It shuddered under her touch, its body quivering in what looked disturbingly like affection.
Say hello to my family,
she said, looking over her shoulder at me, her eyes gleaming. Family? I stammered, inching back as one of the cockroaches leaned toward me, its antennae twitching. The sight of its segmented body, its cold, gleaming eyes, sent a chill down my spine. I fought the urge to flee. Shelby reached out, taking my hand. Her grip was surprisingly strong.
Come on, they're friendly,
she said, her tone soothing yet oddly commanding. She guided me into her bedroom, where the scene only grew more grotesque. Her bed was covered in them, hundreds of cockroaches of all sizes, crawling over each other in a sea of writhing bodies. With a contented sigh, Shelby lay down on the bed, letting them swarm over her, their legs and antennae moving in a strange rhythm as if massaging her. She looked at me with a smile of pure satisfaction, patting the bed beside her.
Lie down with me,
she urged.
You'll feel them relax you. It's like a massage.
I wanted to leave. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run. But her eyes held me captive, and something about her confidence, her sheer conviction, made me feel almost compelled to stay. Trembling, I lowered myself onto the bed, and the instant I touched it, the cockroaches began crawling up my arms and legs, their tiny legs prickling my skin. I clenched my jaw, trying to hold still. Shelby took my hand, her touch warm and reassuring.
Just relax,
she whispered. I took a shaky breath, attempting to let go of my revulsion, but just then, a cockroach launched itself from her shoulder, straight at my face. When I came to, I was no longer lying down. My arms were stretched above my head, bound tightly to the wall, my feet dangling off the floor. I tried to scream, but a sticky substance covered my mouth, muting my voice. Shelby stood across from me, clapping her hands in delight.
Oh, you're awake! Welcome to Shelby's amazing cockroach show.
My mind reeled as she put the helmet into the roaches, then grinned like a showman ready to begin an act.
For our first trick,
she announced,
we're going to launch Manny here through a hoop of fire, right onto our star. Run!
No! I tried to scream, but it came out as a muffled grunt. I watched in horror as she placed Manny, the giant cockroach, into the cannon, lit a small flame in front of it, and with a loud boom, Manny shot through the air, passing through the ring of fire and landing on my face. Its legs scratched my skin as it clung to me, its cold, slimy body pressing against me. Shelby laughed, a wild, gleeful sound.
Let's see how many more we can fit.
One by one, she loaded cockroach after cockroach into the cannon, firing them at me with sadistic glee. They stuck to me, their bodies writhing and squirming, covering me from head to toe in a living, churning mass of shells and legs. I felt something sharp, a bite, followed by another. A strange warmth began spreading through me, a sickening, feverish heat that made my skin crawl even beneath the roaches. My vision blurred as Shelby's laughter filled the room, and a voice echoed in my head, repeating her words from earlier.
Welcome to my family. I watched in horror as the nurse called for help. 2 other staff members rushed over, lifting the boy's unconscious body from the chair and carrying him out of the room. My heart pounded, breaths shallow and ragged, and the room fell silent. Now, it was my turn. The nurse, her face calm and composed, turned to me. The sound of her approaching footsteps echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened as she neared, the metallic clink of medical instruments reverberating through the room. The acrid stench of alcohol flooded my nostrils, sharp and overwhelming, making my stomach churn. She snapped her gloves into place, preparing for the injection. I tried to take deep breaths, but each inhalation seemed to shrink the space around me. The nurse pulled a fresh needle from its sterile packaging. My eyes locked on the thin, gleaming object. And then it happened. As she lifted the needle into the air, my mind betrayed me. In one horrifying instant, I saw it flying towards me, not at my arm, but straight into my eye. The shiny point seemed to pierce the air itself, and a scream tore from my throat before I could stop it. I clutched my face, pressing my palms against my eyes, convinced the needle had already impaled me.
Miss, are you okay?
The nurse's voice broke through my panic, but it was distant, muffled, like I was underwater. Her hands were on my shoulders, gentle but firm.
Hey, you're okay! I haven't even started yet.
I pulled my hands away from my face, blinking rapidly. My eye wasn't bleeding. There was no sharp pain. I was fine. It was all in my head. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and gave her a shaky nod, though my heart still raced, and my skin felt clammy.
Deep breaths, all right?
The nurse said softly, her voice soothing. She resumed her task, though now I could see the concern in her eyes as she approached me more cautiously. The needle glinted again, but this time I forced myself to stay still. My arm felt cold as she swabbed it with alcohol, the sensation spreading like ice across my skin. I braced for the worst, every muscle in my body tense. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then came the needle. The sharp sting broke through my fog of dread, and the sensation traveled up my arm, leaving a strange numbness in its wake. I stared at the tube connected to the needle, watching in horror as the dark red liquid was slowly drawn up, drop by drop. My body felt weightless, as though every ounce of blood was being drained from me. I couldn't move. When the nurse finally withdrew the needle, I barely noticed it was gone. But then, the needle had broken. I saw it! The tip of the needle was still lodged in my arm, protruding from my skin. My breath caught in my throat, and panic surged through me once again. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering across my face. I gasped, my hands shooting up to cover the spot, but the pressure only made the blood flow faster, coating my hands and dripping down onto the floor. The nurse didn't seem to notice. She calmly wiped my arm and placed a bandage over the wound, her hands steady and detached.
All set,
she said, stepping back with a polite smile.
You can go now.
I sat there frozen in place. Couldn't she see what was happening? My blood was everywhere. The needle was still inside me. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was already walking away. I stumbled to my feet, my vision swirling, and I made my way out of the room. The hallway seemed endless, and my legs felt weak beneath me. When I reached the exit, I couldn't wait any longer. I ripped the bandage from my arm.
It was a nightmare. Just a nightmare. I sucked in deep breaths, trying to calm myself, but the lingering terror clung to me, an unshakable sense of dread.
Sienna!
My mother's voice called from downstairs.
Take the food out to Rex.
Of course, the one task I hated more than anything. Feeding the dog in the garden. My garden. The one teeming with snails and slugs, their slimy trails glittering under the sunlight like some grotesque display. I groaned, but pulled myself out of bed, still shaken from the nightmare. I hated slugs. More than hated, I was terrified of them. Molluscophobia. It wasn't just disgust. It was something deeper. A fear that rooted itself in my bones. An irrational terror that made me freeze at the very sight of their slimy bodies. I grabbed the dog's bowl and trudged outside. The garden was exactly how I feared. Overrun with snails. They were everywhere, clinging to the plants, slithering across the stones. I could barely handle it, but I had no choice. Rex needed his food, and I needed to get this over with. I bit my lip and forced myself to kneel, the feeling of panic rising with every second. Slowly, carefully, I put the dog's bowl down. As soon as I set the bowl down, the snails began to appear, like they were drawn to it. One by one, they slithered forward, their grotesque bodies glistening in the light. I tried to be brave, but the more I pulled off, the slower I became. My hands were shaking and I could feel my skin crawling just from being near them. Then, I felt it, an itch on my arm. I glanced down and my stomach lurched, a snail crawling up my arm. I swatted it away, but before I could react, I saw another one. Then 2, then 5, 10. They were all over me, covering my arms, my legs, creeping up my skin. I screamed, the bile rising in my throat as I tried to shake them off. I could feel them on me, sticking to my skin, their bodies pulsing as they moved. My head spun with nausea, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I had to get away. I bolted back inside, slamming the door behind me. My body was shaking uncontrollably, and I rushed to the bathroom, tearing off my clothes and jumping into the shower. I scrubbed my skin raw, trying to wash away the sensation of them crawling all over me. But no matter how hard I scrubbed, I could still feel them, like their slimy trails were burned into my skin. Mom! I whimpered as I emerged, wrapped in a towel. There were snails on me. They wouldn't stop. She looked at me unfazed.
You have to use salt. That's the only way to get rid of them. They hate it.
Salt, of course. Why hadn't I thought of that? My mother handed me a jar of salt, and I clutched it like a lifeline. The next time one of those things came near me, I'd be ready. That night, I placed the jar of salt on my bedside table, close enough to grab in an instant. I needed to know it was there, ready to protect me. I drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't long before I woke again. This time, it wasn't a nightmare. It was real. I felt it. A snail slowly making its way up my leg. My breath hitched, my muscles locking in place as terror gripped me. I didn't dare move. It inched higher, the cold, slimy weight crawling over my skin. With trembling hands, I reached for the jar of salt. My fingers closed around it, and I hurled the salt at the snail. For a moment, I thought it was working. The snail recoiled, its slimy body shrinking in on itself. But then, it grew. My breath caught in my throat as the snail began to expand, its body swelling and twisting. Its eyes stretched out on long stalks, grotesque and bulging, while its mouth opened wide, dripping with thick, mucus-like fluid. And then I saw it, teeth. Rows and rows of tiny, writhing teeth, emerging from the gooey maw as it gaped wider. I screamed, throwing more salt, but it didn't matter. My legs wouldn't move. My body frozen in terror as its mouth stretched impossibly wide. The last thing I saw were those eyes, gleaming with malice as it lunged forward. And then, nothing but darkness.
Sarah stepped into the room, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes were lined with deep black makeup, and her lips glistened a deep crimson. Tonight, she wasn't just Sarah, she was a vampire. The costume was simple, yet breathtaking. "Wow, you look amazing," I said, smiling. I set the knife down as I finished cutting the steaks for dinner, but I accidentally nicked my finger. A small line of blood oozed from the cut. Before I could react, Sarah was suddenly right next to me, her hand softly holding my wrist.
Let me see.
She leaned in, her lips hovering just over the cut. I felt a little strange. Slowly, she brushed her lips against my skin, and then, gently, she licked the blood away. Sarah pulled back, her eyes narrowing. She stared at me for a moment before shaking her head.
Oh, negative?
She muttered under her breath.
You're not my type.
"What did you say?" Sarah smiled, wiping her mouth.
Don't worry about it. Let's eat.
Her tone was light, but something about the way she said it sent a shiver through me. I let it go, unsure if it was just part of the Halloween act. Later that evening, we headed to my friend Mark's Halloween party. The house was buzzing with energy. People in elaborate costumes, loud music, the smell of alcohol thick in the air. I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Maybe it was the way Sarah had been acting, or maybe it was how she immediately gravitated toward the men in the room. She wasn't shy, but tonight, it felt different. She chatted easily with a group of guys, one after another. I watched Sarah as she leaned in close to them, her fingers brushing lightly against their arm, her lips close to their neck as if whispering something. Jealousy gnawed at my insides. She never acted like this around other men. I didn't want to be the possessive boyfriend and ruin the night with my insecurities. But my eyes kept drifting back to Sarah and the boys. Eventually, I slumped into a chair beside her and the man with blonde hair. She barely acknowledged me, her attention completely fixed on the blonde. His laugh grated on my nerves, and I could feel the alcohol muddling my thoughts, dulling my senses. I took another drink, then another, and before I knew it, the world around me blurred. When I woke up, the room was spinning. My head pounded, my mouth dry. I blinked groggily, trying to remember where I was. The party had died down. Most people were gone, the lights dimmed, but something was wrong. Broken glass crunched under my feet as I stood up. A bottle of wine lay shattered on the floor. I stepped closer, but my stomach churned. It wasn't wine. The dark red was thicker, more vivid. Blood. Panic surged through me, and I rushed to the bathroom to steady myself. I nearly vomited when I saw him. The blonde guy crumpled in the corner, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. 2 deep puncture wounds marred his throat. Blood smeared down his chest. I stumbled back, heart pounding wildly. Sarah. I had to find her. We had to get out of here. I searched the house, weaving through the aftermath of the party, but she was nowhere. My thoughts were racing. What had happened? Who did this? Finally, I spotted her. Through the sliding glass door, I saw Sarah walking arm in arm with someone toward the garden. the moonlight casting their shadows long across the lawn. I stepped outside, following them, my feet moving on instinct. I hid behind the garden wall, my heart racing in my chest. Slowly, I peeked around the corner and froze. Sarah was with a handsome man, but something was wrong. His body was limp, his head lolled to one side. Sarah held him close, her lips pressed against his neck. And then I saw it. She was drinking his blood. I gasped, the sound escaping before I could stop it. Sarah's head snapped up, her mouth dripping with blood, her eyes wild. The blonde man's body slumped to the ground, lifeless, his neck a mess of torn flesh and muscle. Sarah saw me. Then, in a blur of motion, she was upon me. I ran, hard in my throat, but she was too fast. She tackled me to the ground, pinning me down with inhuman strength. I braced myself, sure that this was the end. I could feel her breath on my neck, smell the coppery scent of blood. "Please," I whimpered. "Don't." She paused, her face inches from mine, her fangs glinting in the moonlight. She looked down at my hand, still cut from earlier, dried blood on my skin. Slowly, she smiled.
"You don't need to be afraid. I told you before, you're not my type."
She wiped the blood from her mouth and with a slight laugh, added,
"I mean your blood. Oh, negative. It's practically undrinkable."
I blinked up at her, too stunned to respond. She stood, offering me her hand as if nothing had happened. I hesitated but took it, allowing her to pull me up. We walked back to the house, her arm looped through mine as if we were just any other couple leaving a party. But inside, my mind was spinning. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Sarah was a real vampire and she dated me because my blood wasn't her type.
The next day, my 13th birthday arrived, but I couldn't shake the terror of what I had seen. My friends came over, excited to celebrate, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mum seemed extra enthusiastic. She'd arranged a surprise.
"We're having a clown for the party,"
she announced, beaming.
"You used to love clowns, remember?"
I felt my stomach churn. No, not anymore. Definitely not after yesterday. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her to cancel it. But before I could get the words out, the doorbell rang.
"I'll get it,"
my mum sang, walking over to the door. And then she let him in. It was him. The same clown from the park. The same horrifying grin smeared across his chubby, painted face. The same soulless eyes that had met mine just yesterday.
"Hello, kiddos!"
His voice was cheerful, too cheerful. My friends clapped and cheered, oblivious to the nightmare standing right in front of us. My heart raced. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move.
"I have to go to the office for a bit, honey,"
my mum said, pulling on her coat.
"You kids behave and have fun with the clown, okay? I'll be back in no time."
"No, Mum, don't go," I wanted to say, but the words stuck in my throat. She didn't notice my panic. She didn't know the truth. The clown waved goodbye to her, his smile lingering far too long, and when the door closed behind her, that's when the nightmare truly began. The clown started doing tricks, balloon animals, magic tricks, all the usual stuff. My friends loved it. They laughed, clapped, and played along, completely unaware of what I knew. I stayed silent, watching him, waiting for him to slip, to reveal his true nature. I could feel his eyes on me, though he never once looked directly at me. It was like he was toying with me, daring me to react. Then he suggested we play hide and seek.
Whoever I find first will get a special prize,
he said, grinning. Everyone scattered, laughing, not sensing the danger. I knew better. I ran to my room and crawled under the bed, my heart pounding in my ears. Minutes passed, and then I heard it. A scream. One of my friends cut off abruptly. The sound chilled me to the bone. Another scream followed, then another. My blood turned to ice as I realized my friends weren't playing anymore. They were being hunted. The footsteps grew louder, heavier, as the clown moved closer. I covered my mouth to stifle my breathing. I could hear him muttering under his breath, in a sing-song voice.
Where are you, birthday boy?
His voice was filled with false joy, but I could hear the malice underneath. The door to my room creaked open, and his footsteps paused. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying he wouldn't find me. He started walking around the room, his feet dragging against the floor. I could hear his shallow breathing getting closer and closer. And then, silence. I held my breath, terrified of making a sound.
Boo!
His hand shot under the bed, grabbing my shirt, and in one swift motion, he yanked me out. I tried to kick, but he was too strong. His gloved hand wrapped around my neck, the rope from yesterday in his other hand.
Found you!
He whispered, tightening the rope around my neck.
You saw me, didn't you? Yesterday, in the park.
I gasped for air, the rope digging into my skin. My vision blurred as he leaned in closer, his grin wider than ever.
Can't have you running off again, can we?
Just as I felt the world starting to fade, I heard it. My mum's voice screaming from the doorway. She must have come back early. The last thing I heard was the sound of my mum calling the police before everything went dark. I woke up in the hospital, my throat sore and a red mark still visible around my neck. My mum was there, her face pale and eyes red from crying. She told me the clown had escaped, fled through the back door before the police arrived. They were still searching for him, but deep down, I knew they'd never find him. The mark around my neck would eventually fade, but the memory of that grin, of those cold, lifeless eyes, would haunt me forever. The clown was still out there, waiting, and he knew exactly where to find me.
I woke up in a hospital bed. Someone had found me unconscious and brought me here. The sheriff had a million questions, but I had no answers. My story sounded like a madman's ramblings. I am a struggling musician, decided to take a personal vacation to the remote woods of northern Arizona. I was desperate to escape my creative block and the overwhelming malaise that had taken over my life. For 6 days, I immersed myself in nature, hoping to find solace and inspiration. But on the night of the 7th day, everything changed. It was around midnight when I was abruptly awakened by a noise. Groggily, I reached for my phone, which was ringing incessantly. I stared at the screen in confusion. There was no signal. So, how could my phone be ringing? The caller was unknown. Hesitantly, I answered, my voice barely a whisper. Hello? A voice, cold and urgent, came through the line.
You need to be ready. It knows you're there, and it's already here. It has come for you.
Who is this? Who am I speaking to? I asked, the exhaustion quickly leaving my voice, replaced by rising panic.
Be ready. It will be there soon. Don't open the door.
The line went dead, and my phone blinked with the words "signal lost." Before I could process what had just happened, a deafening boom echoed through the cabin. The walls shook, the windows rattled. I turned towards the bedroom door, my heart racing. The door was closed, but it was shaking violently, as if something was trying to break in. Boom, boom, boom. 3 knocks, each one more forceful than the last. The phone rang again, cutting through the noise. I grabbed it, my hands trembling. Another unknown caller. Shakily, I answered, not daring to speak.
It knows you're in there. It won't be polite for long. Get under the bed. Hide.
The line went dead again. With no time to lose, I crawled under the bed, my heart pounding in my ears. The door exploded. Shards of wood flew across the room, some embedding in my skin. I bit back a scream, tears streaming down my face from the pain. In the doorway stood a pair of feet, massive legs that looked like tree trunks, covered in mossy green and brown, with a texture so wooden it seemed inhuman. The creature's heavy, ragged breaths filled the room, along with the stench of rot and decay. It was a scent so putrid I had to cover my mouth and nose to keep from gagging. The creature circled the bed, its presence overwhelming. My blood ran cold as the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath as it let out a roar that shook me to my core, a sound like a mix of a jet engine's roar and a grizzly bear's growl. Just as it seemed the creature would flip the bed and find me, it stopped. It turned and lumbered out of the room. I released the breath I didn't know I was holding, my body shaking with relief and fear. The phone rang again and I answered it, my voice a desperate whisper. What was that? Who are you? How did you know it was coming?
There's no time. It knows where you are. You need to run. Jump out the window and keep running until you reach the highway. Don't come back until morning.
Are you insane? How can I outrun that thing?
You have to. It's the only way.
The line went dead. I didn't have time to think. I bolted toward the shattered window, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I dove through, slicing my arms and legs on the glass. Ignoring the pain, I ran. The creature was alerted and began to chase after me. Its massive body, reminiscent of Bigfoot, caused the ground to tremble with each step, and trees fell in its path. I ran through the forest, the sound of the creature's heavy, ragged breaths and the crunching of underbrush behind me. Its immense size made it terrifyingly fast, closing the distance between us quickly. I could feel its presence growing closer, the ground shaking more violently. I dared not look back. The creature roared again, a bone-chilling sound that spurred me to run even faster. Suddenly, the forest cleared, and I saw the faint glimmer of the highway lights ahead. The creature's footsteps grew louder, its breath hot on my back. I could almost feel its clawed hand reaching out to grab me. With a final burst of energy, I broke through the tree line and stumbled onto the asphalt, collapsing in exhaustion. The creature stopped at the edge of the forest, its glowing eyes glaring at me from the darkness. It let out a frustrated roar, but did not step onto the road. I had made it to safety, but the terror of that night would haunt me forever. I woke up in a hospital bed. Someone had found me unconscious and brought me here. The sheriff had a million questions, but I had no answers. My story sounded like a madman's ramblings, but when they checked the cabin, they found the damage, claw marks in the wood like nothing they'd ever seen. They dismissed the phone calls, saying there was no cell service that far out. They thought I imagined it all. To this day, I don't know who called me or what that creature was, but I do know one thing. I am forever grateful to the unknown caller who saved my life.
For many people, having to care for an adult baby is a burden. But for a single mother cast out by society like me, my son is everything. Taking care of him and expressing my motherhood rights is the only thing that brings balance to my humble life. My life is a mess, lived under the oppression of others. More than once I've thought about ending my life. But when little Kevin appeared, nestled in my arms with his black eyes looking up at me so trustingly, I found meaning and a purpose for my life. I am a mother, and this child is entirely mine. Since Kevin came into my life, everything has brightened. I can do anything to give him the best life possible. But as Kevin grew older, the bond between us began to fade. He grew up healthy and capable, becoming my pride. Yet the feeling that he was slipping out of my control left me feeling unhappy. Sometimes I wished Kevin could go back to those days when he was still small. Then those fleeting thoughts suddenly became reality when Kevin fell severely ill, losing his ability to care for himself. I knew this was the time he needed me the most. It was as if I were reliving the days when Kevin was a small child. Every day I fed him, played with him, and helped him with his hygiene. Kevin struggled to digest food, so I gave him formula. After noticing how difficult it was to clean Kevin when he wore regular pants, I suddenly thought of dressing him in a bodysuit, just like when he was a baby. That outfit turned out to be incredibly practical, and it suited Kevin perfectly. Kevin would often hurt himself trying to roll off the bed. I suddenly thought that I should create a softer, warmer, and safer space for him, like a crib. Kevin, with his legs gradually withering away, obediently sat still in the crib. That gave me an unusual sense of satisfaction. Lately, Kevin had been very well behaved, so over the weekend, I decided to take him outside as a reward. But all that good behavior he'd shown me was just a scheme. The raspy sound of Kevin's voice calling out for help to the police sent me into a panic.
Why do you have such a large stroller?
Kevin was pleading for help from someone other than me. He was trying to escape from my love. Officer, it's just a misunderstanding, I explained calmly. You see, my son's mental state is a bit unstable, and his legs are also not convenient for moving. The officer glanced disdainfully at Kevin, a look that unsettled me, but I knew I had achieved my goal. No one would believe Kevin now, not even me, and Kevin would pay the price for his deceit. Once we got home, Kevin and I had a heated argument. It turned out that he had been quietly rebelling against me all along. Kevin pointed at his twisted leg, angrily accusing me of ruining his life.
Mom, you've destroyed everything for me!
I did everything for you because you tried to abandon me. My world consisted only of me and Kevin, so when Kevin said he wanted to move out to study in another state, I vehemently opposed it. Yet, Kevin remained determined to leave me. I would never accept any act of rebellion from my only son. I would do whatever it takes to keep Kevin by my side, even if it meant resorting to the most extreme measures.
I hate you! You're crazy!
My goal had been achieved. Kevin was staying with me, so I was willing to overlook some of his rebellious moments.
Stay away from me!
But things had gone too far. I felt that there was no longer any common ground between Kevin and me. So I decided to turn Kevin into a real child, one who only knew how to eat, sleep, and play with his mother, who would cry for food, not speak, and not resist. Kevin lay on the bed, his fearful gaze breaking my heart. But above all, he had to pay for the times he had shattered my mother's heart. Don't be scared, my love. Just bear the pain for a little while, I said softly. The only way for us to find harmony was for one of us to remain silent forever. From now on, Kevin would be a child, and I would care for him eternally. From that day on, my son and I could finally live in harmony. I could feel Kevin becoming more dependent on me. He started sleeping more, just like a real child. From now on, we could be together forever.
I love Lily, and I always would. If she said the sky was red, it was red. If it weren't, I'd paint it red. When she first told me about the visions, I didn't believe her. How could I? She'd always been the logical one, an atheist who scoffed at the supernatural. But things changed after Dorothy. It started small, Lily telling me little things. She'd predict that a glass would break, or that it'd rain on a sunny day. Harmless things. I humoured her, even though I didn't think much of it. But one night, as she held Dorothy in her arms, her eyes glazed over, staring at the wall, like she was seeing something far beyond it.
John,
She whispered, her voice trembling.
I saw it. I saw something horrible.
I sat up, my pulse quickening. What did you see?
Your mother.
She murmured.
She's going to die. Tomorrow.
I froze. My mother was in perfect health. This was ridiculous. Impossible. But the way Lily said it, the certainty in her voice, sent a shiver down my spine. It took 4 hours to drive to my mother's house. The entire time I was praying, hoping that Lily was wrong. But deep down, I was terrified that she wasn't. Just as I was nearing my mother's place, my phone rang. It was my sister.
John!
She sobbed.
Mom's dead. She slipped in the bathroom, hit her head. She's gone.
I pulled over, the world around me spinning. She was right. Lily was right. From that day on, I believed in her visions. They weren't just guesses, they were real. Even the small things she saw, like a neighbor's car breaking down or a thunderstorm hitting in the middle of summer, all came true. I didn't question it anymore. I loved her too much to doubt her gift, even when it unnerved me. But then we lost Dorothy. Our sweet girl was only 2 when her heart gave out. Nothing prepared us for that. Lily, once vibrant and full of life, collapsed into grief. She spent days in bed staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes hollow. I tried everything to comfort her, but nothing worked. And then, her visions stopped. Lily became a ghost in our home. She talked of the future like it was behind glass, just out of her reach. She wanted to see, needed to see, but the visions didn't come. She would tell me about dreams, but nothing happened. No predictions, no eerie foresight, just silence. Then, one morning, she looked at me with a glint of hope in her eyes.
John, I saw something. The neighbor's dog. It's going to die.
I didn't want to believe it. After all, her visions had been wrong since Dorothy died. But then, the next morning, she ran into the kitchen, her face lit up for the first time in months.
It's dead. The dog is dead, John.
She beamed, the same joy I remembered from years ago dancing in her eyes. It was disturbing, but she was happy, and that was enough for me. Her gift had returned, and with it, so did Lily. She started to get better. Slowly but surely, the spark in her returned. She even started smiling again. But the visions, her visions, they were different now. Darker. One evening, she told me something chilling.
My brother.
She whispered.
I saw him die. In a week.
I stared at her, my blood running cold. Her brother was a brute, a violent man who had tormented her for years. Still, it was shocking to hear her speak of his death so easily. And then, a week later, he was found dead, stabbed in the neck, bleeding out in his car. The police were baffled, no leads. But Lily was almost relieved. I caught her smiling when they weren't looking. She'd hated him for so long. His death didn't break her, it freed her. After that, the visions kept coming. A loudmouth neighbor named Billy, a rude co-worker. She saw them all die, and they did, just as she predicted. Everyone started to whisper. They thought it was a strange coincidence that maybe Lily had gone mad. But I knew better. I knew the truth. I was the one killing them. It wasn't Lily's fault. She was innocent. It was me. It was always me. When she said the dog would die, I poisoned it. When she saw her brother's death, I was the one who slipped into his house that night, driving the knife into his throat. I did it for her, for the woman I love. I love Lily, and I always would. If she said the sky was red, it was red. And if it weren't, I'd paint it red with your blood. That was creepy. It was just another quiet evening at home. My wife Anna and I were lounging on the couch, scrolling through our phones. Anna stumbled upon a new trend on TikTok, and her face lit up with that mischievous smile I knew so well. Anna loved playing pranks, and I was often her favorite target. She just laughed, that glint of mischief still in her eyes.
I know, right? Creepy, but kind of funny too. Want to try something like that?
I chuckled nervously. No thanks, I'm not a fan of this stuff. Anna shrugged, standing up and stretching.
Suit yourself. I thought it was pretty fun.
I watched her walk into the kitchen, her footsteps echoing softly. Anna always loved a good scare, but this felt different. As the evening wore on, I settled back into my chair, trying to focus on a book. The house was quiet, and I found myself glancing up every few minutes, half expecting Anna to jump out and startle me. But she didn't. The silence stretched on, almost unnaturally so. I got up, deciding to find her, and suggested we watch something light before bed. As I walked down the hallway, I frozen. There in the dim light, I saw a figure standing at the end of the hall. It was Anna, but she looked different. Her posture was rigid, her face partially obscured by her hair. And that smile, wide, fixed and unnerving, was exactly like the woman in the video. I took a cautious step forward, but she didn't move. "Come on, Anna, stop joking. This isn't funny," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Still nothing. The air around us felt thick, oppressive. I took another step, my heart pounding. "Anna, please, you're scaring me." Then she moved, not towards me, but slowly down the hall. Gathering all the courage I had left, I followed her, my footsteps echoing in the quiet house. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw the bedroom door ajar. I pushed the door open slowly. Anna stood in the middle of the room, her back to me. Her shoulders were tense and her hands were clenched into fists at her sides. "Anna, please, stop this. You're really scaring me," I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. She turned slowly, her movements unnaturally stiff. Her eyes. I've never seen eyes like that. They were hungry, predatory. I stumbled back, my heart racing. "Stay away! Please, stay away!" I shouted, panic flooding my chest. But she kept coming, that smile never wavering. I turned and ran. I bolted down the stairs, my mind a whirlwind of terror. I had to get out. I stopped dead in my tracks as I heard a noise from the yard. I didn't want to look, but something compelled me to move towards the back door, leading to the yard. In the darkness, I saw Anna standing there, her back to me again. but what made my blood run cold was what she was holding in her hands. A dead rat. Anna bent down and took a bite out of the rat's corpse, blood and fur splattering everywhere. I watched in horror as the scene unfolded, my stomach churning. She looked up, her eyes bloodshot, and that smile, wider than ever, with blood dripping down the corners of her mouth. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't face whatever this thing was that wasn't Anna. Without hesitation, I turned and bolted out the front door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. When I finally got the door open, I glanced back. Anna stood there in the doorway watching me, that smile still etched on her face. I didn't wait any longer. I sprinted out into the night, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I reached the car, fumbling with the keys in my pocket. As I started the engine and sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. She was standing there in the doorway, her silhouette stark against the light. And that smile, that terrifying, unnatural smile. I don't know what happened to my wife. I don't know if she was possessed or if it was some prank gone horribly wrong. All I know is that I can't go back. That smile burned into my memory, haunts me every time I close my eyes. And the worst part is, I can't stop smiling.
I never expected to become friends with someone like Thomas. As desk buddies, our conversations were mostly one-sided, with me doing most of the talking. Thomas was shy and strangely odd, but over time, he began to open up. He smiled more often, though there was something unsettling about his smile that I couldn't quite shake. One day, out of the blue, Thomas invited me to his house for a sleepover. I hesitated at first, but my curiosity about his mysterious family got the better of me. When I arrived, Thomas's parents greeted me with the same unsettling smiles I had seen on his face. They were overly polite, their eyes too wide, and their voices carrying an unnatural cheerfulness that made my skin crawl. During dinner, I could hardly focus on the food because I kept hearing something odd. A faint, distant crying, as if a child were sobbing somewhere in the house. No one else seemed to notice, and when I mentioned it to Thomas, he just shrugged and told me not to worry. After his parents went to bed, Thomas turned to me with a grin.
Hey, want to see my old friend?
His voice was playful, but there was an edge to it that made my stomach twist. I hesitated, but I didn't want to seem scared. Sure, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. We tiptoed through the dark hallway, the only light coming from the moon outside. I was most surprised by how the Donovan family seemed to have a thing for collecting mirrors, as they were lined up along the entire hallway. As we approached a large draped object at the end of the hall, the crying I'd heard earlier grew louder. My heart pounded in my chest. This was no trick of the imagination. Thomas stopped and whispered,
"Don't worry if he looks at you, just make sure you look away fast. You'll be fine as long as you look away fast."
I didn't understand what he meant, but before I could ask, he pulled the sheet back, revealing the mirror's intricate carvings. The crying was coming from inside the mirror, but there was no one else in the room. I stared at the glass, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, or not seeing. My reflection was missing, replaced by the image of a boy I didn't recognize, standing in the corner of the mirrored space. I wanted to believe it was some sort of optical illusion, but when the boy turned around and started walking toward me, I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "Thomas, who is that?" But Thomas didn't answer. When the boy's face came into view, I felt my blood turn to ice. His features were stretched and distorted, like those in a funhouse mirror, and his lips twisted into a grotesque smile as he pressed his hands against the glass. Suddenly, his fingers started pushing through the mirror's surface, reaching out toward me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, as the boy's long, thin arms stretched toward my face.
"Ryan, look away!"
Thomas shouted, grabbing my arm and yanking me back. I stumbled away from the mirror, gasping for breath. I heard a faint giggle from behind the glass as the boy slowly withdrew, his smile never fading.
"We have to go,"
Thomas said urgently, pulling me back down the hall. We rushed back to his room where Thomas quickly locked the door behind us. I wanted to ask a million questions. but the look on Thomas's face told me now wasn't the time. We climbed into bed, but there was no way I could sleep after what I'd just seen. As Thomas's breathing evened out beside me, I knew I couldn't stay in that house. Whatever was in that mirror, it wasn't human. I waited until I was sure Thomas was asleep before quietly slipping out of bed. I tiptoed to the door and carefully opened it. As I crept toward the stairs, just as I reached the top, heavy footsteps echoed behind me. Panicking, I ducked behind the nearest door, peeking through a narrow gap. Mr. Donovan, Thomas's father, marched past, carrying something rectangular under his arm. The faint tinkling of glass reached my ears as he headed toward Thomas's room. My stomach lurched. I didn't want to know what he was planning. Suddenly, I heard Mr. Donovan shout,
"He's gone!"
Panic surged through me. I sprinted through the hallway where I heard the cries of children and the clattering of glass against wood. I finally reached the garage and bolted inside, slamming the door behind me. My hands trembled as I grabbed my bike and wheeled it to the door, pressed the button to open the garage door. Just as I managed to get it open, I saw Mr. Donovan standing in the doorway, his face twisted in anger. For the first time, he wasn't smiling. He rushed toward me. In his rush, he stumbled, and the mirror he carried crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. The room filled with eerie laughter. When I looked back, I saw long, thin arms reaching out from the broken glass, grasping at Mr. Donovan. The lights flickered wildly as his screams filled the garage, but I didn't stay to watch. I jumped on my bike and pedaled as fast as I could, speeding down the driveway and away from that cursed house.
It all started with a single cat. Jason had found it one evening, this tiny, shivering ball of fur, abandoned near a park bench. He begged me to let him keep it.
It's just one cat, Liv.
He said, his eyes pleading.
Look at it, it needs me.
I hesitated, but eventually gave in. One cat wouldn't hurt, right? It was cute after all, and Jason had always had a soft spot for animals. But that's where it began, and it didn't end there. A week later, Jason brought home 5 more cats. 5! The apartment, which had once been cozy and clean, now smelled of litter boxes and fur. The cats scratched the furniture, knocked things off shelves, and left hairballs in the corners. It wasn't even about the mess anymore. It was about how out of control things were getting. I tried to talk to him. "Jason, this is too much. We don't have room for all these cats." He just shrugged, grinning like it was no big deal.
They're rescues. They need me. Who else is going to take care of them?
I let it go again, feeling guilty for wanting to say no, but deep down something about it all felt wrong. And soon enough, it got worse. One night, I came home late from work. I stepped into the apartment and immediately noticed something was off. The air felt heavier, the smell stronger than usual. And then I saw it. A large metal cage in the middle of the living room. Inside were rats, dozens of them, squeaking and scratching at the bars, their tiny bodies wriggling over each other. Jason was kneeling by the cage, tossing in old bread, like he was feeding birds at the park. I froze, my heart pounding. "What the hell is this?" He didn't even look up.
They were going to be used for experiments. I couldn't let that happen.
My stomach twisted. "Jason, this is insane! Rats! You can't bring rats into the apartment!"
They need me,
he said softly, his eyes finally meeting mine. They were wide, almost desperate.
No one else cares about them, Liv. You don't understand.
I didn't know what to say. He always made me feel like I was the selfish one, like I was heartless for not wanting to live in a zoo. But this was too much. Soon it wasn't just rats. The apartment became a nightmare. Cages, aquariums, scratching posts. Every inch of space filled with something alive. Birds squawked from their cages in the kitchen. Hamsters ran on wheels in the bathroom. I couldn't take it anymore. But Jason? He was lost in it. He barely even noticed me anymore. He spent all his time caring for the animals, talking to them like they were his only family. I tried to talk, to make him see reason, but it was like speaking to a wall. And then he brought home the dog. It wasn't just any dog. It was a huge, wild-looking mutt with matted fur and eyes that gleamed with something I couldn't place. The moment I saw it, I felt a cold fear creep up my spine. It looked dangerous, rabid even. "What are you doing, Jason?" I asked, backing away from the snarling dog. "That thing could kill us!"
Hey, it's okay. He's fine,
Jason said, reaching down to pet the dog's head. It snapped at his hand, but he didn't flinch.
He's just scared. He'll calm down once he gets used to us.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "No, this is it. You can't keep bringing wild animals into the house. We're done." But he just looked at me, that same pleading look he always used.
He needs me, Liv. No one else would take him.
That night, I couldn't sleep. The noise was constant. The birds flapping, the rats scratching, the cats knocking things over. And then I heard it, the soft creak of a cage door opening. My heart stopped. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. There it was again, scratching, scurrying. The rats. They were out. I shook Jason awake, panic rising in my chest. "Jason, the rats!" He groaned and sat up, rubbing his eyes.
Relax, Liv. I'll get them back in the cage.
I jumped out of bed, my skin crawling at the thought of those tiny creatures running loose. I grabbed my things and made a decision. Jason didn't argue. He just nodded, too tired to care. He was already trying to catch the escaped rats. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, but as I reached the hallway, I froze. The dog was standing there, blocking the exit. Its eyes gleamed in the dim light and its lips curled back, revealing sharp yellowed teeth. A low growl rumbled from its throat. "Jason!" I called, my voice trembling. "Get the dog, now!" But he was too busy with the rats to hear me. The dog's growl grew louder, its muscles tensing. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew what was coming. I screamed, diving to the side just as it snapped at where I'd been standing. Jason came running, throwing himself between me and the dog. The dog sank its teeth into Jason's hand and wouldn't let go. Jason screamed in pain, telling me to run. Through gritted teeth, he said,
"I'm sorry, Liv."
I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted for the door, my legs trembling beneath me. My hands shook as I dialed 911. When the operator picked up, I could barely get the words out. "Help! Please! He's keeping animals. Too many. It's dangerous." I never went back. I didn't want to know what happened after I left. Everything was so exhausted.
I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like it was ready to leap out of my chest. The nightmare still clung to my mind like a thick fog, vivid and real. My hands were trembling as I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. I stared into the mirror, holding my breath. There I was, just Mia. Just the girl everyone admired, the one with the perfect skin, the perfect smile. Relief washed over me, and I couldn't help but laugh, embarrassed by how shaken I had been. It was only a nightmare, I reminded myself. Nothing more. Later that day, I met Jen, my best friend. She was always the calm, collected one, never letting anything faze her. When she saw me, though, her eyes narrowed in concern. Jen pointed to my chin.
"There's a pimple. You should treat it before it gets worse."
I blinked in surprise and quickly pulled out my pocket mirror. Sure enough, a small red bump had appeared on my chin. I hadn't even noticed it until now. I frowned, confused, as she handed me a small tube of acne cream.
"Mia, you should put this on."
I thanked her, embarrassed, and promised to use the cream as soon as I got home. By the time I was back in my apartment, I slathered the cream on before bed, expecting it to clear up by morning. That's how it always worked, right? A simple fix. I had no reason to think otherwise, but when I woke up, my skin felt strange. It itched, burned even. My hand flew to my chin and I froze. The bump wasn't just a bump anymore. I rushed to the bathroom, hoping it was just a bad reaction to the cream. But when I looked in the mirror, I wished I hadn't. My face was a nightmare brought to life. The once small pimple had spread, covering my chin with inflamed welts. They weren't just blemishes anymore. They were moving beneath the surface of my skin like they had a life of their own. Thick, yellow pus oozed from the edges, mingling with streaks of blood. I could barely recognize myself. In a blind panic, I grabbed the cream Jen had given me and smeared it across my face, desperate for relief. I applied face masks, cold compresses, and anything I could think of, but nothing helped. The more I treated it, the worse it became. The welts spread, consuming more and more of my face until it felt like I was rotting alive. I started avoiding mirrors, terrified of what I might see. But even when I wasn't looking, the reflection found me. My face, twisted, grotesque, staring back at me with hollow, bloodshot eyes covered in festering sores. It was everywhere. In the phone screen, on the surface of the water, and also in the window. I tried covering every reflective surface I could find, but it didn't matter. My reflection was always there, haunting me, reminding me that there was no escape. One day, I decided to get out. I pulled on a hoodie covering my head and decided to go to the grocery store. I thought if I just avoided looking at mirrors, I might feel normal again. For a moment, I almost did. I even stopped to pet a small, fluffy puppy sniffing at the sidewalk. Its big, brown eyes looked up at me, and for a moment, my heart softened. I knelt down to pet it, needing some kind of comfort. Then, I saw it, my reflection in the dog's eyes. Through those innocent eyes, I saw a monster. My skin swollen and rotten, deep gashes across my face. The thing in the reflection wasn't me. It was something out of a nightmare. I pulled away, horrified, and ran all the way back home. I locked myself in my apartment, trembling and crying. I curled up on the floor, tears streaming down my face, unable to shake the horrifying images of my reflection. This couldn't be real. That night, in my darkest moment, I made a decision. I had been running from the reflection for too long. It was time to confront it, to fight it. I marched into the bathroom, heart racing, and stood in front of the mirror. My face, if I could even call it that, stared back at me. The welts had grown even larger, grotesque lumps pulsating under my skin. Blood and pus oozed from the edges, dripping down my hands. "I'm not afraid of you!" I screamed at the thing in the mirror. I lifted my hand, and in a fit of rage, slammed my head into the mirror. The glass shattered, blood splattering across the broken shards. The creature in the reflection bled too. I could see it, its grotesque face twisted in pain. This was it. This was how I would defeat it. I smashed my head into the mirror again, and again, blood pouring down my face. The creature in the reflection was weakening, its movements sluggish. It was dying. Before I collapsed, I saw it. The creature, bleeding out, fading into nothing. I had done it. I had won. I smiled, triumphant, as I struck the mirror. One last time.
The house was strangely quiet as I stood in the kitchen preparing dinner. Because my husband was away on a business trip for 3 days, leaving me alone with our daughter, Nana. I missed him, of course, but it felt nice to have some mother-daughter time. As I stirred the pot, I couldn't help but smile, thinking of how adorable Nana looked in the little purple dress I had helped her put on earlier. She had insisted on wearing it all day, twirling around the living room, her laughter echoing through the house. The smell of food filled the air, and I began setting the table, calling out to Nana. "Dinner's ready, sweetheart." I waited for her usual response, a cheerful, "Coming, Mommy," but was met with silence. Strange. Nana was always quick to come when food was involved. I called out again, a little louder this time, but there was still no answer. Wiping my hands on a towel, I headed upstairs to her room, assuming she had fallen asleep. As I approached the door, I noticed a strange stillness in the air, an unnatural quiet that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Pushing the door of Nana's room open, I tried to flick on the light switch, but the room remained dark. "Nana?" I called softly, stepping into the room. A shiver ran down my spine as I noticed something odd. There were several dolls in the room that I hadn't seen before. They sat on the bed, the dresser, and even the floor, their glassy eyes reflecting the dim light. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized them. These were the same dolls I used to play with as a child, the ones I had forgotten about after all these years. How did they get here? Before I could process the unsettling sight, a voice broke the silence.
Mommy, it's tea time.
The words were barely a whisper, but they sent a chill down my spine. I turned toward the sound and saw Nana sitting at her small tea table, her back facing me. She was perfectly still, her little hands resting on the table in front of her. "Nana, are you okay, sweetie?" I asked, my voice trembling. Something about her posture was wrong, too rigid, too unnatural. As I took a step closer, I noticed that the dolls were now positioned in a circle around her, their lifeless eyes fixed on me. I hesitated, a cold dread seeping into my bones. I reached out to touch Nana's shoulder, but as soon as my fingers brushed her skin, she collapsed onto the floor like a rag doll. What was going on with my Nana? I was shocked as I saw her face. Half of the skin was missing, revealing muscle and tissue. Her nails had been ripped off, leaving her tiny fingers bloody and raw. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. But before I could react, I heard it again. That soft, chilling voice.
Mom, it's tea time.
I spun around, my eyes wide with terror. There was no one there, just the dolls sitting motionless, yet I could feel their presence, their eyes boring into me. I tried to make sense of what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Was this some twisted nightmare? Then I saw it. From the shadows, a doll began to move. It was the headless one. It was dressed in a miniature version of the same purple dress Nana had been wearing. The doll's tiny hands clutched a tea tray as it glided toward me, moving with an unnatural grace.
Why did you leave me, Mommy?
The voice was childlike, but it held a dark, sinister undertone. The doll stopped in front of me, raising its tray as if offering me a cup of tea. I staggered back, shaking my head in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. I tried to scream, to call for help, but no sound came out. The dolls closed in, surrounding me, their tiny hands reaching out, grasping at my clothes, pulling me down. I kicked and struggled, but their grip was iron strong, unyielding.
Mommy, don't you want to play with me?
The headless doll asked, its voice now coming from all directions, echoing inside my skull. I felt cold metal press against my thigh, and I looked down in horror to see another doll holding a small, sharp knife, its eyes glinting with malice. The knife plunged into my leg, the pain searing through my body. I screamed, thrashing wildly, but the dolls pinned me down, their weight crushing, suffocating. They dragged me toward the tea table, forcing me to sit in the tiny chair. The headless doll climbed onto the table, its small hands meticulously arranging the tea set. More disgusting, it took one of Nana's nails, bloodied and torn, and carefully placed it on its own tiny finger, as if completing itself with pieces of my daughter. I sobbed, my mind fracturing under the relentless terror. "Please, just let me go!" But the dolls only smiled, their expressions twisted into cruel mockeries of joy.
Tea time, Mommy. Tea time, Mommy. Tea time, Mommy.
They chorused in unison, their voices blending into a cacophony of madness. Just when I thought the nightmare couldn't get worse, my eyes wide with terror, and saw two dolls approaching, carrying a tray between them. On the tray sat a head, my old doll's head, the one I had played with as a child. But it was no longer the pristine, beautiful doll I remembered. The head was rotted, the skin cracked and peeled, one eye missing, the other milky white. The two dolls placed the tray beside the headless doll's body, their movements eerily synchronized. I watched in horror as they lifted the decayed head and attached it to the body, twisting it grotesquely until it clicked into place. For a moment, everything was still. Then, slowly, the head began to turn. The doll's mouth cracked open, and in a raspy, distorted voice, it whispered,
"Welcome back, Mommy."
Alice! I jolted awake from a nightmare. A strong sense of unease surged in my chest. I took out my phone to call Alice. Tonight, Alice and I had decided to elope together because of our love. But I had called over 20 times without a single response. I anxiously rushed to Alice's house. Suddenly, the special message alert from Alice rang. I quickly picked up my phone to check the message, full of suspicion. Amanda, Alice's mother, was the one who would never agree to let me be with Alice, even if it killed her. But Alice's determined attitude made me waver. I decided to trust Alice's words and went back home, waiting for her next message.
Did the bride's family really ask you to buy these items? I mean, these things aren't suitable for the living. No, sorry. I mean, they're not very lucky.
I laughed and replied to him, "It's nothing. My fiancé just likes this gothic style." Although I explained it to the shopkeeper, I still felt quite confused about these strange wedding items. I wanted to call Alice, but once again she declined my call and only texted me back. For 3 days, I waited. Alice still didn't answer my calls. The messages she sent were very few, and her tone became increasingly indifferent. My patience had run out. I stubbornly kept making video calls to Alice. Finally, the phone connected.
What are you going crazy about? I told you to calmly wait for me to prepare the wedding hall, didn't I?
I'm sorry, but the person I want to see is Alice. If you keep obstructing, I'll come and take her away immediately.
Fine. Come here tonight and bring the items I told you to.
Hearing that, I quickly packed up and drove to Alice's house. I stood in front of Alice's house. The house was eerily quiet and cold. As I was about to knock, Amanda opened the door as if she had been waiting for me for a long time.
Come in!
As soon as I stepped in, a foul smell hit my nose, and the cold air enveloped me, making me cough. Amanda turned back, glaring at me, then snatched the wedding items from my hands. Taking advantage of Amanda's distraction, I quietly went up to Alice's room. I entered Alice's room. The curtains around the bed were drawn, swaying without wind, and the candlelight flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. The figure I longed for day and night was lying on the bed. I joyfully approached Alice, but when I touched Alice, a cold sensation, whether from the glove or Alice's hand, struck my mind. I was horrified to realize that Alice had not reacted since I entered the room. Suddenly, a dry, bony hand grabbed my hand. I turned in shock to see Amanda raging madly, screaming and dragging me out of the room.
I've prepared everything. Tonight I will officiate the wedding for you and Alice. The ceremony will take place in the attic.
I calmed down, reassuring myself that Alice was probably just sick. Regaining my composure, I nodded to Amanda and went to prepare for the wedding. The entire wedding hall was pitch black, Amanda's sharp eyes constantly watching me, making me want to flee immediately. I dully performed each wedding ritual under Amanda's guidance, until the final ritual of exchanging rings. Alice's cold hand made me so scared that instead of holding her whole hand, I only held the finger with the wedding ring. Then, that finger broke off. I screamed, throwing Alice's hand away. An overwhelming fear struck me. Alice's head twisted to one side as if her neck vertebrae had broken. The veil fell, revealing not Alice, but a rotting corpse held together by a beautiful silver mesh dress. I wanted to scream, cry, question, or do anything, but I could only open my mouth wide, breathing heavily.
You bastard! Didn't you love my daughter so much? Pick up the ring and continue the wedding.
Are you crazy? Alice is dead. What did you do to her?
Lies! My daughter is not dead. You're just making excuses to stop the wedding. Even if my daughter is dead, she wants to marry you. I will not let her be disappointed.
Amanda had gone mad. I tried to dodge the sharp knife aimed at me, but my whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. But thanks to that fall, I avoided Amanda's knife. The knife stabbed into Alice's body, tearing the silver mesh. Amanda panicked, dropping the knife, frantically trying to mend the silver mesh. I angrily picked up the knife, ready to fight Amanda, but Alice stopped me.
Justin, she's gone mad. Please spare her. Don't let your hands be stained with blood.
Alice, I'm sorry. What horrible thing happened to you?
That night, she discovered that I was planning to run away with you. The two of us had a heated argument, both trying to grab my suitcase. Then I accidentally slipped and fell down the stairs. Mother couldn't accept the truth, so she tried to use dark witchcraft, using a silver net to trap my soul. She chose to forget her crime and accepted our wedding as if nothing had happened.
I cried in pain, regret. If only I had faced Amanda with her, or if I hadn't forced her to choose between me and Amanda, but it was all just too late for regret. Amanda looked at me, crying, calling Alice's name like a child abandoned. But I wasn't kind enough to comfort her. I easily subdued the out-of-control old woman and called the police to handle her. In the end, I fulfilled Alice's wish, carefully burying her body. In front of Alice's grave, the final ritual of our wedding was completed. Looking at the ring on my hand and on the grave, I smiled contentedly. Alice and I had become a married couple forever.
Have a blessed Thanksgiving.
The smell was overwhelming, rot mixed with something burnt and metallic. My breath caught as I stepped into the cramped kitchen. The stove held a large pot filled with meat and bones I didn't want to identify. In the fridge, peeking out from behind condiments and leftovers, was a man's head, eyes frozen wide in horror. On the counter, a pan of oil held floating meats, their skin blistered and blackened. I swallowed hard, disgust seeping through me. Who could do something so monstrous? The tip-off was strange too. A man named Jose had called, shaken, saying his friend Omaima had been in a terrible situation. She'd killed her husband Bill, he claimed, in self-defense. Yet here was the aftermath. Nothing about it screamed panic or self-defense. This was calculated. Inside the interrogation room, Omaima sat across from me, hands folded neatly, an unsettling calm in her gaze. I studied her for a moment, Egyptian, early 30s, dark hair framing a face that seemed almost serene, as if she were waiting for a dinner order instead of facing a murder charge. I started. Omaima, can you explain why we found your husband's body? Like that? She raised her eyes to mine, completely unbothered.
I didn't have a choice, Detective Dean. Bill was... he was hurting me every day. I did what I had to do.
To defend yourself? I lifted a crime scene photo, showing the state of the kitchen, the blood-stained counters. This doesn't look like self-defense. This looks like a lot more. Why cut him up? Why cook parts of him? Her eyes were filled with tears, as if about to cry.
Bill was abusive, controlling. He threatened me every day.
We found no evidence of abuse, no medical reports, nothing. His family, his friends, none of them ever saw this violent side of him you're describing.
Of course they didn't,
She said, voice rising a notch.
He was charming to everyone else, a real angel. But with me, he was a demon.
I pressed, leaning forward. Tell me what happened the night of his death. She trembled and started to say,
He came home drunk, started yelling, insulting me, and then he put his hands on me. I fought back, grabbed anything I could, scissors, a lamp, even an iron. He tried to hit me and I fought until he wasn't moving anymore.
And that's when you decided to dismember him?
I have nothing to say, but it was Thanksgiving.
She said, a glimmer of dark humor in her eyes.
I figured I should be thankful.
I felt a chill. Thankful? She leaned in, her smile widening, eerie.
If you lived in that nightmare, you'd understand.
I narrowed my gaze. The coroner's report shows he was restrained before he died. There were marks on his wrists, Omaima. So tell me, what kind of struggle leaves a man tied up and defenseless? She looked taken aback for a moment, but recovered.
He was violent, Detective. I had to protect myself.
From a man tied to a chair, I shot back, voice steady. Look, Omaima, this doesn't add up. The way his body was found. This wasn't an act of panic. This was controlled, deliberate.
What would you know about being terrified for your life? He threatened to report me, turn me into an illegal. I was traumatized by more than 10 years of abuse.
And yet, I continued, not letting up. There's no proof of any of this. No one else saw this side of him, no reports, no complaints. Even your ex-husband says you showed no signs of being traumatized by the abuse.
Of course they don't know,
She hissed, her control starting to crack.
Bill made sure to keep that side of him private. He manipulated people to admire him and look down on me.
You expect me to believe that, I replied, and yet there's no physical evidence on your body, no bruises, no injuries. In fact, Bill's body shows that he was tied down. The only one with marks here is him. So, who was it who really held the power? She smirked, tilting her head.
It wasn't about power, Detective. It was about survival.
The room went cold as I felt a shift in her tone. She started to laugh softly, a low, unsettling sound.
You want the truth, Detective?
She asked, leaning forward, eyes glinting.
The truth is, it was Thanksgiving. I wanted to thank him, so yes, I hit him. Hard. Then I got the scissors, the iron, anything I could find. I made sure he'd never touch me again. And yes, I carved and cooked, just like he'd done to me, piece by piece, breaking me down.
I swallowed, my own pulse pounding. Her voice had dropped to a soft, chilling whisper.
Detective, the world is better without him. Someone like him deserved what he got.
Is that what you think? That dismembering him, frying his hands, that's justice to you? We fell into silence, her gaze unwavering, mine struggling to match hers. And then, without warning, she smirked.
You know, I remember now. There were others there that night. 2 women, 3 men. They came in after, drugged me, staged the scene. I didn't kill him. They did.
Her laugh was almost musical, a mad sound filling the room. I frowned, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise.
Oh yes,
She whispered, her eyes far off.
they set me up. They wanted him dead too, I'm sure of it.
Her laughter spiraled higher and louder, filling the small room, as I watched, horrified. In that moment, her story fractured completely, falling apart in pieces even as she clung to them. Days later, Dr. Scheffner would diagnose her with a severe psychotic break, claiming that her actions had taken place in a trance-like state, as if she were outside herself. They said she couldn't be held accountable, not fully, not in the way a sane person would be. But even now, that laugh, that glint in her eyes, follows me like a shadow. It was another boring Christmas Eve. My roommate was out on a date with his girlfriend, leaving me home alone. I randomly picked a Christmas movie to watch, only to realize I had chosen a horror movie. I quickly turned off the TV, and the deafening scream from the movie finally stopped. No longer in the mood for TV, I decided to call it a night and head to bed early. But after finishing my nightly routine, the bathroom door got stuck. At first, I felt more confused than worried. It's just the two of us guys living here, so I never bother locking the bathroom door. But tonight, for some reason, the door was jammed shut, combined with the creepy vibe of the horror movie I'd just watched. The whole situation felt off. I've never found having a sturdy door so troublesome. I kicked it with all my might, but it didn't budge. Out of options, I pressed my ear against the wall to listen for any noise from the neighbors, but they were having a party, and my sounds were drowned out by the music. The room is 10 by 10 by 8 feet. Based on the usual oxygen levels, I could stay conscious for another 1 to 3 hours, depending on my physical condition and energy consumption. I calmed down and tried to break the lock, but it wasn't as easy as in the movies. Frustrated, I used force on the door handle, but it didn't work either. Suddenly, I heard shouting from my living room. I was about to call for help, but then I realized it wasn't my friend's voice. At least 2 people were fighting. My house had been broken into. The fight abruptly stopped. I held my breath as footsteps approached. Had they discovered me and planned to eliminate me? The intruder stopped at the bathroom door and started talking to me.
You're the owner of this house, right? Don't worry, I'm just a part-time worker dressed as Santa Claus to deliver gifts to kids. I found an intruder in your house, but don't worry, I've taken care of him.
I pretended to listen to his excuses, having no other choice as I was about to suffocate in this small room. He used a saw to break the door. He was definitely trying to intimidate me. The door opened. I felt a chill down my spine, my heart racing. I had to stay alert and find a chance to fight back. The intruder, dressed as Santa Claus, seemed to have indeed fought with someone, but I couldn't trust him easily. I threw a bar of soap at him. As I hoped, the intruder slipped on the soap, and I quickly escaped his reach. I quickly ran to the living room to call the police, but the sight stopped me in my tracks. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, indicating someone was seriously injured. It couldn't be the thief I had just taken down. He must have an accomplice, so I couldn't act recklessly until I found the injured one. I grabbed a firework tube, ready to fight these thieves.
You bastard, trying to escape? What? Where did he go?
The thief's words confused me. It seemed they weren't on the same side. No matter, I had to deal with the one in front of me first. The sound of fireworks and the thief's screams filled me with satisfaction. I had defeated my first enemy of the night. Just then, the appearance of an uninvited guest made me feel scared. In front of me stood a Santa Claus, but what terrified me was that he looked and appeared exactly like the Santa Claus from the horror movie I had just watched. The thief seemed extremely scared of this Santa Claus, only managing to scream in fear before running away. But what I saw next horrified me even more. That Santa Claus had just teleported right in front of me. The thief, now targeted by Santa Claus, looked utterly terrified, as if facing a demon.
You're not human. I clearly killed you earlier.
I was horrified to see 2 Santa Clauses in front of me, and it was clear the second one wasn't human. I had to do something to stop him before he dealt with the thief and turned on me. Both were dressed identically and kept switching positions. I held a dart in my hand but didn't know where to aim. I decided to throw it with all my might. Tonight, neither of them would leave my house safely. The dart flew, and I took one down. The one I hit was the thief. The remaining Santa Claus looked at me with a mocking smile, which filled me with fear. Even though it was self-defense, I had to admit I had just killed someone. Before I could recover, another horrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. The Santa Claus in front of me seemed like a grim reaper, sucking the thief's soul. He turned the thief into an ornament in his gift bag. Startled with fear, I faced a nameless, mysterious force. Regretting turning off the horror movie too soon, I wondered if watching further might have revealed how to confront this demonic Santa Claus.
Since you killed someone, you are a naughty child, and naughty children must be taken away.
My whole body froze, and then the evil Santa lunged at me, enveloping me in endless darkness. Just keep calm, babe.
I woke up with a sharp pain shooting through my back and shoulders. My entire body felt like it had been through a fight, but I couldn't remember anything unusual happening during the night. As I struggled to sit up, I noticed the dark bruises blooming across my skin. I had no memory of falling or hurting myself in any way. "Stephen!" I called out, my voice trembling. He rushed into the bedroom, concern etched on his face.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, his eyes scanning over the bruises on my arms. I showed him the marks. "Look at this. Did something happen last night? I don't remember anything." Stephen looked just as puzzled as I felt.
"No, nothing happened. I was right here beside you the entire night. Are you sure you didn't fall out of bed or something?"
I shook my head, feeling more confused than ever. I hadn't moved from the bed, that much I knew. Stephen helped me get dressed, and we decided it was time to see a doctor. The doctor ordered a full set of tests, checking everything from my blood pressure to potential vitamin deficiencies. When the results came back, everything appeared normal, except for one thing.
"You tested positive for nitrazepam,"
the doctor said, frowning at the report in his hands. "That can't be right. I've never taken any kind of sedative in my life."
"Are you sure? It's a strong drug, typically used to treat severe insomnia or anxiety. You haven't been prescribed anything like that?"
I shook my head, my mind reeling. "No, doctor. I wouldn't take anything like that without knowing." He looked concerned but didn't press further. When I got home, I saw a small pile of papers on the table. Stephen had left some of his things scattered about after sorting through bills and documents the other day. Then something caught my eye. A prescription slip, crumpled slightly at the edges. My breath hitched in my throat as I picked it up and read the name. Stephen. For a moment, I felt a pang of concern. Could Stephen be struggling with some kind of ill? Why he hadn't told me? Maybe he'd been suffering in silence, trying not to worry me. But why? Curiosity gnawed at me, and I decided to search online for more information about the drug. As I read through the details, my heart began to pound harder. The dosage prescribed to Stephen was far higher than what was typically recommended for mild insomnia. It was the kind of dose that could knock someone out completely. The most surprising thing to me was that the main ingredient of the drug was nitrazepam. An unsettling thought crept into my mind. Could Stephen have done this? Was he drugging me? The idea seemed absurd, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The way he had looked at me this morning, calm, almost too calm, left a knot of unease in my stomach. I sat there staring at the screen, my thoughts spiraling into darker places. Was I just being paranoid, or was something far more sinister happening right under my nose? That night, as Stephen handed me my usual cup of chamomile tea, I hesitated. I could feel his eyes on me, waiting for me to take a sip. My heart pounded in my chest as I forced a smile and took the cup. But instead of drinking it, I waited until he left the room and poured it down the sink. I knew then that I needed proof, something to confirm what my instincts were telling me. That evening, after Stephen had fallen asleep, I set up a small camera in our bedroom, hidden among the books on the shelf. I needed to know what was happening while I slept. The next morning, I could barely contain my anxiety as I reviewed the footage. For the first few hours, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I watched myself sleep peacefully beside Stephen. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding as the footage played out. My body, twisted and unnatural, crawled up the walls like some kind of grotesque creature. My breath caught in my throat as I watched. Stephen woke up looking up at me without a hint of surprise. He reached under the bed and pulled out a stick, using it to fend me off as I lunged at him from above. For the next hour, the two of us wrestled violently, though Stephen seemed to be the only one truly fighting. Finally, he managed to pin me down and cuff me to the bed, his face a mask of grim determination. The marks on my wrists suddenly made sense. The bruises, the pain, they were all because of this. I had been attacking him in my sleep, possessed by some force that I couldn't understand. I hadn't known. I hadn't realized it wasn't Stephen hurting me. It was me. Whatever dark force had taken over me at night. Tears streamed down my face as I rushed to find him. "Stephen! Stephen! I'm so sorry!" My voice cracked as I called for him, but there was no response. I searched the entire house, my heart racing faster with each passing second. The kitchen was empty, the living room quiet. "Stephen!" I screamed louder, panic rising as my voice echoed through the empty rooms. Where could he be? I checked the bathroom, the study. Nothing. The house felt unnervingly still, as if I were the only one left in it. My stomach twisted with fear. Something wasn't right. Then, I remembered the bedroom closet. I hadn't checked there yet. My hands shook as I reached for the handle, a sickening feeling growing in the pit of my stomach. Slowly, I opened the door. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was the monster.
The day started off normally enough. As the fire lookout assigned to Tower 11 in Ironbark State Park, my morning routine was familiar and comforting. I set up my equipment, checked in with Connor from Tower 12 over the radio, and took in the stunning views that stretched out before me. The air was crisp, the sky clear, a perfect day in the wilderness. Little did I know that this day would turn into a living nightmare. As evening approached, a thin column of smoke caught my eye to the north. Illegal campfires were a serious concern, especially in a park like this, so I contacted Connor for confirmation. Armed with my flashlight and talkie, I ventured into the forest. The deeper I went, the more dense foliage seemed to swallow the fading daylight. As the darkness grew, so did the feeling of unease that settled in the pit of my stomach. Then, out of nowhere, a scream tore through the silence. This wasn't the scream of an animal. It was a man, and he was in agony. My heart raced, and every instinct screamed at me to turn back. But my duty compelled me to move forward, to find the source of the scream and offer help. I broke into a run, my flashlight beam bobbing wildly in the darkness as I navigated through the dense underbrush. The scream echoed again, closer and closer. My heart pounded in my chest as I burst through the trees, only to find an abandoned campsite. There was a machete lying in the dirt, a lantern still flickering with a weak dying flame, and scattered camping gear tossed haphazardly around. But no people, no signs of life at all. I called out, hoping for a response, but the only answer I received was the oppressive silence of the forest. A deep sense of dread settled over me. This wasn't right. Something terrible had happened here, something that left the air thick with fear. I quickly radioed Connor, my voice shaking as I described what I'd found. He tried to reassure me, saying it was probably just an animal that made the noise, but I knew better. That scream was human, and it was filled with unimaginable pain. I wanted to get back to the tower, to the safety of my lookout post, but something stopped me. A gnawing curiosity, or maybe it was a sense of duty, pushed me to keep moving forward. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I hadn't found it yet. After passing through the forest, I stumbled upon another clearing. This one was different, unnatural. In the center was a crude stone table about 3 meters long. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached it, shining my flashlight. My breath caught in my throat as the beam revealed fresh, crimson blood still pooling and dripping from the stone. Looking closer, in the middle of the table was a strange, unfamiliar symbol etched deep into the stone and smeared with blood. My blood turned to ice as I realized what I was looking at. This was no ordinary campsite. This was a place of ritual, and not the harmless kind. Suddenly, I heard voices, many voices chanting in unison. The words were foreign, a language I couldn't comprehend. My pulse quickened as I followed the sound, inching closer until I was hidden behind a thick cluster of bushes. There they were, figures cloaked in black robes, their faces concealed by hoods. They were performing some sort of ritual around the stone table. My eyes widened as I caught sight of a man's severed head, his brown hair matted with blood, eyes frozen in an expression of sheer terror. Wisps of smoke curled up around him, adding an eerie glow to the scene. In a panic, I fumbled for my phone and snapped a few photos, desperate to capture the evidence. But the flash betrayed me. One of the cult members spun around, eyes locking onto me. He shouted something and the others began to advance. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized I had just become their next target. I didn't think. I just ran. The forest seemed to close in around me, the branches clawing at my clothes as I sprinted through the underbrush. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could hear the cult members behind me, their footsteps pounding the earth as they gave chase. My heart was racing, my legs burning, but I couldn't afford to slow down. I wasn't familiar with this part of the park. Every turn felt wrong. Every path looked the same. In the darkness, I was disoriented and desperate. I finally reached a small hill and slid down its side. Crouching behind a thick bush, I pressed myself into the dirt, trying to make myself as small and as quiet as possible. My entire body shook with fear as I listened to the footsteps of the cultists grow closer, and then mercifully, they began to fade. I held my breath, daring to hope that I had lost them. The forest was silent again, save for the pounding of my heart in my ears. After what felt like an eternity, I finally allowed myself to exhale. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get the hell out of the park. Just as I was about to move, the crackle of my radio shattered the silence. Connor's voice came through, loud and clear, asking for an update. The sound echoed through the still night, impossibly loud. My blood ran cold as I realized what had just happened. Before I could react, I heard footsteps rapidly approaching. From behind me, I had been mindlessly scrolling through my phone, watching random videos, when an ad popped up. Detect ghosts within 2 meters. It blared in bold letters, followed by eerie music. It looked ridiculous, probably just another gimmick. But I love horror. I was genuinely curious to see how detecting a nearby ghost would scare me. I downloaded the app. As the screen loaded, the app explained how it worked. Something about EMF readings and special sensors. I wasn't paying attention. I was just ready to laugh at how fake it would be. The app booted up and a radar-like interface appeared on my phone. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, sure, I muttered. For a minute, nothing happened. The screen stayed blank as I pointed it around the living room. I was about to delete it when the phone vibrated in my hand. Ghost detected. I froze. The words blinked at me, the phone emitting a soft beep. Okay, that's creepy, I thought, but it was just a coincidence. Then I heard it, a faint clatter, the unmistakable sound of a dish hitting the floor in the kitchen. My skin prickled, the hairs on my neck standing on end. Slowly, I clutched my phone and made my way to the kitchen. It was probably just the wind or a breeze from an open window, nothing more. But when I stepped into the room, everything was in place, except for a shattered bowl on the floor. No big deal. It must have been too close to the edge, I told myself. I knelt down to pick up the pieces, muttering under my breath about clumsy accidents, but something felt off. The windows were closed, and there wasn't a breeze. Just as I was gathering the shards, I noticed movement. Something small, pale, and thin. My heart stopped. Right there, just inches from my hand, a long, bony hand was gathering grains of rice from the shattered bowl. The hand was skeletal, fingers impossibly long, the nails cracked and yellowed. I held my breath as the hand slowly, deliberately pulled back into the shadows under the kitchen counter. My eyes followed it, and there, in the corner by the refrigerator, something was crouched in the darkness. It was hunched, its body grotesquely thin, limbs too long for its frame. Its face, pale and gaunt, with hollow, sunken eyes, turned toward me, and in its hand, it was holding a single grain of rice, which it slowly, disgustingly brought to its mouth and ate. I stood paralyzed, my legs trembling. The thing's eyes, dead, hollow pits, locked onto mine. It reached out again, its arms impossibly long, fingers stretching toward the shattered remains of the bowl, plucking at the rice like a starving animal. I bolted. Without thinking, I ran out of the kitchen, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. My mind raced. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. I had probably imagined it. After all, I had just watched a horror movie. Yeah, that had to be it. But then my phone buzzed again. Ghost detected. The message made my blood run cold. No, not again. I was still standing in the hallway, catching my breath, when I heard the faint creak of a cabinet door. Slowly, I peeked into the living room. My TV drawer door was wide open. I hadn't touched it. I stepped closer, the tension building in my chest. That's when I noticed the drawer under the TV, shaking violently as if something inside was trying to break free. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and stepped closer. The rattling grew more frantic, the drawer slamming against the cabinet as though it were possessed. My hand hovered over the handle, trembling as I debated whether or not to open it. Before I could make a decision, the drawer burst open with a loud bang and something came crawling out. I stumbled back, my legs barely holding me up. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. Human heads, disembodied, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, were spilling out of the drawer, rolling across the floor. But they didn't stop at the floor. No, they lifted, hovering in the air like grotesque balloons, their eyes fixed on me as they floated toward the ceiling. I backed into the wall, my heart hammering in my chest. One of the heads twitched, its mouth stretching into a ghastly grin. My breath caught in my throat as I scrambled to get to my bedroom in my panic. The heads floated closer, circling above me like vultures waiting for me to drop. I could hear the faint, garbled whispers escaping their lips, but I couldn't understand a word. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. I slammed the door shut, gasping for breath. I heard nothing more and breathed a sigh of relief. My phone buzzed again, many times its vibration pulling my attention back to the screen. I hesitated for a second before glancing down. Ghost detected. The words sent a chill down my spine. I decided to delete the app. It seemed like I had been on my phone for too long, and my mind was no longer clear. I should get some sleep.
It was my first night shift alone, but I tried to keep calm. This was just another part of my job as a medical examiner. Bodies came and went. They were lifeless, just shells. I repeated that to myself, hoping it would make the unease settle. Tonight, though, felt different. There were 3 bodies lined up for autopsies. The first 2 went by without incident. Routine. Accidents. Nothing remarkable. But when I pulled the 3rd body from the cold chamber, something inside me faltered. A woman, early 30s, pale skin, dark hair matted with dried blood. Her name was Jane Doe, and her cause of death was listed as a stroke. There was nothing unusual about that, but something about this body felt off. I glanced at her hand and noticed something strange. It looked like a bite mark. I pulled up the case file and saw a note scribbled in the corner. Witnesses reported Jane was found in the middle of an exorcism. I stared at the words, trying to process what I was reading. An exorcism. That wasn't something you saw in an official report every day. I shook my head, trying to shake the growing sense of dread. It didn't matter how Jane had been found. What mattered was determining her actual cause of death. I shook my head, scolding myself. It was just nerves from being alone. I'd seen worse before. Much worse. I gathered my tools, mentally preparing myself for the examination. I slid the scalpel down her chest, cutting through the skin with practiced precision. Everything was going smoothly until the power flickered. The lights dimmed, then surged back on, but not before I felt a strange sensation, like a static charge running through my body. My hands trembled, the scalpel slipping slightly, leaving a jagged line on her skin. I cursed under my breath and steadied myself. It was just a power fluctuation. The building was old. These things happened. As I continued the autopsy, something changed. I swear I heard a faint whisper. I paused, holding my breath, listening. Silence. Then, a faint creaking noise. It was coming from the body. My heart skipped a beat. I took a step back, eyes wide. The corpse's fingers twitched. I shook my head. That's impossible. I leaned in, cautiously inspecting her hand. There was no sign of movement. Maybe it had been a trick of the light, a result of my overworked imagination. But then it happened again. This time, her whole hand jerked. I stumbled back. I froze. Her eyes, once lifeless, were now locked onto mine, filled with something dark and malevolent. A chill swept through the room and the whispering returned, louder now, surrounding me. The sound was everywhere, growing louder with each breath I took.
Let me out!
The body slowly sat up on the table, moving with stiff, unnatural motions. Her eyes never left mine. I tried to move, tried to scream, but my body refused to cooperate. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed with terror.
You can't leave!
The voice whispered again, though the corpse's mouth didn't move. It echoed inside my head.
I need you!
The lights flickered again, and the room was plunged into darkness. I heard the scraping of metal against metal, the sound of the body moving closer. Panic surged through me, adrenaline finally kicking in, and I bolted for the door. My hand fumbled with the handle, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But the door wouldn't budge. "Please, please," I whispered, turning the handle with all my strength. "Please open!" A cold breath brushed against the back of my neck, and I turned, heart pounding. She was standing right behind me, her face inches from mine. Her eyes gleamed with something unnatural, something ancient.
You can't escape!
She murmured, her voice now clear and cold.
I've been trapped for so long!
Her hand reached out, and before I could react, it latched onto my arm. A burning sensation shot through me, and I screamed as she bit into my flesh, leaving the same mark that scarred her own hand.
I need a body. Yours looks strong.
The cold, sharp pain intensified, and I felt something crawling inside me, something dark and invasive. My vision blurred as I struggled to break free, but her hold was unyielding. The whispers grew louder, deafening now, as the presence began to force its way inside my mind. Suddenly, I wasn't in the morgue anymore. I was in a dark, endless void, floating in a sea of nothingness. The only thing I could hear was her voice, echoing around me. I could feel her taking over inch by inch, claiming my body as her own. My thoughts grew foggy, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. I tried to fight back to push her out, but it was no use. She was too strong. Just before I was consumed entirely. Her voice whispered one last time, soft and triumphant.
Thank you for your gift.
I always thought the idea of inheriting a house would be exciting, a new place to explore, a new start. But when I received the news about the old Victorian house from my aunt, something about it felt wrong. My aunt had always been a bit of a recluse, someone who kept to herself and rarely talked about her life. Still, I packed my bags and made the drive to the small, remote town where the house stood. The house was exactly what you'd expect from an old Victorian. Tall, imposing, with a garden that had long been overrun by weeds and thyme. As I walked through the rusty gate and into the yard, I noticed several stone statues scattered around the garden. They were angels, but the one that stood out to me was the statue with its hands covering its face as if it were weeping. There was something eerie about them, but I dismissed it as nothing more than my imagination. Perhaps my aunt had a thing for statues. Inside, the house was just as I remembered it from my childhood. A little dusty, a little worn, but full of memories. I wandered through the rooms, touching the old furniture and opening long forgotten drawers. The air was thick with the smell of aged wood and dust. I found myself drawn to my aunt's old room, the place she had spent her final days. As I entered, something caught my eye, a letter placed neatly on the desk addressed to me. I opened it and read,
Lucas, if you're reading this, it means I'm gone. There's something you need to know about the statues in the garden. Whatever you do, don't turn your back on them. Don't blink. Trust me, you'll understand why soon enough. Be careful, my dear.
My heart skipped a beat. What did she mean by that? I looked around the room trying to make sense of it, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A statue, the same kind as those in the garden, was now in the corner of the room. Had it been there when I walked in? I couldn't remember. Before I could think any further, the light in the room flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. The bulb must have blown. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. As the light cut through the darkness, I swung it around, only to have it land directly on the face of the statue. Its face was mere inches from mine, its mouth open in a silent scream. I staggered back. Something was very, very wrong. I needed to get out of the house. But first, I had to fix the power. But as I turned to leave the room, I heard a soft creaking sound behind me. I spun around and there it was, the statue now standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. The statue was moving when I wasn't looking. Don't turn your back on them. Don't blink. I started walking backward, keeping my eyes locked on the statue, refusing to let it out of my sight. I made it to the hallway, my eyes burning from not blinking, when I saw a baseball bat leaning against the wall. I grabbed it to protect myself. I continued down the hall, slowly, keeping my eyes on the statue as it followed me, moving only when I wasn't looking. The basement door was just ahead, but as I reached for the handle, I heard the floorboards creak behind me. I glanced quickly back at the first one, now closer than ever. I was trapped between them. I swung the door open and slipped through, slamming it shut behind me, but I knew it wouldn't hold them for long. I hurried to the breaker box, keeping the bat close. As I fumbled with the breakers, I felt a cold dread wash over me. I knew they were getting closer. I flipped the switch, the lights flickered back on, and I turned around to see the statues mere inches from me. The bat, with all the strength I could muster, I swung the bat at the closest statue. The wood connected with a sickening crack, but when I looked again, the statue was whole, unharmed, as if nothing had happened. My heart sank. There was no way to stop them. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the statues as I made my way up the stairs, but the creaking sound continued. More statues appeared, crowding the narrow hallway, their hollow eyes fixed on me. My breath came in shallow gasps as I realized I was surrounded. I backed into a corner, the statues closing in. My vision blurred from the strain of not blinking, not turning away. I was trapped, nowhere to go. I glanced to my left. There was a statue, its hands outstretched, reaching for me. I looked to my right, and another was there, blocking any escape. My eyes darted back and forth between them, my heart pounding in my chest. And then, I blinked. The last thing I saw was their stone eyes, watching as the darkness swallowed me whole.
Trick or treat.
I've always hated Halloween. The costumes, the candy, the fake smiles plastered on every kid's face. It all seemed so pointless. Every year they came knocking, disturbing the peace, asking for candy I didn't have. This year was no different, or so I thought. The doorbell rang again. I sighed, forcing myself up from the couch. Another one, I muttered under my breath. I opened the door, expecting to see the usual neighborhood kids, but this time, something was off. Standing on my doorstep was a figure, tall and skinny, draped in a strange costume that hid its face entirely. I couldn't even tell if it was a kid or someone playing a prank. The figure's voice was low, almost hollow, as it said,
Trick or treat.
I frowned. more annoyed than anything. My hands reached into my pockets out of habit, but as expected, I had nothing to offer. "Sorry, kid," I grumbled. "I don't do Halloween." But instead of leaving, the figure just stood there, completely still. Then, after an uncomfortable pause, it slowly extended its hand, offering me a small black bag of candy.
"Happy Halloween,"
it whispered, voice barely audible, before turning and walking away into the darkness. I stared after it, uneasy but shrugged it off. Weird kids, weird costumes. It's Halloween, after all. I tossed the bag of candy on the table and sat back down. The house was quiet, but that strange encounter had left me feeling restless. I stared at the candy bag for a while. Eventually, boredom got the best of me. "Why not?" I muttered, grabbing the bag. The candy looked normal enough, wrapped in shiny paper, colourful, harmless. I popped one in my mouth and chewed. It wasn't bad. I grabbed another, then another, and soon enough, I was mindlessly snacking. Then came the pain. It hit suddenly, a sharp, stabbing sensation inside my mouth. I froze, my heart racing as I felt something cold and hard jammed between my teeth. Panic surged through me. I spat the candy out, blood mixing with bits of chocolate. A needle, a long, thin needle, was lodged in the candy. My hands were trembling as I reached into my mouth, feeling with my tongue. My gums were throbbing, and I could feel the needle buried deep. Blood poured out as I tried to pull it free, my fingers slick with it. I stumbled into the bathroom, leaned over the sink, staring into the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with panic. There, in the reflection, I saw it, a needle sticking out from my gums, glistening with blood. I grabbed it, wincing as I tugged it free. The pain was unbearable, but it was out. I dropped the needle into the sink with a metallic clink, and my mind raced. What kind of sick joke was this? I rinsed my mouth with water, but the blood kept coming. My gums throbbed with pain, and I spat again. More blood, more pain. But then, it wasn't just pain anymore. It was itching. I pressed my tongue against my gums, trying to figure out what was happening, but my mouth felt wrong. My gums were swollen, irritated. I leaned closer to the mirror, my heart hammering in my chest. That's when I saw them. White, bulbous bumps were forming along my gum line. They pulsed slightly, stretching the skin until it felt like they were about to burst. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a paper knife from my room. I stared at my reflection again, knife in hand. Slowly, shaking, I pressed the blade to my gum. The sharp pain returned, but the itching was unbearable. I dragged the blade across the swollen bumps, slicing them open. Black, oily liquid sprayed out, coating the sink. The stench hit me immediately, a thick, rotting odor that made my stomach churn. It wasn't blood. This was something else, something foul, something alive. I gagged, my vision swimming, but the worst was yet to come. Something moved in my mouth. My gums pulsed again, and I felt something wriggling beneath the skin. I dropped the knife, grabbing a pair of pliers from the drawer. I opened my mouth wide, trying to steady my hands. With the pliers, I yanked at my teeth, one by one, pulling them out. Each pull brought more black liquid, more stench. My teeth clattered into the sink, broken and bloody. But there, in the ruins of my gums, I saw them, black, slimy worms. They wriggled and squirmed, their slick bodies weaving through the open wounds. I screamed, grabbing at them and pulling them out with my hands, but one slipped past my grasp, falling back into my throat. I stumbled back, clutching at my stomach. Something was crawling inside me. Something was eating me from the inside. In my haze of terror, my eyes fell on the knife. My vision blurred, and a dark thought crept into my mind. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, but no matter how much I shifted under the covers, sleep wouldn't come. I sighed, deciding that a glass of water might help calm my restless mind. The kitchen was pitch dark, with just a sliver of light filtering in through the glass door facing the garden. I reached for a glass of water, but strangely, I couldn't grasp the glass in front of me. Maybe I was just dizzy, or perhaps it was because my foster mother had cooked me an incredibly delicious and hearty meal last night. But then something outside caught my attention. There, in the garden under the pale moonlight, was someone. A figure dressed in strange, flowing clothes, their movements slow and deliberate. It took me a moment to realize they were dancing. A stranger was dancing in my garden. I blinked, trying to make sense of the scene. The figure's arms moved gracefully, their feet sliding silently across the grass. It was almost hypnotic, the way they danced. But the sight filled me with unease. Why would someone be dancing in my yard in the middle of the night? I walked to the window for a closer look. I couldn't make out if it was a man or a woman, just that the person seemed completely absorbed in their strange, ritualistic movements. Something inside me pushed me to step outside, against my better judgment. Maybe it was the sheer weirdness of the situation. Maybe it was a gut instinct to confront the intruder. But I found myself stepping out into the cold night air. As I moved closer, what I saw next froze me in my tracks. My parents. They were there too, kneeling on the ground, facing the dancer. Their heads were bowed, and they were murmuring something in unison, a language I didn't recognize. The words were soft, foreign and unsettling, like a chant or prayer from some ancient ritual. "Mom? Dad?" I called out, my voice trembling. But they didn't respond. They didn't even flinch. They just continued bowing over and over, their hands clasped in front of them, like they were paying reverence to the dancing figure. My stomach twisted. I had never known them to be superstitious. Sure, they asked strange questions when they adopted me 3 months ago, about my birth date, my bloodline, even the specific time and place I was born, but I brushed it off as cultural quirks. Now though, seeing them like this, I realized how deeply rooted their beliefs were. I called out again, louder this time. "Mom! Dad! What are you doing?" Still no response. They kept chanting, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the dancers' movements. I started to panic, rushing forward to shake them out of whatever trance they were in, but something stopped me. I felt a force, cold, invisible, pulling me toward the center of the garden. It wasn't my own will driving me anymore. It was as if I was being drawn in, as if something was tugging at my very soul. My feet moved on their own, bringing me closer to the figure and my parents. The chanting grew louder, the air thicker with each step I took. And then I saw it. There, on the ground, was a body. A familiar body. It was me. I stumbled backward, the world spinning around me. My own face, pale and lifeless, stared back up at me from the cold earth. The lifeless body lay still, its eyes closed, its skin ashen under the moonlight. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. How could this be? I looked down at my hands, expecting to see flesh, but they were fading, translucent. My heart raced, and I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was dead. No, it couldn't be. I was standing here. I was alive. Wasn't I? I reached out, but my hand passed through the grass, the earth, even my own body. The horrifying truth dawned on me. I had been dead all along. This was my corpse, and I wasn't supposed to be here. The figure stopped dancing and turned toward me. Behind the figure, I saw someone I didn't recognize. A young man, his eyes deep and sorrowful. He smiled, a sad, bittersweet smile, as if he knew exactly what had happened. And then it hit me. This wasn't just a seance. It was a ritual to bring him back. My foster parents had been performing a ceremony to call their lost child back from the dead. They had used me, my body, my soul, as the vessel. The man, Min. He stepped forward, his presence gentle but undeniable. I could feel his spirit pushing mine aside. I couldn't fight it. I didn't even want to. In that moment, I understood. My parents hadn't wanted me for who I was. They wanted me to bring their real child back, the one they had lost long ago. I had been nothing more than a temporary shell, a means to an end. As my soul began to fade, I felt an odd sense of peace. This was why I had been brought here. This was why they had adopted me. It was all to reunite with the child they truly loved. I looked at Min, standing over my body, ready to step into the life I had unknowingly borrowed. I wasn't angry. I wasn't afraid. I was just grateful. Thank you, I whispered to my parents, even though I knew they couldn't hear me. They had taken care of me in their own strange way. And now, I was giving them the chance to be whole again. We'd been in the business for generations, selling dog meat at the edge of the city where no one asked too many questions. It wasn't glamorous, but it was profitable. People came for our family's famous cuts, and we knew how to get them fresh. My father had taught me everything I needed to know: how to catch the dogs, how to make it quick, and how to never look back. The job seemed easy enough. A stray had been spotted near the old railway tracks, a place we often scouted for untethered dogs. I took the van with my cousin Tu, just like we always did. The night was hot and sticky, the kind where the air feels heavy with the promise of a storm. We were parked by the tracks, the headlights casting long, eerie shadows through the brush. Then we saw it. The dog, if you could even call it that, was sitting at the edge of the tracks, half in shadow, half in light. Its coat was matted and patchy, black with patches of grey, but it wasn't just its appearance that made me uneasy. The way it looked at us. Its gaze was intelligent, almost human, but colder. Much colder.
That one's big.
Tu muttered, tightening his grip on the pole we used for snaring.
Might be a fight.
Its eyes were locked on me, as if it knew something, as if it had been waiting for us. My stomach churned, but we were too far in to back out. I nodded to Tu, and we moved in. As we approached, the dog didn't flinch or snarl like the others would. It didn't run. It just sat there, calm, its eyes never leaving mine. I threw the loop around its neck, expecting a struggle, but it didn't move. Tu looked at me, confused, but I didn't have an answer. We dragged it back to the car. It didn't put up any resistance.
Well, that was easy.
Tu said, a grin spreading across his face. But my gut told me something was wrong. Very wrong. Back at the shop, we locked it in the cage overnight. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those eyes staring back at me. I told myself I was just tired, that I'd caught one too many strays and my mind was playing tricks on me. But the next morning, when we went to butcher it, my hands trembled. The dog was still sitting there in the cage, watching me. Its eyes hadn't dulled or grown afraid. They looked sharper, almost like they were cutting through me. Tu handed me the knife, but as soon as I touched it, the dog's lips curled back into the slightest of grins. I froze. Dogs don't smile. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest. Tu laughed, thinking I was being soft. He grabbed the knife and went into the cage. That's when the lights went out. A blackout wasn't unusual in our part of town, but this felt different. The shop filled with a smell I couldn't place. Something metallic, something wrong. I heard a low growl, followed by Tu's shout. Then the sounds of struggling, metal clattering, a sharp yelp, and then silence. When the lights flickered back on, Tu was lying on the floor, blood pooling around him. His throat had been torn open. The cage door was wide open, but the dog was nowhere to be seen. My stomach dropped. I rushed to Tu, but it was too late. His eyes were wide open, frozen in a mix of horror and confusion. My hands shook as I grabbed the phone, but when I dialed, no one answered. Not the police, not anyone. It was as if the line was dead. That's when I heard it, the slow, deliberate tapping of claws on concrete. I turned around, and there it was, standing in the doorway. The dog, no longer mangy and weak-looking. Its fur seemed thicker, darker, its eyes glowing even brighter. But worse than that, it was standing on two legs like a person, its mouth curling again into that unnatural grin. It took a step forward, its claws clicking on the floor. My legs wouldn't move. What are you? I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. It cocked its head, as if it understood me. Then, it spoke. Not in words, but in a low, guttural growl that echoed inside my mind.
You took them. Now I take you.
911, we need help. There's something wrong. There are only 5 of us on this camping trip, but we keep counting 6 and we don't know who he is. Oh God, I don't know what's going on. Josh was killed and Alex and Sam were lost in the woods. And Henry, I'm not sure. Please send help. I am Hannah, along with Josh, Henry, Sam, and Alex. We have been friends since freshman year of high school and decided to go camping to celebrate our graduation. When we arrived, we began setting up our tents. Henry quickly finished setting his tent and went to find firewood. Josh was reading the tent setup instructions, while Alex and Sam were busy putting up their tent. I am sure that at that moment there were only 5 of us, and I knew each one well. Suddenly a red light flashed, and I joked that it might be a UFO coming to Earth. But shortly after, everything became eerily cold. The sun had set, and the silence was overwhelming. We sat around the campfire for warmth, but the feeling of safety quickly vanished. Josh looked around for Henry, but couldn't find him. I heard footsteps behind me and thought Henry had returned. We relaxed, but the atmosphere grew tense. Henry appeared suddenly, asking why we hadn't gotten a chair for him. We had arranged 5 chairs around the campfire, so there shouldn't have been a 6th person. The more I tried to explain, the more confused my thoughts became, as if someone was draining my thoughts. We felt the presence of someone we couldn't see. I watched everyone. They all sensed something was happening. Sam and Alex expressed their anxiety, while Josh and Henry couldn't hide their fear. Henry broke the silence. "Okay, I'll get my own chair." I stood up and offered to help him. As we walked away from the campfire towards the tents, I asked Henry how many people were there. He nervously replied, 5, or rather 5 chairs. Every time I thought about the 6th person, my thoughts became uncontrollable. It was like waking up from a dream and forcing myself to remember it, but I couldn't. Each time I thought about the 6th person, I felt a sharp pain. We returned to the campfire to find 2 empty chairs for Henry and me. Everything seemed normal now, even though it hadn't before. Sam suggested we might be tired from the long trip and needed some rest. Perhaps she was right. We were all sleep-deprived from waking up early to get here. Alex brought out some drinks and we sat closer to the fire, sipping and warming ourselves. The feeling of safety and comfort returned, but it didn't last long. "Wait, who started the fire?" I asked. Everyone looked at me uncomfortably, but no one answered. I looked around at my friends, all appearing blurry in the firelight. "Wasn't it you, Henry?" Josh asked, but Henry shook his head. "I think the person behind Hannah did it," Sam said, looking at me. My heart pounded. I slowly turned around, but there was nothing behind me except darkness. Alex suggested we should leave. Someone mentioned it was too dark, and we could get lost if we left now. Josh suggested that we should pair up and sleep together instead of separated tent. That way no one would be alone tonight. We paired up. I was with Henry, Sam with Alex. Josh said he didn't have a partner, but we reassured him that he did. I didn't know why we said that, why we kept thinking about the 6th person. Sam suggested arranging the tents in a U-shape so the entrances were close together, limiting access. Everyone settled into their tents. Although Josh was alone, he felt okay because our tents were close together. But maybe Josh was just pretending to be brave. I deeply regretted letting Josh sleep alone. He was the least integrated into the group, and he knew that none of us were with him. Before going to sleep, we agreed to leave as soon as the sun rose. Alex's scream woke us up in the middle of the night. Henry and I opened our tent to find Sam and Alex staring at Josh's tent. Josh was still in his sleeping bag. His face was twisted in pain, and his nails had been removed, with black blood dripping. The rest of his body was curled up in the sleeping bag. Alex was in shock, his eyes unfocused. Sam shook him repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Henry grabbed a flashlight, shouted, and told us to get up and run. We abandoned everything and ran away from the campsite. The 5 of us ran as fast as we could, with Henry leading, using the weak flashlight to guide us. And then Alex tripped and sprained his ankle. We all stopped. Someone said he knew how to make a splint for Alex and dragged him into the forest. Everything happened too quickly. Sam followed Alex's cries despite Henry trying to stop her. I wanted to follow Sam, but Henry grabbed my shoulder and shook me hard, urging me to leave. We kept running and running, but after a while, someone was quickly following us. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. My legs were burning. Henry looked back at me, yelling at me to keep running. He pulled a small knife from his pocket, handed me the car keys, and then turned back, throwing the knife at the person chasing us. I kept running in fear, stumbling along the path for hours. I didn't allow myself to stop. When I saw the familiar parking lot, I almost cried. I rushed to the car, started it, and quickly drove out of the forest and onto the highway. Now I'm waiting for 911 to arrive. I don't think they'll believe my story, but they said they sent a car. The sun is starting to rise. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw someone sitting in the back seat. We locked eyes.
I hadn't seen Grandma in 3 years. After the divorce, Mum and I moved across the country, and we couldn't afford to visit. Or maybe Mum just didn't want to. But when her new boyfriend gave her tickets to Costa Rica, she suddenly thought it was a great idea for me to spend a week with Grandma.
Come on, Ava, Grandma's great. She'll teach you how to knit and bake cookies.
As I arrived at Grandma's house, something felt off. She looked the same, white hair, blue eyes, but she seemed distant, almost cold.
"Hello, my dear,"
she said, smiling in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. The first few days were okay. We baked cookies and talked, but there were moments when Grandma acted strangely. She forgot my name once, calling me every name she could think of. What was even stranger was when Grandma warned me not to go into the basement, giving only a brief explanation.
"It's dangerous. If you go down there, I'll punish you in the most painful way."
I swallowed hard and nodded, unsure of what to say. Then she smiled and said she was just joking, but the way she laughed sent chills down my spine. I forced a smile, but I couldn't hide the disappointment. That basement had once been a treasure trove of memories. But I told myself it was for my safety and tried to push the thought aside. That night, I woke up with a dry throat and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I passed through the dimly lit hallway, I saw her, Grandma, sitting in her old armchair in the living room. She wasn't knitting or reading like she usually did. Instead, she was completely still, her body rigid, eyes locked on me. Her eyes flicked toward me, but they weren't the warm eyes I remembered. They darted back and forth, unnervingly fast, as if they were searching for something, or someone. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed away. She didn't respond, didn't move, just kept staring with those wild, rolling eyes. I turned and bolted back to my room, slamming the door behind me, trying to shake the image from my mind. The next morning, I cautiously asked her about it. "Grandma, were you up last night? You were staring at me." She looked at me, puzzled.
"I don't remember that, dear. Must have been sleepwalking or something."
But there was a heaviness in her voice that didn't sit right with me. Her tone was deeper than usual, and her movements seemed sluggish, almost disjointed. All day, I watched her closely. She walked with a strange, uneven gait, and her speech was off, like it took extra effort to form words. Something was terribly wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. That night, as she slept, I heard something, faint, muffled cries. I followed the strange sound out of the room and down the hallway. They were coming from the basement. I froze, listening intently, and my blood ran cold when I recognized the voice. It was Grandma's voice, but it was pleading, desperate. Without thinking, I grabbed the old key hanging by the kitchen door and crept down to the basement. The stairs creaked under my weight and the air grew colder with each step. When I reached the bottom, I could barely breathe. There, on an old surgical table, was my grandmother, my real grandmother. Her head was bandaged, but I could see where the scalp had been crudely cut, revealing bone beneath. Her eyes were missing, just empty sockets staring up at the ceiling. Tears streamed down her face as she whimpered.
"Ava, don't! It's not me. Up there, it's not me."
"Grandma!" I rushed to her side, fumbling with the chains that bound her to the table. "I'll get you out of here, I promise." But as I struggled with the lock, I heard the basement door creak open behind me. I turned slowly, my blood turning to ice as I saw the other grandma, no, the thing pretending to be her, standing at the top of the stairs. Its eyes, no longer darting, were fixed on me with a cold, furious stare.
"Oh, Ava, you shouldn't have come down here,"
it said, its voice hollow and echoing in the small space.
"Now you know too much."
I backed away, my hands shaking. What the hell are you?"
"I am what you see. I take what is mine. Memories, life, identity. But this body and this mind is too weak. I want yours.
In a flash, the thing leaped off the stairs and was on me before I could react, its hands like icy claws gripping my arms with inhuman strength. I screamed, but it was drowned out by the creature's growl, a deep sound that sent a jolt of terror through my entire body. My head hit the cold stone, and for a moment, the world spun, dark spots dancing in my vision. I struggled against its grip, but it was too strong, its fingers digging painfully into my skin. Its face inches from mine, so close I could feel its icy breath against my cheek.
But now, you'll end up just like her, a hollow shell.
The creature's other hand moved to my face, and I felt its cold fingers brush against my temple. The touch sent a shockwave of pain through my skull, like needles being driven into my brain. I cried out, thrashing against its hold, but it only tightened its grip. "Stop! Please! Don't do this!" But the creature only smiled wider, its teeth unnervingly sharp, almost predatory.
You're mine now, Ava. And when I'm done, no one will ever know you existed.
I had always been a skeptic. Ghosts? Just a bunch of stories. Haunted places? Clever lighting, creaky floors, and imagination do the rest. My YouTube channel thrived off debunking the supernatural, and my fans loved it. They challenged me and dared me to go to the darkest, creepiest places, and I never backed down. That's why I found myself on a boat heading to the infamous Island of the Dolls in Mexico. The challenge? Prove the place wasn't haunted. Easy. Just another spooky story waiting to be exposed. When I stepped onto the island, it was exactly as eerie as everyone said. The first thing that struck me was the stillness, like the air was holding its breath, waiting for something. And then, the dolls. Hundreds of them hanging from the trees, strung up like morbid decorations. Their bodies were twisted, some missing arms or legs, their plastic skin faded and dirty. But it was their eyes. Those eyes. Some of the dolls had eyes that looked too real, unnervingly human, watching my every move. And then, there were those without eyes. Just empty sockets staring into the void. "All right, guys, here we are," I said into my camera, trying to keep my voice casual. "This is the famous Island of the Dolls. Creepy, right? But let's be real, it's just an old legend. Let's see if we can find anything real here." A comment popped up on my live stream chat. One that stood out from the endless stream of messages scrolling by. "Touch the doll, I dare you." I paused, the doll nearest to me swaying slightly in the breeze. It was one of the more unsettling ones, its face cracked, eyes wide open staring blankly at me. I told myself this was just a challenge, just another way to bait me. My pride wouldn't let me back down. I forced a laugh, though it came out more nervous than I intended. "It's just a doll," I said, addressing the camera, but the words felt hollow. My fingers twitched as I reached out. "See? Nothing scary here." I touched the doll, and it felt cold under my hand, the texture gritty with age and weather. I gave it a gentle push, half expecting it to fall apart from how brittle it looked. It swung back and forth, the cracked face seeming to leer at me as it swayed. My stomach churned, but I plastered on a smile. There, I did it. Nothing happened. The chat exploded with comments, some laughing, some still daring me to do more. But the important thing is the views spiked. I should move on and do my content. Let's explore somewhere else. Then I reached the riverbank. The water was dark, almost black, and eerily calm. I turned the camera towards it, narrating for the live stream. Here we are at the edge of the island, guys. Nothing but still water and... I froze. There was something floating in the river. It was pale, a human shape, drifting slowly toward the shore. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped closer, the camera still recording. It was a body, a man's body, his skin bloated and white, his chest ripped open, torn apart, revealing broken ribs and empty space where his heart should have been. But the worst part? His face. He had no eyes. The deep hollows where his eyes should have been stared back at me, black and endless. I took a step back, my legs trembling. Holy, I muttered, barely able to speak. This can't be real. But before I could react, something moved. The body, no, the corpse, shifted. One of its arms jerked upwards, and in an instant, its cold, dead hand shot out and grabbed my throat. I dropped the camera. Its fingers like steel crushing the air out of me. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but it was no use. Its other hand came up, clutching my face, and I felt a sharp, burning pain in my chest. The corpse's chest was torn open, but now I could feel something forcing its way into mine. It was like a dark cloud, a presence that slipped through the gaping wound in my chest and flooded my body. My muscles seized up, my vision blurred, and I felt myself slipping away, being pulled into the abyss. The corpse let go of my throat, and I collapsed to the ground. But I wasn't in control anymore. I couldn't move on my own, couldn't think. My hands, now steady and deliberate, moved towards my face. My fingers touched my eyes. I could feel the cold, clammy sensation of my own fingers pressing against my eyeballs, and I tried to scream, but my mouth didn't respond. Slowly, carefully, my fingers dug in deeper, and with a sickening pop, I pulled out my own eyes. The pain was overwhelming, but I wasn't in control anymore. I could only feel it trapped in my own head as something else moved my body. I walked, blind but guided, back toward the forest of dolls. The thing inside me was making me move, making me stumble through the trees until I reached the hanging dolls. One by one, I began placing my eyes into the sockets of the eyeless dolls. Their hollow faces stared back at me, now complete with my stolen eyes. I could see nothing but darkness and feel nothing but pain and cold as I placed the last eye into the waiting doll. People whispered about it, saying the freshest omakase was a dining experience unlike any other. Of course, a food lover like me couldn't resist the temptation, so I made a reservation for tonight, eager to see what all the fuss was about. As soon as I stepped inside, the scent of fresh fish, soy sauce, and something unidentifiable, a rich, almost metallic scent, hit me. I couldn't place it, but it made me uneasy. I took my seat, noticing that I was the only customer. Odd, given the restaurant's reputation, but perhaps I had come at an off time. The silence of the place pressed down on me.
Irashaimase.
Suddenly, a tall, thin man standing behind the counter, his face partially obscured by the shadows. His eyes made me feel like prey being assessed by a predator.
Welcome to the freshest omakase. I'm Chef Kaito. You must be Mr. Williams?
His voice was calm, but there was something strange. Yes, that's me. I've heard a lot about this place.
Then you know that tonight's meal is a journey. Each dish tells a story. I hope you're ready for something unforgettable.
I nodded, my heart beating a little faster. The first course was served, a delicate slice of sashimi, almost translucent, drizzled with a bright green sauce. The taste was incredible. A burst of the ocean tempered by the sharp tang of the sauce. I relaxed slightly, letting the flavor distract me from the unease that had settled in my gut. The second course followed quickly, a beautifully plated dish of seared meat. The type I couldn't immediately recognize. The texture was soft, almost buttery, and it melted on my tongue. I looked up at Chef Kaito, who was watching me intently, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. This is delicious. What is it? I asked. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
A rare delicacy. It's part of the experience that our guests trust us completely.
Something about the way he said completely made my mouth go dry. I chewed harder to try to remember what it tasted like. The strange metallic scent in the air was stronger now, almost overpowering the aroma of the food. As the courses continued, each dish more exquisite and complex than the last, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The flavors were unlike anything I'd ever tasted, rich and deep, with a lingering aftertaste that was both intoxicating and disturbing. I tried to ask about the ingredients again, but each time Chef Kaito would simply smile and offer vague, evasive answers. By the time the sixth course was placed in front of me, my nerves were frayed. The dish was a small, intricately arranged platter of thinly sliced meat in the shape of rose, garnished with a blood-red sauce. The smell of iron filled my nostrils, almost overwhelming. My hand trembled slightly as I picked up a piece with my chopsticks, bringing it to my lips. The taste was familiar, too familiar. My heart pounded as I chewed slowly, my mind racing to identify the flavor. And then it hit me. A memory, a smell, something from years ago when I had cut my finger deeply on a piece of glass. It was the taste of blood. I dropped the chopsticks, my stomach turning. What is this? I asked, my voice shaking. Chef Kaito's smile widened, showing too many teeth.
The pinnacle of culinary art is not just to create something delicious, but to create a connection between chef and diner. This dish, this experience, is the ultimate connection.
I stared at him, the realization dawning with a sickening horror. This isn't animal meat, is it? He didn't answer. He didn't have to. The truth was there in his eyes, in the cruel twist of his smile. I pushed back from the counter, my chair screeching loudly on the floor. My hands shook violently, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I have to go, I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. But as I turned to leave, the door to the restaurant clicked shut. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it was unmistakable. The door had locked automatically, Chef Kaito stepped out from behind the counter, moving slowly toward me.
Leaving so soon, Mr. Williams? But the best is yet to come.
I backed away, but he kept advancing, his steps slow and deliberate. My mind raced, desperately trying to think of a way out. The room seemed to close in on me, the shadows stretching and twisting as if alive. Please, I don't want any more, I begged, my voice trembling. His voice was cold now, the pretense of hospitality gone. Then he pulled out a long, thin blade, its edge glinting wickedly in the dim light.
But Mr. Williams, you haven't even tried the final course.
I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The blade was stained, the dark smudges unmistakable.
This dish requires the freshest ingredients. It's the only way to truly savor the experience.
I bolted toward the door, but he was faster. His hand clamped down on my shoulder with a grip like iron, spinning me around. The last thing I saw was the gleam of the blade descending toward me. As darkness closed in, I heard his voice one last time.
Thank you for dining with us, Mr. Williams. We hope you enjoyed the experience.
Couldn't believe it. Piddy, the Piddy everyone adored, the one with the flawless smile and undeniable charm, had asked me to spend the night with him. Not at some glitzy hotel, but at his secret mansion, hidden away from the world. My heart raced with excitement. I was just a normal girl, and yet here I was, chosen by a celebrity like him. It felt like I was living in a dream. As we arrived, the place looked grand, yet isolated, like it had been forgotten by time. But I didn't mind. Piddy was next to me, and that was all I cared about. Piddy led me straight to his bedroom. He grabbed a bottle of baby oil, pouring far too much into his hands, rubbing it across his skin in a way that seemed meant to be seductive. It felt strange, or maybe that was just his style. I tried to brush off the unease. This was supposed to be a special night after all. We had an intense night together. And afterward, we talked. Something in our conversation shifted my view of him. He told me he loved me, but then handed me a pill and casually suggested I take it to avoid pregnancy. It felt oddly transactional, cold. Soon after, he drifted off to sleep. Piddy seemed distant, not the warm and charming man I thought I knew. Maybe he was just tired. I lay beside him, trying to calm my nerves. Then I heard it. A soft whisper cut through the silence. I froze, straining to listen. It wasn't Piddy, he was fast asleep beside me. Slowly, I sat up. Then I saw her. She was standing right next to Piddy, her hair hanging in front of her face, and her figure gaunt, covered in bruises. Her hands, they had marks, dark finger-like bruises around her wrists, and her eyes, wild, haunting, full of something I couldn't quite understand. Who was she? A fan? A stalker? Why was she here? And why was Piddy just lying there oblivious? I felt a wave of jealousy, anger even. This woman, standing so close to him, made my skin crawl. I whispered, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The woman didn't respond. She just turned, her eyes hollow, and began walking away, her footsteps silent as though she floated rather than walked. Something about her was horribly wrong. My stomach churned, but I had to know. I followed her. She led me through the hallways. She seemed to belong here, like she'd walked these halls countless times before. I called out again, but she never looked back, never acknowledged me. Finally, we reached a hidden door, one I hadn't noticed before. The air grew colder with each step. I hesitated at the threshold, but I couldn't stop myself. When I entered the room, I gasped. There in the dim light were people, so many of them. Men, women, even teenagers, all bound, beaten, bruised. Their eyes were sunken, skin pale, and their bodies were covered in cuts and burns. Some were barely conscious, others seemed already gone. The sight was horrific. It didn't make sense. Why were they here? What was happening? One of the girls, a young teenager, lifted her head weakly and met my eyes.
He did this to us. He tricked us.
He promised us fame.
Another voice croaked.
He lured us here. Then he turned on us. This is what he does. He uses us, breaks us.
I stumbled back, trying to process what I was hearing. Pity, my pity. This couldn't be real. But the blood, the bruises, it was right in front of me. I needed proof. I fumbled for my phone, trying to steady my hands enough to take a photo. I snapped a picture, then another. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me. My breath caught in my throat, and slowly, I turned. Pity stood there watching me. His face was calm, devoid of emotion. He didn't look surprised, nor angry, just indifferent.
What are you doing, Ailey?
My voice cracked. What is this, Pity? What the hell is this? He took a step closer, his eyes dark and unreadable.
They did it to themselves, you know. Moths to a flame. They wanted to be near the light, but the light burns. It's not my fault.
I stepped back, horrified. You did this to them?
They wanted fame.
He interrupted, his tone chilling.
I gave them what they asked for. If they couldn't handle it, that's on them. And you're just another one of them.
The words cut through me like a knife. I looked around, the faces of the people I'd just spoken to now lying lifeless, crumpled on the floor like discarded dolls. They weren't alive. I stumbled back. The woman I had followed, she was one of them. A ghost, just like the rest. Pity had killed them. He had killed them all. I backed toward the door, but Pity stepped closer, his smile icy.
You can't leave, Ailey. You're part of this now.
But then, the spirits, the people Pity had harmed, began to rise. Their ghostly figures surrounded Pity, their faces filled with anger and vengeance. They weren't going to let him hurt me.
Run now!
Without thinking, I turned and bolted up the stairs. I couldn't stop. Behind me, I could hear Pity yelling, his voice twisted with fury. The ghosts were holding him back, but I didn't know for how long. I burst out of the mansion and ran to my car. When the engine roared to life, I sped away, the mansion disappearing behind me. I couldn't let anyone else fall into his trap. I had to go to the police. I had to make sure this nightmare ended. I remember the first time I met Connor. He was kind, caring, and always ready to listen. As a single mom raising 2 children, finding someone who truly listened was a rare blessing. Our friendship quickly blossomed. We shared many late-night conversations during our shifts, discussing everything from work to personal struggles. But things began to change. Whispers among the staff about an unusual number of deaths in our ward started to spread. Patients who had been stable suddenly deteriorated and died. At first, I chalked it up to the nature of our work. After all, we worked in a hospital, and not every patient could be saved. Connor was always there, comforting me about the impermanence of life. One day, the police came to interview the hospital staff. I thought drugs had been stolen. But when a detective interviewed me about Connor, my instinct was to protect my best friend. I told the detective, "You're talking nonsense. There's no way my friend Connor could do that." But then he showed me the information that Connor had changed jobs 9 times, and test records of some deaths showing abnormally high insulin levels. It was eerily familiar, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I began to review the records of recent patients who had died suddenly. They all had unusually high insulin levels and had passed away during Connor's night shifts. I started to doubt my best friend. There couldn't be so many coincidences, but I quickly dismissed it. We never doubted our colleagues when they made decisions, especially when they were good nurses. Connor's knowledge of medication and critical care was impeccable, so I never questioned his decisions. There were times I thought his choices were different from mine, when Connor used a drug that made me think, "That's odd, we don't use that medication anymore. Why is he using it?" But I never thought he was trying to harm anyone. How could a nurse do that? I called a former colleague who had worked with Connor. She mentioned that people suspected Connor was linked to patient deaths. They had found abnormal insulin levels in saline bags. The familiar reasons made me uneasy, but I still hoped it wasn't true. I asked her why they suspected Connor. She said there was no concrete evidence, but when Connor worked there were daily emergency codes, whereas after he left, they only had one every few nights. In the following nights, I watched him more closely. Once, I accidentally walked into the drug room and saw Connor secretly taking digoxin. My heart pounded, but I stayed calm, backed out, and left the room before he noticed. I discovered he frequently used digoxin, a drug that could be lethal in overdose. One evening, after a particularly grueling shift, I sat down with my teenage daughter, Alex. She was my rock, my confidant. I told her about my growing suspicions about the unsettling feeling that something was terribly wrong. She looked me in the eyes and said, "Mom, you need to trust your instincts. If something doesn't feel right, you have to do something about it." I decided to confront him. My heart raced as I approached him. "Connor," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've noticed some discrepancies with the medications. Can you explain?" He looked at me, his eyes cold and unreadable. "Amelia, you're imagining things. You're tired. You should go home and rest." But I couldn't let it go. I knew I had to act. At the hospital, I secretly switched out the saline bags to prevent any more innocent deaths. I was terrified Connor would find out. My heart stopped at the thought. I approached 2 detectives to report Connor, providing them with records of the medications he had used during his shifts. I explained to them a trick. The disposal system would stay open for 1 minute, allowing him to take drugs without detection. However, there wasn't enough conclusive evidence, and if he denied it, we still couldn't catch him. I suggested they give me a wiretap so I could meet Connor and coax a confession out of him. At a small diner, the atmosphere grew tense as I sat across from Connor. My hands shook as I held my coffee cup, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart was pounding. Because we were friends, I cared for Connor, and he cared for me. I confessed to Connor that I knew all the terrible things he had done, and he began to waver and confess to me. There was a long silence, then he sighed. I didn't want to do it, Amelia, but sometimes it felt unbearable. The patients in pain, the long shifts, the pressure. I just wanted to help them escape their suffering. But you killed them, Connor. That's not helping. You need to stop. Let me help you. He hung his head, his voice low. I did wrong, but so what? He moved closer, his eyes filled with menace. Amelia, do you think you know everything? Do you think you can judge me? Just then, the police burst into the room. Connor was startled, his eyes wide with horror. I knew we had enough to arrest him, but my heart ached, realizing that my closest friend was indeed a serial killer. Connor was arrested in 2003. He confessed to killing up to 40 patients and was sentenced to 11 life terms. However, investigators believe the actual number of victims could be as high as 400. I visited him in prison but never got the answers I wanted. When he discovered my role in his arrest, all communication between us ceased. Although Connor was a good friend to me and we had many fond memories, the truth is the truth. He was a serial killer, and that's the punishment he faced. I believe I did the right thing. I hope the families of the victims find the solace and justice they deserve. And I, no matter how much my heart aches, will keep standing strong because that's what I have to do.
It was past midnight, and my room was lit only by the blue glow of my computer screen. I was always curious about the boundaries of technology, so I decided to test the limits of an AI art generator. I'd been messing around with different prompts just for fun. Then an idea popped into my head, a twisted, dark idea that I immediately regretted. I typed in the face of my killer. As soon as I hit enter, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The AI whirred into action, and I stared at the screen, waiting. Normally, the AI would produce 4 different images, each slightly off in some way. Distorted fingers, mismatched eyes, or odd backgrounds. But this time, something was different. The screen flickered and 4 images appeared. All the same, the face was hauntingly realistic. No warped features or strange lighting. Just the same man, repeated 4 times. He looked to be in his 30s, with greasy auburn hair slicked back from his pale, sweaty forehead. His lips curled into a sneer, as if mocking me for even daring to summon him. He wore a filthy black t-shirt under a grimy red and black apron, leaning casually on a dirty formica table in a grimy kitchen. A chainsaw rested on the table, perfectly rendered as if it had been photographed. But it was his eyes that caught my attention. Beady black eyes that seemed to look straight through the screen and into my soul. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was staring directly at me. The clock on my screen read 1:13 a.m. How long had I been staring at that face? Anxiety clawed at my chest, and I had an overwhelming urge to delete the image, block the AI. But instead, I typed in a new prompt. The face of my future lover. The AI churned out distorted, shadowy figures, none of them remotely similar to the man in the previous image. I tried other prompts. A friend's face, my next-door neighbor, a stranger at the park. Nothing. No matter what I tried, none of the images came close to resembling the man who seemed so real, so present. Maybe it was just a glitch, I told myself. A one-off error in the software. But deep down, I wasn't convinced.
Hey, Bobby!
The next day, I couldn't get the man's face out of my mind. He haunted my thoughts, his sneer mocking me whenever I closed my eyes. I still couldn't believe what happened last night, so I ran the AI again. I typed another prompt. What is my killer doing right now? The response was unsettling. A blurry image that gradually revealed itself to be a man lying on a mattress in a dimly lit room. I felt a chill as I recognized the same man from the previous images. The realism was unnerving. It was like a photograph taken from some unseen camera in his room. I tried another prompt. Show me my killer's house from the street. This time, the images were even more detailed, showing a nondescript house with a broken fence and a rusted car in the driveway. I could even make out the street sign in the background. I looked up the address on the internet, and it was real and only about 5 kilometers from me. The whole thing felt too real, too specific. I told myself it was just a coincidence, a fluke of the AI's programming. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a coincidence. I became obsessed, spending hours generating images of this man's life. I knew his name was Ronnie from a name tag in one of the images. I saw his messy room, his girlfriend Katie, and even the brand of cigarettes he smoked. The more I saw, the more I felt like I was intruding on something private, something forbidden. But Ronnie seemed to sense it too. The images showed him getting more paranoid, looking over his shoulder, staring directly into the camera as if he knew I was watching. Finally, I decided to stop. The whole thing was getting out of hand. But just as I resolved to let it go, the AI showed me something that froze my blood. I'd typed in the prompt, my killer right now. Ronnie stood in the dim kitchen, gripping a saw, its blade slick with blood. his eyes locked onto mine with a twisted grin, daring me to move. On the floor, in dark smeared letters, the chilling words "I can see you too" were written in blood, adding an air of ominous dread that made my heart race. I shut my computer, heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't just a glitch anymore. This was something far more sinister, something that defied explanation. I tried to stop after that, but I couldn't. It was like an addiction. I needed to see more, to know more. Every day I'd check in on Ronnie, watching him as he went about his life, feeling a sick thrill at the thought that he might somehow know I was there and planning to kill me. Then one day the images stopped being so mundane. I typed in my killer current location, and the AI generated a view of a street that looked unsettlingly familiar. It was my street. My hands shook as I refreshed the image, again and again, watching as the figure drew nearer. It was Ronnie, without a doubt. He was coming for me. Panic set in. I locked every door and window, grabbed the largest knife I could find, and sat in the dark, waiting. My computer screen showed my front door now, the image slowly processing. I didn't need to look. I already knew what it would show. The doorknob rattled. My breath caught in my throat as the door slowly creaked open. I raised the knife, my heart pounding in my chest. There he was, standing in the doorway, exactly as the AI had shown him.
You shouldn't have been watching.
I hate this looping life. My legs are numb from running errands all day at work, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feels like an endless loop to me. The sound of the wheels rolling steadily on the tracks is like a sad song, repeating over and over without end. Suddenly, the lights in the train car go out. The air around me becomes cold, and the train shakes violently. A voice comes over the loudspeaker. "There is a problem on the train, please remain calm." Then quickly announces, "This is Shinkansen Guruguru Zero headed to Tokyo." My heart pounds, and I decide to go to the other cars to check on the situation. But strangely, every car looks the same, and each one bears the number 4. My head starts spinning with unanswered questions. The same man is slumped against the wall. The same old man sits in the corner of the car. "You've fallen into a loop," he says, his voice deep and ominous. "A loop?" I ask, not understanding what he means. "Yes, to escape you must follow the rules. If you see something unusual, turn back. If you see nothing unusual, keep moving to the next car," the old man said. I look around again. Everything around me is identical to the previous cars, from the seat designs to the dim lighting and stifling air. But as I move further in, a shiver runs down my spine, like the feeling of being watched. Suddenly, I see a human hand on the train floor, sticking out from under a seat. It moves as if trying to grab me. My heart stops for a moment and fear surges up. A headless body was trying to cling to me, creeping closer to me, and its hands were reaching out as if searching for something. I realize this is something unusual, just as the old man said. I turn around, ready to run forward. Suddenly, a head fell right before my eyes. Its eyes are wide open, lifeless, and its mouth is agape as if trying to scream, but no sound comes out. In a split-second reaction, I dodge the bizarre head instinctively to avoid danger. I crawl into. Before I can catch my breath, suddenly, The sound of breaking glass comes from above. Water starts pouring into the car quickly like an invisible monster. I can't think, just act as fast as I can, my feet pounding on the floor. My heart races, breaths coming in gasps. The water rises, nearly reaching my knees. Although the strong current was blocking me, I still tried to move forward as quickly as possible. Just in time. My heart feels like it will explode, having narrowly escaped the dangerous water. Entering car number 2, I see the man who was asleep before is now awake, sitting upright. At first I don't notice, but then I see his legs sticking out, moving like octopus tentacles. When I accidentally look into his eyes, they suddenly glow, cold and malevolent. He screams, the sound echoing through the car, then stands up, chasing after me. My heart races and my legs seem to gain strength from the fear. I turn and run as fast as I can toward the door, but the distance between me and the octopus man is quickly shortened. I can hear his tentacles stretching out. The door to the car closes just as I barely make it through. Car number 1. I sigh in relief, barely escaping the pursuit. Car number 1 is eerily quiet. I carefully search everywhere, checking each seat, every corner, hoping to find some sign. Each step makes my heart beat faster. Nothing unusual. I check every little detail, but everything is normal. I decide to take a risk. Thankfully, I step into car number 0, feeling a blanket of calmness. This is the last car. I think I'm close to escaping the loop. This car looks completely normal, with no signs of anything unusual. I sigh in relief, thinking I've finally escaped the nightmare. But then, just as I'm about to leave the car, I notice something moving in the corner. A strange creature stands up from a seat, its eyes glowing brightly in the dark. Its skin blends with the patterned seat fabric, making it invisible until now. The creature starts moving toward me, quickly and silently. Panicked, I turn and run toward the other door. The creature is almost upon me. Its footsteps are heavy. Its breath is cold like a freezing wind on my neck. I run as fast as I can, but it feels like I'm never fast enough. The creature is getting closer. I can feel its presence right behind me. Just as I reach the door, a seat suddenly flipped down, tripping me up, and I fall to the floor. The creature lunges, its long, bony arms ready to grab me. I can't do anything but close my eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. I wake up after a bizarre dream. A worried woman looks at me suddenly, concerned in her eyes, asking, "Do you know why everything seems to be repeating? You've fallen into a loop." I can't control my voice. If you want to escape, remember the rules. If you see something unusual, run straight ahead, don't look back.
She's a goddamn psycho. I don't know what to do with my stepdaughter anymore. She took a bunch of pictures of me while I was sleeping. Everything started 6 months ago when I married Harry. He has a 13-year-old daughter, Lily, from his previous marriage. I don't have any children of my own. The problem is, Lily and I haven't been able to get along. Since the wedding, things have gotten progressively worse. Much worse. At first, she ignored me. Now she's aggressive. My favourite shoes were smeared with paint. My designer clothes were turned into rags. She even splattered black ink all over our bed like some bizarre art project. Who knows what goes on in these kids' minds? Harry has talked to her many times, but he's never truly scolded or punished her. Lily needs to be held accountable for her actions. but he's too soft to discipline her or take away her phone. He keeps defending her, telling me to be patient and give her more time to adjust. He says Lily is going through a tough time. But what about me? I'm also struggling. I can only sigh and let things slide, but it's getting worse. Harry went on a business trip for 3 days, leaving me to look after Lily. Right off the bat, she started to annoy me. She casually wore my necklace without asking. I told her, "You can wear my necklace, but you need to ask for my permission first." "I don't need to ask for anything," she said. "Yes, you do. You need to learn to ask adults for permission. While your father is away for the next 3 days, you have to listen to me." "I won't listen. You're not my mother," Lily yelled, tugging the necklace until it snapped. I was super angry, so I took her phone and banned her from using it for the next 3 days. She ran to her room, slammed the door, and cried. I called Harry to explain the situation. I knew he was upset, but he agreed that Lily needed to change and that taking her phone was the right thing to do. I thought that was the end of it, but then I discovered something horrifying. That night, after Lily went to bed, I took a selfie to send to Harry. When I opened the photo gallery, I saw pictures of me, sleeping. What the hell was going on? I must have picked up Lily's phone by mistake. But why had Lily taken photos of me sleeping? They were blurry and dark. She hadn't used the flash, but I could clearly see my face pressed against the pillow, eyes closed. I could see Harry's shadow in the background, turned away. I scrolled to the next photo, still of me sleeping, but from a different angle, taken from below, like she was hiding under the bed. I checked the timestamps. They were all around 2 a.m. Over several weeks. I panicked. Now the only thing I could do was call Harry, but the long ringing tone echoed in my ears, my heart pounding. I called again. Still the long ring. He must have set his phone to silent because he has a meeting tomorrow. "Jen!" someone suddenly called. From behind me, in the dim light, that was Lily, her wavy hair falling over half her face. Lily wanted her phone back. "Not tonight," I answered, my voice trembling and my heart racing. "But you can have it tomorrow." Lily shrugged and walked back to her room. I looked through the photos again. Why had Lily taken these pictures? To threaten me? To scare me? Was she planning to kill me, or maybe she just wanted to embarrass me? Maybe she planned to post them on TikTok or Instagram, but I looked awful, mouth open while I slept. Anyway, it wasn't the act of a psychopath. Lily was just a child. Still, that night, I locked my bedroom door. While waiting for Lily to finish school, I called Harry. He also thought Lily might have taken the pictures to post online or something. But Harry agreed with me that things had gone too far. He promised to talk to her when he returned from his trip. "Can I use my phone today?" Lily asked the moment she got in the car. "When you're really, really good, then I'll give it back, okay?" Tonight, I just needed to lock my bedroom door to be safe. She couldn't take pictures of me anymore. After talking to Harry, I felt much better, but what happened next made me regret it. That night, Lily was very well behaved. She thanked me for dinner, washed the dishes, and even folded the towels neatly. Although I didn't want to give her phone back, I wanted to reward her for her behavior. So I returned her phone. Suddenly, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Everything was dark. I couldn't see anything except the faint glow from the nightstand lamp. I realized what had woken me up. A metallic sound. Click, click, coming from the door. Just as I got out of bed, the door burst open. Lily stood in the doorway, holding her phone and... Snap! "What do you think you're doing?" I shouted. Lily suddenly ran away. I jumped out of bed, chased her and demanded, "Hey, stop! Why are you taking pictures of me? Why?" Lily stopped, then slowly turned her head. "Dad doesn't believe me. So I took pictures." "What? What do you mean he doesn't believe you? About what? Lily said nothing, handing me the phone. She swiped to the first photo of me taken in the dark, blurry and dim. Her finger pointed to the ceiling in the picture. Look! Look at what? Just turn up the brightness! I turned up the brightness. In the picture, something was on the ceiling. Long shapes, crisscrossing. Lily swiped to the next picture and the next. It's like watching an old cartoon, each frame creating a movement. Something was reaching from the ceiling toward the bed. Like a woman's arm. Dad didn't believe me when I showed him the pictures. He said he didn't see anything. He scolded me and said I read too many horror stories. So, I showed my friends, but they didn't know either. My heart started to pound. I looked at the last photo, taken minutes ago. When I was sitting up in bed, shouting for Lily, and behind me was...
This is my first night shift at Zoo. My usual job is to observe and take care of the animals here at night. To be honest, this job is quite boring. I just sit in front of a screen and watch them sit, stand, or walk around for hours. I look forward to 8 o'clock so I can feed them. At least I get to go outside and breathe some fresh air. It's strange that there are no other staff here besides me. Maybe not many people are willing to work the night shift. But for me, I agreed, because it's an easy job with good pay. Somehow, today the deers look more energetic than usual, constantly hopping around. Hey Tiger growled, and the camera No 8 went off, startling me a little. It's probably hungry, time to feed them. Both my hands are carrying heavy buckets of meat. I take the food to the tiger and toss them some red meat. But the tiger just lies there, not even bothering to eat. I get closer and see the tiger lying on its back in a strange position. I smell the stench of blood and start to feel uneasy. I try to stay calm, but it's too dark to tell if the black stripes on its skin are blood or not. Then I notice small bite marks on its lower belly. Suddenly, I hear the sound of banging on the enclosure door and the screeching of the gorillas. I immediately run over, thinking the situation there might be more serious. I run over to the gorilla enclosure. One of them is writhing on the ground, while the other two look terrified. I approach the cage, open the door, and step inside. The writhing gorilla starts to mutate, growing 2 sharp legs on either side of its back, like spider legs. Its teeth are razor sharp, and its green eyes gleam with madness. Then it lunges at me. Fortunately or unfortunately, another gorilla jumps over and takes the bite from the mutated gorilla instead of me. I stagger back, in shock and unsure of what to do. The bitten gorilla starts to mutate as well. Its body swells unnaturally, and its limbs sprout extra fingers with long, sharp claws. The sight is nightmarish. Seeing the madness in the gorilla's eyes, I knew I was facing something far beyond my control. I quickly run out of the enclosure, locking it behind me. The mutated gorillas rush to the door and trying to grab me, but I step back, just in time. Their strength is no joke. This enclosure won't hold them for long if they keep ramming into it like this. When I first saw the tiger lying there, I sensed something was wrong. But I never imagined things would get this bad. I realize I can't handle this situation alone. I need to report this to Dr. Morgan. I never thought this job could become so horrifying. The sounds of banging and screeching behind me and the haunting green eyes make me feel like I'm trapped in a horror movie. I burst into the lab, breathless and desperate. Dr. Morgan, the gorillas, they've escaped. Dr. Morgan looks up from her work, her face pale. We need to act fast. The vaccine isn't ready, but we can slow the mutation process. We grab as many vaccine vials as we can and head out into the zoo. The plan is to inject to the animals and hope for the best. But as we step outside, the scene that greets us is a nightmare. The animals have escaped their enclosures, and their mutations are more evident than ever. The giraffes' necks twist like snakes. The limbs of the crocodile became larger, sturdier, and elongated, making it move faster. From both sides of the elephant's neck, tentacles of an octopus began to sprout, moving eerily through the air. The gorillas are the worst. They move with terrifying speed and agility, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. We split up, trying to cover as much ground as possible. I head toward the zebra enclosure, hoping to inject the vaccine into them before they mutate further. The zebra's stripes swirl into chaotic patterns, their bodies twisted and contorted. I give an injection to the first zebra, hoping the vaccine will take effect quickly. But as I move to the next one, I feel a sharp pain in my leg. I look down and see a deer who has mutated with its claws digging into my skin. I scream and kick it away, but it is already damaged. I can feel the mutation process starting. I inject myself with a dose of the vaccine, praying it will work. The pain is excruciating, my vision blurs, and I stagger, falling to the ground. I try to stay calm, but the fear keeps rising within me. And as I feel the mutation process beginning in my body, I know this fight is beyond my control. I know my time is running out. Dr. Morgan's voice comes through the talkie like a faint glimmer of hope. Paul, hold on, we'll fix this. But I know it's too late for me. All I can do is hope that the others can stop this epidemic before it spreads further. The last thing I see before everything goes dark is the zoo in chaos. The mutated animals causing havoc and Dr. Morgan's desperate face. The silence of the night is shattered by the sounds of chaos and horror. And I know I've become part of a nightmare with no escape.
Recently, many strange things have been happening in my house. Furniture has been moved, newly bought, milk is gone, bottles of wine have been spilled, and there are scribbles on the walls with mayonnaise and ketchup saying, "I am in your room, come find me." I don't know if I am being haunted by a spirit, but everything started that night. My sister and I performed a spiritual ritual for the first time to connect with our deceased mother through an Ouija board. I held my sister's hand tightly. The air turned cold. When the candle went out, red letters appeared before me saying, "I'm in your room. Come find me." Terrified, I ran to the living room and saw the TV was on, switching channels rapidly. Turning around, I saw the words, "Marry me," on the wall. I was horrified. I thought it was my mother, but it should be someone else. Someone real in the house. I told my dad, but he didn't believe me. He thought I had watched too many horror movies and couldn't tell the difference between fiction and reality anymore. Did he think I was joking or something? I was really serious. One day, my sister and I came home and noticed someone had used the bathroom. My father came home shortly after, and I immediately took him to see. His eyes filled with panic. He started searching the house frantically. When he reached our bedroom and opened the closet, a person wearing a ninja mask and a native-style coat sprang out. He was armed with an axe and a steel wrench, and he forced us into the bedroom, locking the door. My dad told me to call the police. Luckily, the window was open, and I quickly jumped down to escape. I couldn't think of much else. I just ran as fast as I could to the neighbor's house and called the police. But by the time they arrived, he had vanished. I was chilled to the bone. He had been hiding in my bedroom watching us. I couldn't bear to return to that house. The experience haunted me. I had recurring nightmares, fearing he would come back to kill my family. So, the three of us stayed at a nearby hotel. The next couple days, my father returned to the house to get some belongings and saw a man standing by the window inside. The police arrived and found threatening messages on the walls. A knife was stabbed through a family photo with the words, "I'm still here, come find me," written in marker. Another photo was pinned with a knife bearing the words, "I will kill you all." The police continued searching the house. They discovered a fake wall in the bathroom that concealed the plumbing. Inside, they found a hollow space with oddly stacked clothes. The police officer pointed his gun and demanded the intruder to come out. Everyone was shocked when it turned out to be a 17-year-old boy named Daniel. How do I know his name? Because he is my ex-boyfriend. I dated Daniel during the Easter holiday, but it was only for a short time. I heard many bad things about him. Daniel was a strange person with antisocial behavior and had been arrested multiple times for breaking and entering and theft. I had a bad feeling, so I decided to break up with him. Then, Daniel had been hiding in my house for weeks, pretending to be a ghost to scare and watch my family without anyone knowing. Someone I knew was doing something incredibly perverted. I heard Daniel was placed in a juvenile detention center. 10 months later, his mother mortgaged her house to pay $10,000 bail for his release. I thought the nightmare was over, but it wasn't. Less than a month after being released, Daniel broke into multiple houses, stealing valuables. The Gustafson family, a young couple with 2 small children, suffered the most. Daniel armed himself with a gun and approached the Gustafson home. The pregnant mother returned home with her 5-year-old son. Instead of escaping through a window as he usually did, he used the gun to threaten them, locking the boy in a closet and tying the mother to the bed, gagging her with a sock before shooting her. The 2 children of the Gustafson family were also unlucky like their mother when encountering this prick. The husband had been trying to call his wife all day with no response and rushed home. Entering the eerily quiet house, he found his wife's body in the master bedroom. He fled the house in terror and called the police, not daring to look for his children for fear of finding them dead. Fortunately, the police quickly traced Daniel through forensic evidence at the scene. They found a wet shirt and gloves he used during the crime in the forest behind the victim's house. Police dogs followed the scent on the shirt to Daniel's nearby house. However, when the police arrived, Daniel had already fled, leading to a massive manhunt. During his escape, he broke into the homes of young girls. When discovered, he fled into the woods. Later, hijacking a woman in her car, she seized an opportunity to jump out and call for help, causing Daniel to flee again. A few days later, Daniel was caught hiding in a trash can in a nearby town. My father, upon learning that Daniel had been released and caused such a massacre, expressed his anger to the media, vowing to kill Daniel himself if he were released again. It's so cruel. Even now, I'm still haunted by the thought that he's always watching me from behind the closet door. Or maybe he's secretly watching me shower from behind that wall. Daniel was brought to trial for the murder of 3 members of the Gustafson family and received 3 life sentences. I couldn't believe that my ex-boyfriend was a murderer. It's not ghosts that are scary, but humans who are truly terrifying.
I woke up at 4 a.m. thirsty. As I shuffled toward the kitchen, I noticed a light spilling out from Ethan's room. It was strange. Ethan was usually a deep sleeper. I paused outside his door, worried by the unusual glow. As I peered inside, I saw my son standing motionless by the window. "Ethan?" I whispered, trying to rouse him. He didn't turn around or notice me. Instead, he continued to stare out into the dark night. Suddenly, he turned to me and said, "It's time." His voice a chill ran down my spine. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just a dream or a minor disturbance. I walked back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. The strange words echoed in my mind. "It's time." What did that even mean? The following night, I decided to keep a closer watch. As the clock struck 4:13 a.m., Ethan was once again standing by the window, his silhouette as a ghostly figure against the night. I was about to approach him when I heard it, a soft, deliberate knock on the front door. My heart raced as I hurried downstairs, but when I opened the door, there was no one there, just an empty porch in the moonlight. The next morning, I questioned Ethan about the odd occurrences. He looked at me with wide, innocent eyes and claimed no memory of getting up during the night. It was unsettling, but I had to admit that children often have peculiar dreams. Night after night, the routine persisted. At 4:13 a.m., Ethan would stand by the window and the knocking on the door would start. Each time I'd rush to check, only to find nothing but silence. Exhaustion wore me down, and I started dreading 4:13 a.m. One cold night at exactly 4:13 a.m., as I watched from the doorway, Ethan raised his small hand and pressed it against the window. I froze when I saw a hand on the other side, mirroring his. The fingers were long, skeletal, and blackened with decay. The skin was pale and waxy, like someone who had been submerged in water for too long. Panic surged through me. I reached out to pull Ethan away, but he collapsed in convulsions. I scooped him up, cradling him in my arms, as the room filled with a chilling, familiar, distorted voice.
We can be together again.
It was Marie's voice, my wife who had died a year ago. Marie had suffered from a rare autoimmune disorder that made her body decay while she was still alive. I carried Ethan downstairs, my heart pounding with fear and confusion. At the foot of the stairs stood Marie, or what looked like her. Her skin was rotting, her eyes sunken, and she wore the dress we buried her in. Her limbs stretched and twisted in unnatural ways. It was her, yet it wasn't. Her mouth twisted into an eerily grin.
I've come to take our son home.
No! I screamed, clutching Ethan closer. You're not taking him! Desperation clawed at me as I fled back upstairs, Ethan in my arms. I slammed the door shut and hid by the bed, my heart pounding. Ethan, barely able to speak, said in a trembling voice, "Daddy, Mummy always comes at 4:13 and wants us to be a family again." My mind was spinning. I accidentally looked up and saw a photo of 3 of us hugging each other. April 13th, the day Marie died. How had I not realized it before? Fear seeped into my bones as the door exploded open. Marie's twisted form slithered through the bed, her eyes glowing with a sickly yellow light.
Found you!
She hissed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. In a desperate attempt, I opened the window to climb over to the roof, trying to escape the house. The air was frigid, and a feeling of hopelessness washed over me. "Ethan! We need to go! Now!" I shouted, pulling him close. But as I turned to climb, Ethan's small hand clung to mine. "Daddy, no! I want to be with Mummy!" My heart broke. "Ethan, listen to me! That's not your mother! We need to get out of here!" Ethan's grip tightened, his eyes filled with longing and fear. "Please, Daddy! I miss her!" Before I could argue further, the temperature in the room plummeted. Marie's grotesque figure emerged from the shadows. Her smile twisted into something both horrifying and triumphant.
Ethan! Come to Mommy!
She crooned, her voice full of malice. Ethan's eyes lit up with a mix of fear and longing. He began to move towards Marie, and I felt a pang of despair. No! I screamed, pulling Ethan back with all my strength. Stay with me! But Ethan broke free from my grasp, running into Marie's cold, outstretched arms. She embraced him, her face contorted in a sickening smile of victory. Marie's limbs wrapped around us, pulling us both into her icy, hard grip. The window, once a beacon of escape, now sealed us in with Marie's chilling embrace. The last thing I remember was Ethan's terrified face turned calm, his eyes locked on me with a mix of love and fear. And now, we're a family again. We got the distress signal at 3 a.m. It woke me from a deep sleep, the shrill beeping echoing in my ears. Bobby, Kim, and I stumbled to the control room where the radio was flashing urgently.
Distress signal from a yacht?
Bobby said, his voice tense.
Registered to a Daniel Owens. No other information.
All right, I said, adrenaline kicking in. Let's gear up. By 3:10 a.m., we were cutting across the waves in our rescue boat, surrounded by the darkness of the ocean. The only light came from our headlamp, piercing the pitch-black night. The weather was clear, but I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Daniel and his friends, since it had been a long time since we'd received an SOS without a storm.
Who knows with these rich folks?
Kim said.
They do all kinds of weird stuff.
The ocean loomed ahead of us, pure darkness in every direction. I glanced back, seeing the lights from the dock getting smaller and smaller, eventually swallowed by the void. We reached the yacht by 3:20 a.m. It was a massive vessel, about 50 or 60 feet long, reflecting eerily in the inky black water. Bobby shifted gears and we pulled up alongside it. Slowly, quietly, Bobby grabbed the megaphone.
U.S. Coast Guard,
he called out.
Can you hear us?
Silence. Kim and I started with the rope securing our boat to the yacht. As we worked, I kept glancing up at the yacht. I didn't see any damage to the boat or people in the water. Kim boarded first. I followed while Bobby stayed in our boat, preparing to search the surrounding water. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. The doors opened into a small but lavishly decorated room. To the right, a bar area stood, and to the left a dining area with tables and booths. The tables were set with food as if people had just been there moments before. Glasses of champagne still bubbling, a fillet of salmon a few bites missing, lipstick smeared on a napkin. I looked at my watch, 3:25 a.m. They'd sent the SOS not even 20 minutes ago. How did they go from eating and drinking to just nothing? Kim walked over, her face pale.
I checked below deck, no one's there.
The food's still warm, I said, my voice shaky. Her eyes widened.
What the hell? Where did they go?
I suggested to check the top deck. We made our way to the stairs, moving cautiously. The top deck was open to the air. I glanced at the captain's chair, the steering wheel, and the little U-shaped sofa behind them. It was empty. They're not here, that's for sure. They've got to be in the water. I looked out over the railing, into the black water below. I turned, looking around the boat, scanning the water. My heart stopped. Where's Bobby? Our boat was still linked with the yacht, but it was empty.
He must have boarded.
Kim snapped, charging for the stairs.
He never follows protocol. I always tell him it's going to get someone killed, but no, he just has to do things his way.
Her rant grew muffled as she descended towards the deck. I followed her, but Bobby wasn't downstairs. He wasn't in the dining area or in either of the bedrooms below deck. I checked tiny closets that couldn't possibly fit a person. Then opened the storage cabins that held the life jackets. Bobby, where are you? A hand clamped over my mouth. Something shoved me to the floor. I tried to wrestle away, but then I saw a flash of red curls above me. Kim. She was dragging me under the table, whispering, begging me to keep quiet. Shh. Squelch. Both of us froze. I slightly glanced up. Bobby was standing there in the center of the room, but something was horribly wrong with him. He was soaking wet from head to toe. Seawater sloshed in his boots. Streams of water ran off his sleeves. His face was pale and sickly, with his forehead swollen unnaturally, almost sagging downwards. And his eyes, they were pure white, pupilless, blank. Squelch. Bobby took another step. Squelch. And another. Kim's nails dug into my arm. We watched as Bobby, no, not Bobby, not anymore, continued walking towards us. I held my breath, shutting my eyes. Please don't let him see us. Please. Squelch. 2 rubber boots, right in front of our table. Squelch. He continued deeper into the cabin. I let out the breath I was holding. Kim's grip on my arm loosened. As soon as Bobby's steps sounded on the stairs, Kim whispered to me,
"Run!"
I didn't want to, but then she shoved me hard and I was rolling out from under the table. I scrambled up just in time to see Bobby freeze on the stairs. He slowly turned around, his white eyes locking on mine. I ran, faster than I'd run in my life. We scrambled out onto the deck, then made our way into the boat as fast as we could. Kim made it first. Then she grabbed my hand, pulling me towards safety. Squelch. Bobby's hand locked onto my ankle, except they weren't just hands. His fingers were jointless like tentacles wrapping perfectly around my ankle, covered in fleshy suction cups. And his face, it was rapidly changing. Before my eyes, his flesh twisted and bloated into different forms, until I saw a woman, then an older man. This is how I die. But then a massive wave crashed over us, flipping the boat 90 degrees, and everything fell into the sea. Back home, I was so relieved, so thankful. Whatever that thing was, I'd escaped it. I felt better than I had in years. Like all my problems were tiny grains of sand, but now I'm not so sure.
All right, Alex, you know the rules.
Amy teased, her voice echoing in the empty mall. She stood across from me, a playful smile dancing on her lips.
I hide. You find me if you can.
She pressed her finger to her lips and then blew me a kiss before darting off into the shadows. I chuckled nervously, trying to shake off the unsettling vibe of this abandoned place. The mall had been shut down for years, long enough for dust to cover every inch and mannequins to be left in strange poses, scattered like forgotten puppets. I turned to face the cracked, peeling wall, closed my eyes, and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Something about this place felt wrong. I couldn't pinpoint it, but the silence was too thick, almost alive. 8, 9, 10. I turned around, the dim light from the mall's broken skylights casting long shadows across the decaying floor. A sense of dread washed over me, but I shrugged it off. It's just a game, I reminded myself. Just hide and seek like we used to play as kids. I started walking, scanning the wide corridors littered with mannequins. They were everywhere, more than I remembered seeing before. Some were leaning against the walls, while others were sprawled out on the ground in bizarre, almost disturbing poses. One was even standing on one leg, arms outstretched as if reaching for something. The way they were positioned didn't seem random. They looked like they were caught in the middle of something awful. I walked faster, my heart starting to pound in my chest. "Amy!" I called out, my voice shaky. No answer. That's when I saw her. A silhouette at the end of the hallway, half hidden in the shadows. It had to be her. I grinned and took a few steps closer. But as I approached, something felt wrong. The figure wasn't moving. She stood unnaturally still, her head cocked slightly to the side, and the faint sound of gasping breaths echoed through the silence. It wasn't Amy. It couldn't be. The figure shifted, its body contorting into a grotesque pose. High-pitched, gasping breaths filled the air, and its head jerked up. I could see it now. It wasn't a person at all. It was a mannequin. But unlike the others, this one was alive, its mouth stretching into a grotesque grin, its eyes wide and unblinking. The mannequin let out a giggle, a sick, distorted sound, and started walking toward me, its body twisting into exaggerated, provocative poses as it moved. Its arms moved unnaturally, its legs bending as though its joints were dislocated. The closer it got, the more horrifying its movements became. "Amy!" I called out again, panic rising in my throat. This wasn't a game anymore. Something was very, very wrong. I stumbled backward, my legs shaking as the mannequin crept closer, giggling and gasping, its face twisted with a manic glee as it walked toward me. Its head snapping back to stare directly at me, unblinking. I turned and ran, heart racing, desperate to find Amy and get the hell out of this place. But mannequins were everywhere now, in poses that looked like they had been brutally attacked. Some had their limbs twisted in ways that made my stomach turn, while others looked like they had been mid-scream, frozen in place. Each one seemed to be watching me. Then I heard it, louder this time. The high-pitched whimpering, mixed with agonizing screams. I stopped dead in my tracks, my blood running cold. A shadow moved at the edge of my vision. Before I could react, someone grabbed me from behind. I spun around, ready to fight, but it was Amy. Only she didn't look right. Her clothes were torn and her skin was pale, almost translucent. She was trembling, her eyes wide with terror.
"Alex, we need to leave, now!"
I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could say anything, that sound, the giggling, filled the air again. It was closer. I turned just in time to see the mannequin from before charging at us, moving faster than anything that lifeless should. It let out an ear-piercing screech as it lunged toward us, its fingers twisting, snapping off and reshaping into sharp, jagged points. Before I could react, it shoved me aside, sending me crashing into the floor. I watched in horror as it grabbed Amy, forcing her down.
"Alex!"
She screamed as the mannequin's sharpened fingers drove into her arm over and over. Blood poured from the wounds, but the mannequin wasn't finished. Its fingers dripped with a strange, thick liquid, like some sort of polymer that oozed into Amy's open wounds. She screamed again, a sound of pure terror and agony as her arm began to freeze, turning pale and rigid. The mannequin ripped her finger clean off, and then, as if mocking her, attached it to its own hand. "Amy!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet, but it was too late. Her skin was hardening, turning glossy, her eyes wide with frozen horror. She was becoming one of them, a mannequin. The creature's twisted smile grew wider as it finished its gruesome task. It glanced at me, Amy's stolen finger still on its hand, and it blew me a kiss the way Amy had done to me. Then it crawled toward me, faster, moving like a mad predator. I bolted, sprinting as fast as I could, my breath ragged and heart pounding. I didn't stop running until I was out of the mall. Once I got home, I frantically searched the internet, my fingers trembling as I typed. It didn't take long to find the answer. SCP-847, a living mannequin, an anomalous entity that had escaped containment, and now it had Amy. I had to find help. I had to get her back. But all I could hear, over and over in my mind, was that twisted laugh and the sound of her voice, frozen in terror.
Huh?
I matched with Ron on Tinder a few days ago. His profile was sparse, just a few pictures and no bio. Despite that, I found myself intrigued by his appearance. After a few exchanges, he invited me over to his place. 2 red flags already, no bio and an immediate invite to his house. But he assured me he wasn't a catfish. I suggested we meet for a drink first. That way, if things went south, I could make a quick exit. When I saw him at the pub, I was blown away. Ron had the flashy, polished appearance of a silver screen star from a bygone era. Dressed in a stylish trench coat, his striking blue eyes gleamed under the dim light. As I moved in for a hug, he redirected me to a firm handshake, his thick winter gloves feeling odd given the roaring fireplace nearby. We ordered drinks, Guinness for me, tap water for him, and started talking about our lives. When I mentioned my job in IT, he yawned sarcastically. "What do you do then?" I asked, chuckling. "I'm between jobs," he said. "Between what and what?" "Between a surgeon and anything that doesn't involve bodily fluids," he replied, his tone darkening as he mentioned a traumatizing experience in medical school. He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, let's talk about your sex life." Caught off guard, I spit out my Guinness. He cleaned up the mess with a wet wipe from his pocket and then meticulously aligned the placemats and ashtray. Ron mentioned he had some kinks, which made my heart race a little. He asked if I was ready for another drink, and I was, although I sipped it slowly, mindful of my low alcohol tolerance. "Don't take this the wrong way, but are you real? What's the catch here? Am I going to wake up tomorrow missing a kidney?" He chuckled. "I'll be honest, there is a catch, but promise you won't make fun of me?" I crossed my heart. Leaning in close, he whispered, "I'm a clean freak. If you come back to my place tonight, I need you to wash yourself the second we get there. Those clothes will need cleaning too. I have a fresh pair you can borrow, and you must brush your teeth. Also, do you have an earwax remover? If not, you can borrow one from my kit." I asked if he was serious. "Deadly. I can't stand filth. I need you spotless. Sounds good?" Feeling like I'd hit the lottery, I agreed. In his car, Ron handed me a breath mint, probably because of the lingering scent of my aunt's cottage pie on my breath. He drove us to a modern house on the edge of a forest, its sterile white exterior contrasting sharply with the surrounding pine trees. The moment we stepped inside, the smell of disinfectant stung my nose. The place was immaculate, like something out of an IKEA catalogue. Everything was covered in plastic, and 2 stuffed kittens stood guard on the landing. "Adorable, aren't they?" Ron said when he caught me staring. His universe was shrink-wrapped in cleanliness. I kicked off my shoes and followed him to the bathroom. He watched as I stripped, his neutral expression stinging. He sealed my clothes in a Ziploc bag and handed me specific soap and shampoo. Fighting the urge to be sarcastic, I stepped into the shower. In the lounge, he handed me a shot of something fruity and sour. We clinked glasses, and I took a seat on the slick plastic sofa. Almost immediately, my head grew heavy, and the air became stale. I fell to the floor, and everything went blurry. I struggled to stay conscious, my brain unable to piece together what was happening. When I looked down, Ron was grinning wickedly, wrapping my legs in shrink wrap like an Egyptian mummy. "Shh, this won't take long," he said, straddling me. His lips brushed my ear. "I'm going to take care of you. You look so handsome, all lovely and spotless. I'm just making sure you stay that way. Forever." His tongue slid into my ear. "And bite." He bited me! He gently wiped the blood from his lips as if he had just savored a delicious meal, then left to fetch medical equipment. Panic surged through me. I needed to escape. I struggled, but Ron's grip on my ankles tightened. "Stop it! You're messing everything up." With all my strength, I rolled off the bed, hitting the wooden floor hard. I opened my mouth to groan, but instead a torrent of vomit erupted, spraying chunks of cottage pie everywhere. I made it to the kitchen and pulled myself up to the counter, searching for a sharp object. I finally grabbed a knife, stabbing at the wrap until my arm came free. Ron burst into the room, a syringe in hand. He lunged at me, but I caught his forearm, smearing vomit across his face with my other hand. He convulsed violently, dropping the needle. I grabbed a pan and hit his head until he went limp. In the hall, I called 911. The operator struggled to understand me, but dispatched help. My memory blurred, and the next thing I knew, emergency responders were surrounding me. At the hospital, Ron claimed I attacked him, but when police searched the area, they found a decomposed body wrapped in plastic, confirming my story. Ron denies any wrongdoing, but with the evidence, he faces justice. For me, I'm recovering mentally and ready to find love again, this time being careful not to ignore any red flags.
Where's my child?
I was desperate. Rent was due, bills were piling up, and I had no job prospects. When I saw the posting for a night guard position at West Market, I jumped at it. The pay was decent, and the store was only a few blocks away. What could possibly go wrong? The store itself was old, a relic from another time, tucked away in a crime-ridden part of town. The sign was faded, the windows coated with dust, and the lights flickered like they were on their last legs. Mr. Briggs, the manager, greeted me with a half smile and handed me a list of rules.
Follow these carefully. If you break them, well, let's just say it won't end well.
I skimmed the rules, finding them bizarre, but I nodded along. I needed the money, and I wasn't about to question his strange instructions. 1. Patrol the store every half hour. You may spend the rest of your time in the break room, monitoring the security cameras. 2. Do not go down aisle 7. Do not look down aisle 7. 3. If you hear knocking from the freezers, ignore it. 4. If you see a shopping cart that hasn't been put away, return it to the front of the store. 5. If you find a pool of blood in the meat aisle, clean it up, but don't step in it or touch it directly. 6. If you see a woman in the store, go to the break room and stay there until she leaves. Do not make eye contact with her. 7. Do not, under any circumstances, end your shift early. I laughed nervously as I read the last rule. Sounds like you've had some weird nights here, I joked, but Mr. Briggs didn't smile. His gaze was hard, almost haunted.
Just follow the rules.
The first patrol was uneventful. The flickering lights and the eerie silence set my nerves on edge, but everything seemed fine. I avoided aisle 7 like the plague, though I couldn't help but feel an odd pull toward it. Every time I passed it, there was an unsettling heaviness in the air, as if the aisle was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone. 30 minutes later, I started my second patrol. The store felt darker, more oppressive, as if the walls were closing in. As I reached the frozen food section, I heard it, knocking. It was faint, rhythmic, coming from within the freezers. My heart raced. I took a step closer, tempted to open the door, but the rule flashed in my mind. Ignore it. I turned away, my hands trembling. On my way back, I noticed a shopping cart sitting in the middle of an aisle. I could have sworn it hadn't been there before. I pushed it back to the front of the store, but as I did, I felt something slick on my hand. Blood. I looked down in horror. My fingers were coated in a thick, sticky substance. My heart pounded in my chest as I wiped it off on my pants, trying not to panic. Then I saw it, a pool of blood in the meat aisle. It was spreading slowly, a dark red stain against the floor. I remembered the rule. Don't step in it. Don't touch it. I ran to the storage closet, grabbed a mop and bucket and cleaned the mess as quickly as I could. But the more I mopped, the more blood there seemed to be. My stomach churned, but I finished the job, my hands shaking. Back in the break room, I found an old notebook stashed in a drawer. It was a journal left behind by previous guards. Flipping through the pages, I read about strange occurrences. Carts moving on their own, eerie knocks from the freezers, and the woman. Every entry mentioned her. Then I found it, the story of Mrs. Smith. She had lost her son in the store, gunned down by robbers in aisle 7. After that, she went mad, convinced he was still alive, keeping him from getting lost again. But when she realized he was truly gone, she started taking out her grief and rage on anyone who dared to break the rules. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, and then stopped. For a moment, I thought I was safe. But then the curiosity hit me like a wave. I had to know if she was still there. I looked at the camera back to aisle 7. That's when I saw her. A woman, her hair disheveled, her clothes torn, stood at the end of the aisle, cradling something in her hands. No, not something. A gun. The same one the robbers had used to kill her son. I felt her eyes bore into me through the screen. Cold, hollow, filled with hate. I had made eye contact. I had broken the rule. Her lips curled into a snarl and she moved. Fast. My body acted on instinct. I threw the door open and ran. Her footsteps were loud, echoing through the store, chasing me. A gunshot rang out, the bullet barely missing my head. I zigzagged between aisles trying to stay ahead of her, but she was relentless. Another shot. I ducked behind a shelf, then another. The bullets whizzed past me, and I knew I wouldn't last much longer. I couldn't end my shift early. The rule! The goddamn rule! But I had to get out of there. My only chance was to trick her. With my heart hammering in my chest, I lured her toward the back of the store. Her eyes gleamed with madness, her fingers trembling on the trigger. Just as she fired the last shot, I dived out of the way, and the bullet shattered the lock on the back door. The door swung open and I bolted through it, stumbling into the night. I didn't stop running until my legs gave out. When I finally looked back, the store was quiet again, dark and still. But I knew it wasn't over. West Market still stood, hiding its secrets in the shadows. And Mrs. Smith, she was still there, waiting for her next victim.
Rick always thrived at his dinner parties. He would sit next to me, cool and expressionless, but I could sense his growing frustration. To him, I was a reflection of his success, a trophy wife who should look the part but never speak out of turn. I was invisible, an afterthought.
Where are your earrings? The one that I brought for you on our wedding day?
His voice sliced through the air, sharp and commanding. I blinked, staring at my plate. I ate them, I replied, my voice unnervingly calm. I could feel the eyes of everyone at the table shift toward me, their curiosity mingling with confusion. Rick's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing in disbelief.
You what? You ate them?
I liked how they felt going down my throat. It made me feel free. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. Rick's face flushed, his hand gripping his wine glass with such force I thought it might shatter. The humiliation on his face was unmistakable, his perfect facade cracking before the eyes of his guests. The rest of the evening was a blur. When we got home, Rick didn't say a word. He simply dragged me upstairs, shoving me into the spare room where he always sent me when I misbehaved. Hours passed. Alone, trapped, my mind spun in circles. The suffocating feeling of being locked away again clawed at me. And then, it returned. That craving, the urge to swallow something sharp, something wrong. My body ached for that rush, that sense of control. I scanned the room, my eyes landing on anything I could consume. Paper clips. I chewed on one, swallowed, but it wasn't enough. Batteries, paper clippers. Each bite soothed the chaos inside me, but it still wasn't enough. Then, I saw them. Nails, sitting on the dresser, glinting in the dim light. I grabbed one, slipped it into my mouth, and bit down. The sharp edges cut into my gums, and the taste of blood filled my mouth, but the pain grounded me. It felt right. I chewed, the crunch of metal reverberating through my body. It was intoxicating, a twisted relief from the prison of my life. Everything faded to black after that. My stomach throbbed, and I heard the faint murmurs of doctors discussing my case. They found the nails, the batteries, the pieces of my secret life. But worse, they discovered I was pregnant. Rick loomed over me, his face a mask of disgust and calculation. He didn't care about me. He never did. All that mattered was the baby, his heir. He insisted I see a psychiatrist, demanded I be fixed for the sake of his future. Therapy became another prison. Each session felt like another layer of control Rick was imposing on me. He attended every meeting, hovered over every conversation. He was suffocating me, pressing down on my chest until I could barely breathe. Then, it happened. One night, Rick and I argued. He accused me of being insane, of being unfit to be a mother. His words tore at me, each one sinking deeper, fueling the panic inside me. I needed something, anything, to calm the storm. My fingers twitched, reaching for the screwdriver on the nearby table. I lifted it to my mouth, desperate for that familiar release. But Rick saw and lunged at me, ripping it from my grasp. And that was it. Something inside me broke. In a blind rage, I snatched the screwdriver back and drove it into him. Once, twice, over and over. His body collapsed, his eyes wide, empty. Blood pooled around him, staining the perfect life he had built. Panic seized me, so did the craving. The familiar need gnawed at me, unstoppable. I knelt beside Rick, my hands trembling, and took his hand in mine. Then, slowly, I brought it to my mouth. I chewed. The bones cracked between my teeth, the taste of iron filling my mouth. It was grotesque, horrifying, but I couldn't stop. It was the only thing that made me feel real. When the police arrived, they found me sitting in the blood, Rick's lifeless hand clenched between my teeth. Now I sit here in this cold, empty cell. Rick is gone. His family has disowned me. The baby is gone too. But for the first time in my life, I feel free.
I sat there in horror, watching Thomas's legs walk between his bedroom, the kitchen, and the door, over and over again. At one point near the end, stopping to sit at the table and eat something. I could only guess what. For context, I met Thomas when we were randomly assigned to be roommates our freshman year of college. Nothing seemed to be off with him back then. Yeah, he was out a lot and came back late at night, but I always figured he was just having fun with friends. It's not like I wasn't doing the same. We had 4 semesters of living on campus. 2 years. In that time, he never struck me as particularly eccentric. Maybe a few little things, like how he never put any food in our mini-fridge, but nothing that warranted genuine concern. It wasn't until we moved into an apartment that things started to become strange. I moved in about a week after he did, a few days before classes were going to start. I was supposed to come in at the same time, but my aunt died, and I needed to help my dad with some aftermath there. It would have kept me longer had the start of the semester not snuck up. But that's beside the point. We viewed the apartment together initially, and it was a pretty nice, cozy place. Not exactly modern, but sure as hell cheap enough to make it worth it without said price being shady. Neither of us were bothered, but when I was finally able to move in, the place looked worse for the wear somehow. Significant enough that I noticed immediately. The paint in some places had started chipping severely, something Thomas didn't even react to when I pointed out. The floors were mostly fine, but a few of the boards creaked particularly loud, which I hadn't noticed at our viewing. Again, enough that it bothered me, and still not enough for Thomas to give a damn about it. Then, there was the fact that the lock to the remaining bedroom, mine, was broken. A problem not very easily fixable on a college budget. I asked Thomas about that one, making sure he actually answered me, but he just kind of shrugged it off and told me he hadn't noticed it. But still, okay, whatever. Weird, but probably not a big deal besides losing our security deposit. It didn't matter. The semester started and the weeks progressed. And that was when I started noticing things about Thomas. Living in an apartment instead of a dorm was the most distant he'd ever been. It's not like he was ever super talkative, but now it seemed like he'd only glance my way and move on, unwilling to do more. In fact, he only really talked to me if it was to snap at me about being clean or quiet. With the former, he was only a little bit of a clean freak back in our dorm. Incessant about his own side, but he only got really pressed about it if any of my mess seeped into his. Here and now, though, it really shined through how bad it was. He never touched my room or anything, but the rest of the apartment had to be spotless or he'd be pissed. A few times more recently, he's thrown out my stuff because I hadn't touched it in too long, whatever that means. Nothing devastating. But one of those things was a spare charger I had to dig out of the trash and then get sprayed down with Febreze. Nothing short of annoying is what I'm getting at here. Why he suddenly became really anal about it was anyone's guess at that point. As for the being quiet part, that was an entirely new issue. Thomas never gave a damn if I was loud while playing a game before, but suddenly now it was worth slamming my door open without knocking over. I asked him to maybe be a little more polite about the issue when it came up, but I was again sort of just brushed off. Still, it rubbed me the wrong way how suddenly angry he was getting about the issue. Yes, it was my fault, and I got better about it, but what the hell was with the switch up? Yet, I still just wrote it off. Maybe he had some mental or emotional stuff going on he didn't want to talk about? I could be patient with him. Sure, but it got worse. A roommate who clearly labels what food is his in the fridge is nothing to be mad about. Still, a few weeks into the year, I did a deep clean of the refrigerator. One that, to be fair, I had meant to do as soon as I moved in. But it was too late for that, and now I had to take everything out to scrub it down. Only a few things were his, most of them in the freezer. I took them out, setting them aside to clean it up quickly so nothing went bad. Probably no reason to worry about that, but whatever. Once I was done, I was checking over everything as I put it back in when I noticed something with his name on it had an especially pungent smell. It was awful enough that it made my nose instinctively wrinkle up. I put it back down, hastily shoving everything else back into the fridge before turning to it. Nothing really weird, just a piece of meat in tight saran wrap that looked to be still a little bloody. Frowning, I started unwrapping it to make sure Thomas hadn't put rotten meat in the freezer. The odor only got more foul as I did. It was a smell difficult to describe, though it was what I was worried about. Before I actually unwrapped the whole thing, it had a lot of layers, something I only questioned after the fact. Thomas came home and stopped dead in the doorway. "Why are you touching my stuff?" he yelled and stormed over after a second, snatching the meat off the table and immediately starting to re-wrap it. His hands were shaking. "It smells disgusting, man," I told him, stepping back a little. I wanted to check it wasn't rotten. "It's not. I'm just on a diet," he snapped. "Don't take my food." "I wasn't taking it," I hissed back. "Don't touch it!" Thomas stuffed the meat back into the freezer at that, then swiftly retreated to his room, barely opening the door and sliding through, leaving me to scrub my hands of that horrible stench. It was then that I really got suspicious of Thomas. The other weird things layered onto that incident that made me start observing him closer. I wasn't trying to stalk my roommate by any means, but looking past the surface made me notice some more things. How half the creaking boards were in front of his room. How he always slipped into his room like he was hiding something in there, that most of his labeled food had that same disgusting odor of death when I checked. Well, sniff tested them. After the first time, I was a little scared to unwrap another one. Maybe it was stupid, but I'd read online somewhere that a reason for creaking floorboards could be that they had recently been lifted up. So, another little investigation started, this one intentional. When Thomas left for class, I started checking under the boards, and it wasn't long before I turned up something. A handsaw, off-putting thing to be hidden under my feet, to say the least. It looked pretty well worn, clean but used. Aside from the saw, lifting the board let me see a mysterious reddish-brown blotch stained into the underside of it. That was enough for me to put the board back and stop thinking about it for now. At least, until I could come up with a plan. I had a film major buddy, and I managed to convince him to let me use an old video camera of his for science. I hid it in a plant and aimed it at the door to Thomas's bedroom at leg level. Set up to stay at said friends for the night, and then let it play out. In hindsight, a mediocre video camera was a really shitty pick for this, but it did the job enough. I didn't get a live feed or anything, and I was left to wallow in anxiety the whole night. But when I got back while Thomas was out the next day, I could dig the camera out and watch what it showed me. After charging it anyway. It caught 8 hours of footage before dying. Most of it was nothing, which I sped through until Thomas walked into frame, emotionlessly kneeling down and yanking the floorboard up. I jumped back and let the video play, pulling the handsaw out and putting it down again. He walked into his room, seemingly stowing it away, then left again for another hour or so. When he came back, there was a woman our age with him. They were talking quietly enough that the video camera didn't pick up the words, but I could make a guess what it was about. They disappeared into his bedroom, the lock clicking loudly. It remained quiet for another moment before the worst, most horribly unsurprising sound met my ears. A woman's scream being cut short. I could barely watch the next 2 hours of footage. All that remained before the camera died. Guys, I think my roommate is a freaking cannibal. After witnessing it, I became haunted. The handsaw, the smell of blood, the peeling paint on the wall, the girl's terrified screams. I guess I might be Thomas's next target. My instincts are telling me so. I think I should gather all the evidence and report to the police. Thomas is going to be home from his class soon. I'm worried he knows that I've got him figured out. Or at least under enough suspicion to warrant police involvement. I can't confront him. That's a horrible idea. But I think I hear his keys jingling. So I'm going to have to pass him if I want to go to the cops. Do you know what it's like to be the only one who sees someone? It's like playing tricks on your own mind. I don't think I had the ability to see ghosts. Because if I do, I would have seen more by now. But no, I only see her, and no one else but me sees her. The first time I noticed her, I was walking along the bridge by myself. The bridge was desolate, just her and me. With her black dress and hair blowing in the wind, she followed behind me, keeping a distance of half a mile. I didn't pay much attention, and continued living my life, unaware of what was slowly approaching me. After months of not seeing her, I saw her again in the supermarket parking lot one late night. Under the dim lights, she stood alone, about 200 meters away from me, but still too far to see her face clearly. However, with that familiar black dress and long hair, I was certain it was the girl I had seen on the bridge. But I started seeing her more frequently. Every time I parked in a large lot, I would see her peeking at me, still, in that black dress and hair blowing in the wind. I began seeing her in my neighborhood. At night, looking out the window, I saw her lurking in the shadows in the trees in my backyard. I called the police. They came to check the yard, while she stood still, unmoving, just staring at me. They walked around her, even touched her, but they said they saw nothing, not even footprints. I tried to push it out of my mind, but she kept getting closer and closer. I had dinner with friends at a restaurant and saw her standing across the street. I walked my dog and saw her looking at me in front of neighbor's house as I passed by, closer and closer. To the point where now I could see the expression on her face clearly. A bit of mascara running down her cheek. She was crying but smiling. She looked happy. Maybe those were tears of joy. Sometimes I thought it was the face of someone who had lost a loved one but was recalling the good times they had together. But sometimes, when I was in a bad mood, I saw it as the face of someone depressed, completely devoid of spirit. I couldn't sleep with her staring at me, following me everywhere, even when I cooked, cleaned, and watched TV. I tried talking to her, but she didn't respond. I pleaded, cried, but she never made a sound, never moved, never blinked. After that, I took leave from work. I lost the will to eat or sleep. I spent my time pacing the room, yelling at the girl at the window, then crying. I cried because I thought I was insane, completely lost my mind. I had tried to build a good life, but now it was over. All because of her. Luckily, I had Poodle by my side encouraging me. I decided to ignore her, but it was not easy. Unable to sleep, I habitually looked at the window where she usually stood, but she wasn't there. I ran to my backyard to check. Nothing. I had never been this scared in my life. Where was she? The worst part was, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. It felt creepy, but I thought again. This was my chance. I needed to sleep. And then I saw she was there. In the corner of the room, just a few steps away. My mind started spinning. She was in my house. This was a home invasion. I panicked, terrified, and disgusted. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. I didn't know if the knife would affect her, but I wanted to defend myself. I threw things at her, but they went through her. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there throwing things uselessly. I ran to the garage, got in the car, and started it. At least I could get her out of my house. But when I looked back to reverse, she was sitting in the back seat. I was horrified, quickly opened the door, and ran. I ran far, but every time I looked back, she was there, keeping a certain distance, not overtaking or falling behind. Finally, I reached the police station. They put me in an isolation cell, about 5 square meters, with a small bed, a toilet, and a sink. I didn't know what the charge was. I was just happy to be in a place with many people. But she was still there, behind the cell door. I breathed a sigh of relief because at least she wasn't in the same area as me. I dozed off a bit. I didn't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, she was kneeling beside me with a painful smile. Before I could scream, she reached out and touched my forehead, and my brain exploded in a sharp pain, then spread down my arms and chest. My heart constricted, my breath shortened, and my vision narrowed. I woke up in the hospital. The doctor said I had a heart attack. Luckily, there were medical staff in the jail who saved me, and that happened about 6 months ago. Why am I telling this story? Because 6 weeks ago, I started seeing her again. She moved faster this time, more clearly. She looked angry, extremely furious, and she was holding something behind her back. I am not sure what it is. I don't care anymore. Soon I will take sleeping pills and go to sleep. I guess she will be standing by my bed when I wake up. I just feel sorry for my dog. I tried to give it a good life. I've left a message for my sister to pick it up tomorrow noon.